Chapter 197. Li Wangyu also didn't intend to continue hiding the matter. He could use today's opportunity to honestly explain the matter of the goddess of Luo's painting. His sketch of the goddess of Luo's painting had been collected by Pai Lupi. At that time, he didn't know Pai Lupi's identity, but now that he knew Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, if he didn't explain clearly, he would be committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. Hee, uncle, there's something that you shouldn't be angry about. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose, appearing slightly embarrassed. Pai Lupi looked at him and suddenly had a bad premonition. He asked, "What's the matter? What did you do this time?" Li Wangyu said, "That, the ancient painting that you took away from Duke Changping's mansion." Hee, that wasn't an ancient painting, it was drawn by me." "What? You scoundrel, you better speak clearly," Pai Lupi said angrily. The goddess of Luo's painting was his favorite. It was even hung in Pai Lupi's sweet nectar hall in his bedroom to be admired from time to time. Pai Lupi didn't like the sketch at Zhang Liang's mansion and found many problems with it. In fact, such a realistic painting of the goddess of Luo's painting was something that Pai Lupi liked very much. Pai Lupi often regretted that such a peerless painting skill was lost in the long river of history. Today, there wasn't a single painter in the Tang dynasty who could make such a vivid painting. Therefore, Pai Lupi regarded the ancient painting, the goddess of Luo's painting, as a treasure and didn't easily take it out to see others. Only Empress Zhongsun and a few imperial concubines in the harem could occasionally see the true appearance of the ancient painting. But now, Li Wangyu, this scoundrel, actually said that his beloved ancient painting, the goddess of Luo's painting, was drawn by this brat. This feeling was really terrible. Western Zhou's cultural relic became last week's. No one would be able to accept this change. Li Wangyu had no choice but to honestly explain the ins and outs of the matter. In the end, he had to defend himself. "Uncle, it's not that your nephew wants to deceive you." That day, the enemy was forced into a corner by the Duke of Changping and had no choice but to ask for your nephew's help. Who would have thought, who would have thought that the painting would end up in your hands? After learning the truth, Pai Lupi was so angry that he was almost ready to commit domestic violence. Li Wangyu was so scared that he jumped behind his beautiful boss. He carefully poked his head out and smiled apologetically. Hey, uncle, don't be angry. You see, I didn't mean to deceive you. You're a magnanimous person, so forgive me." Pai Lupi was infuriated by his tired appearance, but he couldn't do anything about it. Indeed, this matter could not be entirely blamed on Li Wangyu. He glared at Li Wangyu, who was hiding behind the woman. "Come over here, sit down and answer the question. Did young Master Yan ask you to learn his strange painting skills?" "That's right, that's exactly what happened." "Ziyu, who taught you your skills?" Pai Lupi suddenly asked. This was something he had been confused about recently. Li Zhou's abilities were only average, so he obviously couldn't teach such a son. Not to mention, Li Wangyu was able to come up with so many strange things. It was really inconceivable. Li Wangyu was speechless. There was no way to explain this. If he told Pai Lupi that he was a transmigrator, would he be arrested by the Space Administration? His eyes turned, and he lied. "Uncle, a month ago, I fell seriously ill and was in a coma on the bed for several days. But for some reason, your nephew's body healed on its own. When I woke up, it was as if my brain was enlightened and I understood many things. But as for why, your nephew doesn't know." His deceptive words made the beautiful superior feel uncomfortable and almost burst out laughing. She could only turn her back, her shoulders still twitching. Obviously, she was secretly laughing. Pai Lupi and the others were suspicious. Could it be that there was really someone who was born with knowledge? Fang Xianling pondered for a while and said, "Ziyu, could it be that you are the reincarnation of a Taoist master?" Fang Xuanling's words made Pai Lupi and the others somewhat skeptical. If so, it also made sense why Li Wangyu suddenly became so smart. Taoist reincarnation was different from Buddhist reincarnation. They were two different concepts. The reincarnation of Buddhism referred to the reincarnation of the soul after the death of a living being, starting a new life cycle, repeating over and over again. The concept of Taoist reincarnation had been in China since ancient times. For example, in the classic of Mountains and Seas, a girl was reincarnated into a guard. Legend has it that the divine Dr. Bien Ke during the spring and autumn period was also the reincarnation of an ancient famous doctor. Bien Ke's original name was Qin Yu, and Bien Ke was the name of an ancient famous doctor. Yu the Great was not his real name, but the honorific title of an ancient immortal who had achieved the Tao. Yu was believed to be the reincarnation of the ancient immortal, so he was called Yu. Therefore, the reincarnated person must have the same characteristics as the original person to be called reincarnation. It was not like Buddhist reincarnation, where it was a new life. Fang Xuanling's guess gave Li Wangyu a perfect excuse. Anyway, he could not explain why he had so many strange skills. He could just blame it on reincarnation, which was easier to accept than time travel. Pai Lupi and the others were just curious about where Li Wangyu's skills came from. They did not intend to get to the bottom of it, so the matter was over. Li Wangyu secretly wiped his non-existent cold sweat and exchanged glances with his beautiful boss who was giggling. Finally, a small problem was solved. Pai Lupi did not care about where Li Wangyu's knowledge came from, but he was interested in Ma Zhou. He waved his hand and called him to his side to test his knowledge. It had to be said that the inertia of the wheel of history was always there. Even if it was a few years earlier, Ma Zhou still managed to attract Pai Lupi's attention with his talent. Ma Zhou told Pai Lupi many of his views on politics, which made Pai Lupi clap his hands and applaud. After drinking and chatting, Pai Lupi directly asked Ma Zhou if he was willing to become an official. In this regard, Li Wangyu looked helpless. Pai Lupi was blatantly trying to poach him, but he still had to pretend to be happy. It was really a pain in the ass. But out of Li Wangyu and the others' expectations, Ma Zhou actually refused Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I do not want to become an official for the time being. I hope your Majesty can understand." "Why is that?" Pai Lupi was a little unhappy. It was rare for him to be polite, but he was embarrassed. Ma Zhou respectfully saluted. "I want to study under the teacher for a few more years, and then serve your Majesty like a dog or horse." His words were out of Li Wangyu's expectations. Li Wangyu did not expect that Ma Zhou would be willing to give up such a good opportunity to study by his side. Li Wangyu seemed to only want to trick Ma Zhou into working for him, but he did not expect Ma Zhou to be like this. This made Li Wangyu feel a little embarrassed. "Bin Wang, you don't have to be like this. You can do the same as Li Ben and come to me every 10 days. Don't disappoint His Majesty." Li Wangyu persuaded. He was sincere. Ma Zhou was talented. If he could assist Pai Lupi a few years earlier, he could also make a career and bring the golden age of Zhenguan earlier. Li Wangyu's persuasion made Ma Zhou hesitate. Chapter 198. Li Wangyu saw that Ma Zhou was still hesitating, so he tried to persuade him again. "King Bin, life is like a multiple-choice question. You and I both have to make a choice. Let me give you 4 words, knowing and doing as one." Li Wangyu ignored his beautiful superior's rolling eyes and impolitely plagiarized the essence of Wang Yangming's theory. "Knowing and doing as one? Teacher, what do you mean?" Ma Zhou asked. Actually, Li Wangyu only knew a little about Wang Yangming's theory of mind, and he only knew a little about it. However, this didn't stop him from using the 4 words, knowing and doing as one, to fool Ma Zhou. Li Wangyu coughed lightly and activated his pretentious mode. "Knowing is conscience and knowledge, doing as one puts one's actions into practice. In knowing, there is action, and in doing, there is knowledge. Determination, diligence, correction, and good deeds are the unity of knowledge and action. This is the combination of knowing and doing as one. King Bin, you can become an official and apply what you have learned. This is the right way." Although Li Wangyu couldn't explain the true essence of Wang Yangming's knowing and doing as one, these 2 sentences were enough to enlighten the apathetic and made everyone stunned. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong, the 2 founding duke, didn't think much of it, but Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui were distracted by Li Wangyou's words to Ma Zhou. Knowing and doing as one, Ziyu, do you have a detailed explanation? Zhang Sun Wuji asked. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui also looked at Li Wangyu inquisitively. This put Li Wangyu in a difficult position. How would he know the details of knowing and doing as one? He only remembered Wang Yangming's philosophy of mind. However, how could a student like him, who majored in e-commerce, understand the essence of it? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and used his great deception mode. He didn't understand Wang Yangming's theory, but he had drunk a lot of chicken soup for the soul in the future. Duke of Qi, in my opinion, it's easy to know but hard to do. What you can think of might not be able to do, what you know might not be able to do. Some roads need to be walked with feet. Some paths had to be walked with heart. Often, it wasn't the thorns or stones that held him back, but his heart. To be able to match one's words with one's actions, one's exterior with his interior, and one's interior with his exterior, this is the unity of knowledge and action. Come, let's drink this bowl of chicken soup. From now on, life will be cool to the end. Li Wangyou's chicken soup for the soul class was so common in the future that even his beautiful boss could only roll her eyes. But in the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, his words were a thought-provoking warning to everyone. Ma Zhou murmured for a long time, as if he had been enlightened. He bowed to Li Wangyu and said, "Teacher, I understand now. Combining knowledge and action means combining learning and action." He then bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to serve. Please forgive my rudeness." Pai Lupi laughed and stood up. What a good combination of knowledge and action. Ziyu, you are indeed the reincarnation of a great power. With such knowledge, it is a waste for you to stay in Dingzhou village. Why don't you become an official with your disciple? Nanny? Li Wangyu suddenly felt that he had been too pretentious. It felt like he had lifted a rock and dropped it on his own foot. If he was willing to become an official, would he have waited until now? Compared with the free and beautiful life of a small landlord, who would want to be an official? Although when his beautiful boss was bullied by the Jing family of Xingyang, he also had a desire for power. But with Li Wangyou's tiredness, after a few days of living a comfortable life, he had already thrown that idea to the back of his mind. Not to mention that he was now a noble. Although he was only a county official of the lowest rank, he was still a noble of the Tang dynasty, wasn't he? With this identity, what could the Jing family of Xingyang and the Wang clan of Taiyuan do to him? Therefore, Li Wangyu was naturally unwilling to become an official. In his opinion, it was simply a waste of life. Now that Pai Lupi had opened his mouth, he could not bluntly refuse. Otherwise, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? He had just said that Ma Zhou should know and act as one. If he made excuses when it was his turn, he would not give Pai Lupi any face. Li Wangyu touched his nose awkwardly and could only bring up Li Zhou again. "Uncle, my lord passed away not long ago. I still have 2 years to mourn for him. Let's talk about becoming an official after 2 years." This was a well-tested excuse. The Tang dynasty ruled the world with filial piety. Li Wangyu said that he would mourn for Li Zhou for 3 years, which naturally made Pai Lupi speechless. Pai Lupi glared at him fiercely. "You should just stay in Dingzhou village and drink with Qing Chumo and the others. Is that mourning for your lord? You even helped the Sut people to make the holy fire. If you dare to fool around like this in the future, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your lord." Li Wangyu was stunned. So, Pai Lupi knew that he and the other foppish people went to the Hu wine shop in Pingkong Square to drink with prostitutes. He did not know that with such a powerful intelligence agency as the 100 Cavalry Department, there were very few things in Cheng, and that could be hidden from Pai Lupi. Not to mention that he and the other foppish people had made such a big move in the temple of Lichuan Square, which had already been reported to Pai Lupi by the 100 Cavalry Department. Pai Lupi naturally did not believe in the holy fire of the sun. He knew that it must be Li Wangyou's trick with the study of things. Even the conflict between Taiyuan Wang clan's legitimate son Wang Ziqiao and Li Wangyu was clearly known by Pai Lupi, who lived in the Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi was very happy when he heard that Li Wangyu could make Wang Ziqiao and the other legitimate sons of aristocratic families suffer. He felt that this boy's way of doing things was very much to his liking. So, his reprimand was actually out of concern. Li Wangyu naturally did not know this. He could only pinch his nose and admit defeat to Pai Lupi's reprimand. Ma Zhou's life was the same as in his previous life. Although he entered the official position a few years earlier, he was appointed as an imperial censor by Pai Lupi, who appreciated him. Imperial censor was an official under the imperial censorate of the Tang dynasty. The imperial censorate consisted of Tai Yuan, Dian Yuan, and censorate. Ma Zhou was going to enter the Tai Yuan. There were 6 imperial censors in the Tai Yuan. They were in charge of censoring hundreds of officials and impeaching illegal activities. They were in charge of adjudicating cases specially ordered by the emperor. They were also in charge of the imperial court and the imperial court. They were in charge of handling grievances. Imperial censors had the highest status among the imperial censors and had the most authority. Ma Zhou had just entered the official position and he was already a 6th-grade imperial censor. His starting point was quite high. Even Yang Quan, who was open-minded, could not help but feel jealous. However, the official promotion system of the Tang dynasty was not as perfect as that of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Even if Ma Zhou entered the official position without any background, he could be directly appointed as a high official. This was not unusual. It was the same even in the Song dynasty. That was why there was a saying, being a farmer in the morning, ascending to the emperor's hall in the evening. After everyone congratulated Ma Zhou again, Pai Lupi said to Feng Xianling, Zio's mansion should be rebuilt. This is not the standard of a mansion for the founding of the country. Go back and ask the Ministry of Works to arrange it. Nanny? He wanted to rebuild his house. There was such a good thing. Chapter 199. In the Great Tang's encampment edict, there were strict rules regarding the residences of officials and nobles. For county men who founded the country, the width of the main hall should not exceed 5 rooms and the depth should not exceed 9 shelves. It could be made into a hall, built on top of a mountain, and decorated with hanging fish and grass. Li Wangyou's Li family's house was just a commoner's house. Now that he was conferred the title of county man, he naturally needed to rebuild his house according to the standards of county men who founded the country. But Li Wangyu immediately looked at Li Er and said with an embarrassed smile, "Uncle, who paid for this mansion?" He didn't have the money to build the county man's house, and he still owed a lot of debt. Although Xingyang family compensated him with 200 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 1,200 strings of cash, the money was all invested by his beautiful boss into the Shun Feng Carriage Company. Now the Shun Feng Carriage Company had the capital and horses from Empress Zhongsun. With this money, it was quickly rebuilding. Su Chongqing was eager to do something big, and he wanted to completely monopolize the freight business in Chang'an. Therefore, Li Wangyu didn't plan to repay the money he owed to the county government and the money he borrowed from Yushernan in a short time. When the carriage company started to make a profit, he would almost be able to repay the debt. Pai Lupi glanced at him. Of course the national treasury will pay for the house. Are you satisfied, you tired boy? Yes, thank you for your kindness. Li Wangyu was overjoyed, and he directly learned the Qing dynasty palace drama, but Pai Lupi directly knocked him on the head with a chestnut. Speak properly. What do you mean by thank you for your kindness? Where did you learn such strange words? Li Wangyu stuck out his tongue. The Tang dynasty was better. There was no master and servant. Even the emperor was not the master of the officials, so there was no such thing as, thank you for your kindness. He asked again, Uncle, how will my house be built? Can I make the drawings myself and let the Ministry of Works build it according to my drawings? I promise I won't violate the rules. Traditional Chinese residences were good, but they lacked comfort. Li Wangyu thought that since the national treasury was paying for his mansion, he might as well build a mansion that combined modern and European styles. He and Su Chongqing could live comfortably there. Pai Lupi was slightly surprised. You know about architecture? A little. All right then. Draw up the blueprints and hand them over to the Ministry of Works. Let the Ministry of Works carry out the construction according to the blueprints. Li Ertzai couldn't be bothered to care what the other party wanted to do with the manor. As long as it didn't violate the rules, he would let the other party do as he pleased. In Pai Lupi's opinion, it was nothing more than Li Wangyu wanting to make the mansion more luxurious. Pai Lupi didn't care about this at all. He would just spend some more copper coins as compensation for the brat's suffering. Li Wangyu was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He repeatedly thanked Pai Lupi and pulled his beautiful superior over to give Pai Lupi a few more cups of wine. That's right, uncle, the matter of you conferring me a title hasn't been made public yet, right? Li Wangyu's eyes suddenly turned as he asked Li Er. Pai Lupi was puzzled and asked, I haven't made it public yet. Why? What do you think? Li Wangyu smiled mischievously and said, hee hee, then I ask uncle and everyone else to keep it a secret for this brat. Don't make it public for now. Oh. Why is that? Li Wangyu moved closer to Pai Lupi's ear and whispered a few words, but Pai Lupi couldn't help but laugh. Brat, you are really full of evil tricks. Fine, we'll do as you say. This matter will be kept a secret for now and won't be made public. Hee hee, thank you, Your Majesty, for your help, Li Wangyu said with a smile. The banquet lasted until the evening before it finally ended. Pai Lupi and the others were already a bit drunk. They were carefully helped onto their horses by the palace guards and returned to Chang'an. Before leaving, Pai Lupi didn't forget to tell Li Wangyu to make good use of the time to get rid of the heavenly punishment. Li Wangyu also nodded and patted his chest in agreement. The next morning, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu to the construction site of the Daoist temple on the hillside outside the village and found Lu Shenwei. Lu Shenwei wasn't at the same level as the old Daoist Sun Simiao, who was able to treat the emperor as nothing. Hearing that this was Pai Lupi's idea to ask his master for help, Lu Shenwei didn't say anything and went with Niu Wu to the Qinling Mountains to find his master. After Niu Wu and the others went into the mountains, Li Wangyu didn't stay idle. He immediately ran to the Huxin County Yamen to find Yang Quan to settle the formalities for the official title of a household. He was granted the title of County Magistrate of Huxin County. The 100 official titles of a household were also transferred to him by the Huxin County Yamen. The official title of a household was directly transferred to the noble family that received the title. Don't think that Li Wangyu's 100 official titles were too little. In fact, in the early days of the Tang dynasty, they were very careful about the official title of a household. Even the princes only had about 800 households at that time. It wasn't until the later days of the Tang dynasty that the official title of a household became widespread, causing the country's taxes to decrease. Only then did the official title of a household's official title receive the title of a household's official title. However, when Li Wangyu returned from the Huxin County Yamen, he had a gloomy expression on his face, which made his beautiful boss feel strange. Wangyu, what's wrong? Didn't Yang Mingfu handle the formalities for you? Su Changqing asked curiously. He did, and he even transferred a few dozen official titles to me. Li Wangyu sighed. Su Changqing didn't understand. Wasn't this a good thing? Li Wangyu sighed again. Do you know where our official title is? It's this Dingzhou village. Yang Zhua actually sealed the 127 households of Dingzhou village and handed them over to me. Although Pai Lupi's imperial edict stated that 100 official titles were for a household, there was still a certain amount of room for maneuver when the official title was transferred to a county. An additional 20 to 30 official titles was a very normal thing. Su Changqing didn't understand and asked, isn't this pretty good? What's so good about it? Don't you see how poor Dingzhou village is? Can't you collect rent? Besides, even if Dingzhou village became prosperous, would I have the nerve to ask the villagers to collect rent? Yang Quan, that guy, is too sneaky. Li Wangyu replied in a bad mood. After Su Changqing understood what he meant, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Come on, look at you. Don't tell me we still need to rely on these 100 official titles to get by. If you don't collect, then don't collect. It's pretty good. Don't forget, you promised me that you would turn Dingzhou village into a paradise. Li Wangyu was speechless. He had been conferred a title of nobility, but why did it seem like he not only received benefits from the title, but also had to pay for it? In fact, Li Wangyu was secretly delighted that Zhou village could be divided into his family's fief. Li Wangyu's feelings towards Dingzhou village weren't any weaker than Su Changqing's. Li Wangyu felt that it was worth it to be able to help these simple villagers live a good life in the future. He was just unhappy that he seemed to have been schemed against by Yang Quan. This unscrupulous middle-aged man must have made up his mind when he heard the imperial edict. In any case, the county wouldn't be able to collect rent from Dingzhou village. It would be better to give it to Li Wangyu as his fief. The county would also save a lot of trouble. These officials of the Tang dynasty, each more sneaky than the other. Putting aside Li Wangyu's gloominess from being schemed against by Yang Quan, 2 days later, Miao Wu and Lu Shenwei invited the old Taoist Sun Simiao out of the mountains and into the Li family of Dingzhou village. Chapter 200. Li Wangyu hurriedly greeted Sun Simiao and respectfully invited him to sit in the central room. Then, he asked the maidservant to bring him tea. Xiao Lang, why are you in such a hurry to ask me to come out of the mountain? Sun Simiao asked in confusion. Li Wangyu asked Lu Shenwei and Miao Wu to invite the old Taoist, but he did not explain to them the details. He only said that the sage of the Tian family had something to ask of him, so he invited Sun Simiao out of Taibai Mountain. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he asked Miao Wu and Miao Yong to guard outside the central room and not let anyone in. After that, he asked the maidservant to leave. Then, he lowered his voice and told him about the disaster of locusts in the imperial court. Old immortal, this matter concerns the safety of the people in the world. It is urgent to eliminate the locusts. Please help the sage. After hearing his words, Sun Simiao was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he replied awkwardly, Xiao Lang, it's not that I don't want to help. It's a matter of great merit to make the imperial court order to eliminate the locusts. It's just that I'm not capable enough. Old immortal, why is that? Sun Simiao smiled bitterly, although I'm a Taoist, I'm also proficient in Taoist classics. However, I'm good at medicine. I'm not good at divination. How can I cooperate with you? This. Li Wangyu was also a little hesitant. He knew that Sun Simiao was right, but he and Ma Zhou had neglected this point. Sun Simiao's medical skills were superb, but he had never heard that he was good at Taoist methods. It was easy to ask the old Taoist to treat and save people, but it was really difficult for him to pretend to be mysterious and fool the officials. For a moment, the two people in the central room looked at each other speechlessly. Li Wangyu was a little depressed. Was he going to mess up this task? Sun Simiao suddenly opened his mouth and said, but Xiao Lang, this old Taoist can recommend someone to you. He should be able to help you. Oh. Which Taoist master is it? Yuan Tiangang. The old Taoist's words made Li Wangyu stand up suddenly, giving the old Taoist a fright. Li Wangyu's voice trembled with excitement. That's right. Yuan Tiangang, how could I forget him? Oh. Xiao Lang also knows Yuan Tiangang. Sun Simiao asked curiously. His words made Li Wangyu speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. He couldn't say that he had seen Yuan Tiangang in the novels of later generations, could he? Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, the two famous Taoists of the Tang dynasty, were extraordinary characters in various novels of later generations. Li Wangyu had also developed a strong interest in these two Taoist masters. He even went online to search for information about their lives. However, he realized that the difference between the two people in history and the various people in the legends was too great. However, when Li Wangyu recalled Yuan Tiangang's experience, he sat back at the table and shook his head again and again. Old immortal, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Yuan Tiangang is in Shu County. How can we invite him to Changnan? There were various theories about Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng in later generations. Many people thought that Li Chunfeng was Yuan Tiangang's disciple. In fact, the two were not master and disciple at all. Li Chunfeng was only 26 years old now. He had been learning Taoism at the Quiet Cloud Temple in Nantua Mountain since he was 9 years old. In the second year of Wuda, Li Chunfeng, who was only 17 years old, was recommended to be Li Shimen's secretary in the army. In the first year of Zhengguan, Li Chunfeng was appointed by Pai Lupi to serve in the Imperial Historian Bureau. Yuan Tiangang was now 81 years old and was now the county magistrate of Huijing County in Shu County. It would be 4 years later that Pai Lupi heard of his name and invited him to the court as a think tank. Therefore, there was no master-disciple relationship between the two. However, in various legends, the pushback chart co-authored by the two was known as the first book of Chinese Taoist prophecy. It was said that Li Chunfeng used the 8 trigrams of the Book of Changes to calculate. Unexpectedly, he was addicted to it and couldn't stop. He calculated the fate of China for more than 2,000 years after the Tang dynasty. Until Yuan Tiangang pushed his back and said, "You can't reveal the secrets of heaven. Go back and rest." Therefore, the Book of Prophecy was named Pushback Chart. In later generations, there were countless legends about the two powerful Taoists and many TV series were filmed. However, the two of them in history were not that exaggerated. Although they were powerful, they did not have the means to control the clouds and rain with a flip of their hand like in the novel. Yuan Tiangang was from Chengdu, Izhou, Shu County. He was proficient in face reading, Luren, and the 5 elements. He once read the face of the infant Wu Zetian. At that time, Wu Zetian was carried out dressed as a boy and lied that she was a boy. Yuan Tiangang was very surprised after reading her face. He sighed and said, "Dragon eyes and phoenix neck are very precious. If she were a girl, she would be the emperor." It showed Yuan Tiangang's ability. At this time, Yuan Tiangang was 80 years old, but he was still a 7th-grade county magistrate in Huijing County of Shu County. The round trip from Huijing County to Chang'an was more than 3,000 miles. With the current traffic situation of the Tang dynasty, it would take at least several months even if he rode fast. By the time Yuan Tiangang was invited to Chang'an from Shu County, it would be too late to mention the matter of eliminating the locusts. Therefore, when Li Wangyu thought of this, he sat down dejectedly. It was not impossible for him to look for Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng was now in Chang'an, serving as a 9th-grade general in the Taishe Bureau. However, Li Chunfeng was only 27 years old and not famous. If he wanted to rely on him to fool the officials and aristocratic families, he was afraid that his reputation was far from enough. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, the old Taoist Sun Simiao laughed and said, "Xiao Lang, don't worry. Taoist Yuan is now in Chang'an. He is staying in the Xuandu Temple." Li Wangyu was stunned. "Old immortal, how do you know?" "Huh, Taoist Yuan and I are best friends. He came to Chang'an to report to the Ministry of Personnel. He had already asked someone to send a letter to me. Even if you didn't ask someone to invite me down the mountain, would still go to Chang'an to see Taoist Yuan. This is truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by sheer luck. Old immortal, how about we go to the Xuandu Temple now?" Li Wangyu was overjoyed and stood up to say, "Good." Sun Simiao nodded with a smile. Li Wangyu quickly asked Miao Wu to prepare a horse. Lu Shenwei was also called by Sun Simiao to visit Yuan Tiangang. The 4 of them rode to Chang'an. The Xuandu Temple was the royal Taoist temple of the Tang dynasty. When Emperor Wen of Sui planned Daxing City with the Qian hexagram, he built the Xuandu Temple in Chongya Lane in order to guard the 5th high slope. The Xuandu Temple was magnificent and magnificent. There were tens of thousands of Taoist scriptures in the temple. It was famous in Chang'an for peach blossoms. According to the old Taoist Sun Simiao, Yuan Tiangang came to the Ministry of Personnel of Chang'an to report to the Ministry of Personnel and lived in the Xuandu Temple. Li Wangyu could only complain about it in his heart. The official system of the Tang dynasty was really strange. Anyone could be an official. Even a Taoist like Yuan Tiangang could be a county magistrate. It was amazing to think about it. He didn't know whether Yuan Tiangang wore a Taoist robe or an official robe when he tried the case in court. It was really interesting. The four of them entered Cheng and then went straight to the Xuandu Temple in Chongren Lane. When the old Taoist Sun Simiao just entered the Xuandu Temple, the abbot of the Taoist temple immediately came out to greet him. Chapter 201. That's right. The leader of the Taoist temple was called abbot or abbot. The word abbot was originally an inherent title of Taoism. Later, Buddhism was introduced to Huaxia and borrowed this term. However, after the prosperity of Buddhism, abbot became a special term of Buddhism. Taoism became a pirated term, which was really unfair. Abbot Tianxin Abbot Tianxin was the title of the highest leader of the Daoist 10 Directions forest. It could also be called abbot. In the Song dynasty, Wang Engshi wrote, the Taoist abbot should be without dream. He wants to recite and imitate Huixiu. Zhuangzi the world became Xianying Shu, Fang, Dao. Dali Li Ji, Zhang, Cheng, Dao. That was the title of the senior Taoist. With Sun Simiao's prestige in Taoism, even though the Xuandu Temple was a royal Taoist temple, the Taoist abbot was very respectful to him. Is Yuan Tiangang in the temple? Sun Simiao asked directly. Immortal Master, today Immortal Master Yuan went to Cheng and to visit friends and hasn't returned yet. Please enter the temple and wait for a moment. The abbot replied respectfully. Whether it was Sun Simiao or Yuan Tiangang, for him, as the abbot of the Taoist temple, they were seniors and had to be carefully served. In Taoism, seniors were usually called Taoist or Immortal Master. Then let's wait for a moment. Inform me when Yuan Tiangang comes back. Hearing that Yuan Tiangang was not in the temple, Sun Simiao had to wait for him in the temple. The abbot of the Xuandu temple asked the little Taoist to bring the clay stove and the tools to make tea for everyone. Li Wangyu couldn't adapt to the dark cuisine in the tea. Besides, he couldn't understand the Taoist scriptures discussed by Sun Simiao and the abbot. He simply excused himself and walked out of the guest room. Then, he led Niao Wu to wander around the Xuandu temple. Xuandu Temple, the peach garden behind the temple, had been famous in Chang'an. Every time the peach blossoms in the temple, the literati, high-ranking officials, and noble ladies in Chang'an would invite their relatives and friends to enjoy the flowers in the Xuandu Temple. They came to the Xuandu Temple today in March. It was the season of peach blossoms in the temple. Xuandu Temple was the royal Taoist temple of the Tang dynasty. Without a certain status, it was difficult to enter and enjoy the peach blossoms. Therefore, in Noda's Xuandu Temple, there were not many people enjoying the peach blossoms. From time to time, there were sounds of pipa music coming from the peach garden. Clearly, it was the musicians brought by the nobles who came to the peach garden to liven things up. Li Wangyu just strolled around the peach garden. The peach blossoms in his eyes were majestic, like the tide of the sea. Up close, they were pretty and charming, like a young girl putting on makeup. A light breeze blew past, and the peach blossom petals drifted down. It was a beautiful sight. Li Wangyu's only regret was that he didn't bring his beautiful boss along with him to admire the peach blossoms at the Xuandu Temple. Behind him was only Niao Wu, the stout one-eyed man. It was really a killjoy. Just as he was thinking about bringing his beautiful boss and the others to enjoy the peach blossoms together in 2 days, he saw a few people dressed as scholars not far away talking loudly under the peach blossoms. When Li Wangyu saw this, he was amused. Sure enough, enemies would not meet each other. Who else could it be but Wang Ziqiao, the legitimate son of the Wang clan of Taiyuan who was surrounded by a few scholars? He, the legitimate son of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, was really awe-inspiring. Wherever he went, he was the center of the crowd. Was he planning to debut in the center position? Li Wangyu also had a deep grudge against Wang Ziqiao. The reason why he asked Pai Lupi to keep the knighthood a secret for the time being was that he wanted to dig a hole for Wang Ziqiao and others. The cynical man was not a generous person who could forget the enmity with a smile. Before the Wang clan of Taiyuan broke off the engagement, Li Wangyu felt that he had lost face for no reason and inexplicably targeted him. Li Wangyu had been angry for a long time. However, at that time, he was a commoner. Although he was on good terms with the playboys, he had no power or influence. the playboys could not protect him at all times. Therefore, even if he was unhappy, Li Wangyu had to endure it. After winning the gambling fight with Wang Ziqiao, he shrank in Dingzhou village because he was worried about the revenge of the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Jing family of Xinjiang. His small arms and legs could not stand the tossing of the aristocratic families. Li Wangyu saw very clearly that if these aristocratic families really wanted to deal with him, it was no different from pinching an ant to death. In the beginning, the Li clan of Huxian was a small 7th-level official who joined the army. He and the villagers of Dingzhou village were almost tortured to death, not to mention the aristocratic families. They were the forces that even dared to cheat Pai Lupi. He was forced to choose to be dormant because he did not have enough strength to fight against the aristocratic families like the 5 clans and 7 kings. However, the day before yesterday, he was accidentally knighted by Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu, the cynical man, immediately became brave. Although he was only the lowest county man who founded the country, it could ensure that he did not have to fear being wantonly bullied by others with the power of the government. Although the knighthood of the Tang dynasty was only an honorary title, it belonged to the real privileged class. In addition to not paying taxes, Li Wangyu's knighthood of the founding county baron was equivalent to the official rank of the 5th level. Therefore, after being knighted, Li Wangyu, the cynical man, actually thought about how to use this opportunity to set a trap for the Wang clan of Taiyuan. He just did not expect that he and Sun Simiao would meet Wang Ziqiao when they came to Xuandu Temple to look for Yuan Tiangang. Li Wangyu smiled and walked quickly to greet him. He also greeted him warmly, "Brother Wang, I didn't expect that we would meet again today after we parted in Pingkong Square a few days ago." It's a small world." Wang Ziqiao, who was surrounded by a group of scholars and occupied the center position, heard Li Wangyu's voice and could not help but look gloomy. "This bastard, after humiliating me last time, how dare he appear in front of me?" Wang Ziqiao suddenly felt a little guilty and quickly looked behind Li Wangyu to see if Ching Chimo's group of playboys were there. When he saw that Li Wangyu was alone, and there was only a one-eyed troop following behind him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Li Wangyu, you are truly bold. You actually dare to appear in front of this young master." Li Wangyu pretended to be surprised. "Hey, why do you say so, Brother Wang? Did I remember it wrong? I seem to have won the gambling fight last time, didn't I? Brother Wang, have you forgotten the content of our gambling fight? Do you want me to remind you?" Wang Ziqiao's face was even gloomier. Thinking that he said that day that he should salute and avoid Li Wangyu when he saw him in the future, he felt a surge of anger. However, in front of these scholars, he did not want to lose his demeanor. Forcefully suppressing his anger, Wang Ziqiao snorted coldly, I am too lazy to talk to an ignorant person like you." TSK, Brother Wang's words are really hurtful. However, Brother Wang, one cannot go back on one's words. Don't forget our gambling agreement. You can salute and avoid me now." Li Wangyu said mischievously with a smile on his face. The scholars that surrounded Wang Ziqiao like stars surrounding the moon were the scholars that came to the capital for this year's spring imperial examination. They had all submitted their examination papers to the Wang clan of Taiyuan and were recognized by the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Today, Wang Ziqiao invited them to come to Xuandu to admire the flowers in order to win over people's hearts. These scholars originally thought that Li Wangyu was Wang Ziqiao's friend. After hearing the conversation between the two, they immediately understood that the two sides were not on good terms. These scholars originally wanted to curry favor with Wang Ziqiao. At this moment, seeing Li Wangyu dressed in white, they knew that he was just a commoner. Therefore, without waiting for Wang Ziqiao to speak, someone immediately jumped out and attacked Li Wangyu for Wang Ziqiao. Chapter 202. These few scholars fought to show their loyalty and devotion in front of Wang Ziqiao, and all of them scolded Li Wangyu. "Young man, how dare you be so rude? Why don't you take a look at your status? How dare you speak to Master Wang in this manner? Why don't you apologize? Arrogant words, young man, how dare you speak such arrogant words? Is this how your parents taught you? Asking young Master Wang to bow to you? That's ridiculous. Shut up. Don't be rude. How can Master Wang be humiliated by people like you? How can a white-robed person enter the Xiandu temple? Are they not afraid of degrading the status of the Imperial Taoist temple? Li Wangyu was slightly stunned. What was the situation? These few scholars were as agitated as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Did he step on their tails? However, he quickly reacted and couldn't help but be amused. As expected, there would be no lack of people who flatter others no matter what dynasty it was. Obviously, this group of scholars all wanted to show off in front of the legitimate son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Their loyal and devoted appearance of protecting their master made Li Wangyu involuntarily think of the dogs that guarded the house in Dingzhou village. It seemed that they were also like this. They liked to bark at people non-stop. What made him feel even more amused was that this group of scholars were also wearing white, but felt that he had degraded the status of the Imperial Taoist temple by entering the Xiandu temple. This was really black humor. Li Wangyu naturally did not know that this group of scholars who surrounded Prince Qiao had already submitted their examination papers to the Taiyuan Wangs. They were the best of the best. With the recommendation of the Taiyuan Wangs, it could be said that these scholars already had one foot in the official career. Naturally, they started to look down on those who wore white. Their sharp and unkind words angered Niu Wu so much that he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to beat them up, but he was stopped by Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu laughed and said loudly to Niu Wu, do you know that recently because of the locust plague in Chang and city, prices have skyrocketed, everything has increased in price, but this person is getting more and more despicable. Niu Wu was stunned. What did Lang Jun mean? When Niu Wu came to his senses, he almost laughed out loud. His Lang Jun's mouth was really unforgiving. When the scholars on the other side figured out the meaning of Li Wangyu's words, they almost choked to death. This brat was scolding them for being cheap in a roundabout way. You Tian Shilang, how dare you do this? What a disgrace. What a disgrace. How dare you be so impudent in front of young Master Wang? These scholars were infuriated by Li Wangyu's words and Prince Qiao's face turned even darker. If not for the fact that there were many nobles in the Xiandu temple who came to admire the flowers and that he had to consider the face of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, Wang Ziqiao would have ordered his troops to drag Li Wangyu out and give him a good beating. As for that bullshit bet, Wang Ziqiao had already thrown it to the back of his mind. After being defeated at Peace Square, Wang Ziqiao had always wanted to take revenge on Li Wangyu. But recently, it was the crucial period of the battle between the aristocratic families and Pai Lupi in the imperial court. The aristocratic families, led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, wanted to use the locust plague to attack Pai Lupi's reputation and obtain a greater speaking power. This was not a secret in the imperial court. After Zheng Konghua of Xinjiang, the aristocratic families all restrained their disciples. They were afraid that they would cause trouble at this crucial moment and allow Pai Lupi to turn the tables. That was why Wang Ziqiao did not immediately go to Dingzhou village to find trouble with Li Wangyu. But he did not expect to meet him at the Xiandu temple today. Wang Ziqiao's triangular eyes shot out a ray of cold light. Without batting an eyelid, he stretched out his hand to summon one of his troops and whispered a few words into his ear. That troop nodded his head and looked at Li Wangyu with a sinister smile. After bowing, he turned around and left. Li Wangyu did not notice Wang Ziqiao's actions. He was still busy arguing with the scholars beside Wang Ziqiao. The words of the scholars turned from embarrassment to anger did not affect Li Wangyu at all. He turned his head and smiled at Niu Wu, did you see how these shameless people look like? He, Lang Jun, I saw. Niu Wu immediately agreed. The scholars beside Wang Ziqiao became even more furious. You dare to humiliate us. Humiliate you? Sorry, I think you have misunderstood. I did not say you are shameless. Li Wangyu grinned at them and revealed his white teeth. I am only saying that shameless people are the same as you. You are Tian Shilang. Tian Shilang. The scholars had never seen someone scold people in such a way. They were so angry that they stomped their feet. However, they only knew how to use Tian Shilang to scold Li Wangyu. Everyone, all of you are scholars who are well educated and have beautiful essays in your stomachs. What is there to talk about with this vulgar brat who has a sharp tongue? Don't bother with this person anymore. Seeing that the bunch of scholars beside him could not win against Li Wangyu in scolding, Wang Ziqiao could only helplessly stand out to smooth things over. Hee, I don't know if you have beautiful essays in your stomachs, but I am sure that all of you are rearing a fish in your brains. Li Wangyu did not plan to let them off. The bunch of scholars did not understand what Li Wangyu meant by his words, but it was definitely not something good. Therefore, they pretended not to hear and did not reply. Instead, it was Niu Wu who immediately asked, Lang Jun, what do you mean? Because they are rearing fish in their brains, they definitely have a lot of water. Fish still need to eat, and when fish eat, they will defecate. Niu Wu, look at the things in their brains, isn't it really a lot? Niu Wu was speechless. His Langjuan's mouth was really venomous. Wasn't he scolding them in a roundabout way that their brains were filled with water and feces? After Li Wangyu finished speaking, before Wang Ziqiao and the rest could get angry, a burst of loud laughter came from not too far away. Obviously, someone had heard Li Wangyu's roundabout way of scolding and could not help but be amused. When Wang Ziqiao and the rest heard this, they glared angrily at the person who laughed. In this peach garden, other than Li Wangyu, who else was so blind to dare to laugh at them? In the peach garden, two elders were standing not too far away, laughing happily. Huh, what a sharp-tongued young man. Brother Chong Yuan, do you know who this Mr. Xiao Lang is? One of the elders laughed until his face was wrinkled as he asked the other elder. The skinny elder smiled and nodded, I do know this Mr. Xiao Lang. He is Li Wangyu of Hu County. His name is Ziyu. Mr. Xiao Lang, am I wrong? Oh. He is Li Ziyu. What a coincidence today. This old man was just about to meet him. The other elder heard this and was pleasantly surprised. Li Wangyu was stunned. This skinny elder looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. He quickly bowed and said, yes, this young one is Li Wangyu of Hu County. How should I address the two elders? We are just passers-by. There is no need to care about us. You can continue. Mr. Xiao Lang's words are interesting. This old man has not heard such interesting words in a long time. It is really carefree. The two elders were actually enjoying the show. Not only did they not reveal their identities, but they also urged both sides to continue. Their words made Wang Ziqiao and the rest so angry that their noses were almost crooked. Where did these two old men come from? They were scolded, and these two old men actually said it was interesting. It was simply too infuriating. They were as bastards as Li Wangyu. Chapter 203. The words of the two old men also made Li Wangyu speechless. Is it really good for you guys to watch the show so brazenly? And one of the old men obviously recognized him, so he naturally felt embarrassed to continue scolding those scholars. Li Wangyu looked at the two old men. They had the demeanor of a big family, the aura of an elder, very similar to Yu Shinan. He knew that the two of them were definitely not normal people, so he just smiled and did not argue with those scholars. But those scholars beside Wang Ziqiao did not have Li Wangyu's eyesight. They were originally infuriated by Li Wangyu's ridicule and wished that they could immediately knock Li Wangyu to the ground and step on him a few times. These two old men, not only did they mock them, they even said that the little bastard was humorous and did not put them in his eyes at all. Therefore, the few scholars bore a grudge against these two old men. Looking at the two old men, they did not have any servants following behind them and their clothes were very simple. They were also dressed in white and did not have any accessories on their waists. They felt that they were just two normal old men. After Li Wangyu did not speak, these few scholars did not let it go and even scolded the two old men. Young Master Wang, this Xiandu temple does not live up to its name. How can any random person enter this Xiandu temple? That's right, Xiandu temple is the imperial Daoist temple of the Tang dynasty and is well known throughout the world. But this Daoist temple's restrictions are too lax. Young Master Wang, you should reprimand the abbot of this Daoist temple and strictly manage it. You are already so old, yet you still use your seniority to flaunt your seniority, truly shameless. Confucius said, young but not a grandson, old but not a grandson, old but not dead is a thief. The scholars beside Wang Ziqiao could not win against Li Wangyu in scolding, so they actually vented their anger on the two old men. Wang Ziqiao originally wanted to stop the few scholars beside him and humiliate the two old men. Although he didn't know these two people, he had a feeling that these two old men had extraordinary origins. It was better not to offend them. But before he could open his mouth, the scholars beside him, who felt that they had already relied on the Taiyuan Wang clan and thought that they would be promoted, get a raise, marry a rich and beautiful woman, and walk to the peak of life, could not wait to open their mouths and humiliate the two of them. Since it had already come to this, he could only shake his head and watch silently. The insulting words of the scholars made the two elders so angry that they almost went berserk. They felt that they had made a mistake today. Originally, he was in a good mood today, which was why he came to Xiandu Temple to admire the peach blossoms. Because they felt that the servants around them were in the way, they chased them far away. The two old men were enjoying themselves. However, he didn't expect that he would be insulted by Li Jia Shaolang just because of a joke. They did not expect that there would be someone in Chang, and who dared to humiliate them like this. They were really unlucky. The two old men's faces twitched a few times. Finally, they suppressed the anger in their hearts and turned their heads away with a cold snort. They were too lazy to talk to the few scholars. Zio, why are you free to come to Xiandu Temple today? Do you have any new poems recently? Tell me about it. The skinny old man who was called Brother Chong Yuan looked at Li Wangyu and asked. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and touched his nose. He thought to himself, who exactly are these two people? He had never seen them before. How did they know his surname and name, and that he could compose poems? He smiled embarrassedly and replied, two elders, I am here today to look for someone. As for poems, I don't have any for now. With your intelligence, isn't it easy for you to compose poems? Why don't you compose a poem for us using the peach blossoms of Xiandu Temple today? That's right. Li Zio, your poems are now being sung everywhere in Chang'an. I wonder if you can compose a poem for us today? After the two old men finished their words, before Li Wangyu could reply, he heard a burst of laughter from the scholars not far away. Brother, did you hear that? This old man actually wants the young boy to compose a poem. This is the biggest joke in the world. Since when did this poem become something that even the field workers could compose? What's even funnier is that he actually said that this young boy's poems are famous in Chang'an. What a joke. Do these peasants really know what a poem is? Being sung everywhere in Chang'an? I have been in Chang'an for more than a month. How come I have never heard of any poem written by Li Zio? You really don't know how to brag. How dare you talk about poems in front of us? I'm afraid you don't know that we are this year's spring imperial exam candidates? The imperial exam was one of the subjects in the Sui and Tang imperial exam system. Other than testing Confucian classics and current affairs, the imperial exam also tested poetry. In the Tang dynasty, the imperial exam could be publicly recommended by the aristocratic families before the exam. It was called the Pass of the Imperial Exam. The Old Tang book, the biography of Shui Deng, described it like this: driving the door of the temple, entering and exiting the palace of the kings and dukes, opening Chen Chen's poem, only sighing and spitting, touching the top to the foot, Ji's grace in guiding you. It was talking about how these scholars painstakingly curried favor with the rich and powerful in order to gain their favor and thus become scholars who passed the imperial exam. And these scholars were the scholars who were prepared by the Taiyuan Wang clan to be recommended by the Taiyuan Wang clan to the chief examiner, the pass of the imperial exam. To be accepted by the Taiyuan Wang clan, these scholars had some ability in poetry. So when they heard the two old men praising Li Wangyu for writing good poems, they ridiculed him like this. In their eyes, these peasants discussing poems in front of them was simply showing off their skills in front of Guan Yu and asking for humiliation. However, their words made Wang Ziqiao curse in his heart. He felt that the scholars that his family had selected this year were not crazy. Even if Wang Ziqiao and Li Wangyu were like fire and water, he would not attack him for not knowing how to compose poems. Were they idiots? They had been in Cheng and for so long. Could it be that they had not heard of Li Wangyu's works that had been handed down for generations? Even their Taiyuan Wang clan was ridiculed because of Li Wangyu's poems. Were they crazy? They wanted to compete with Li Wangyu on the level of poems? Actually, Wang Ziqiao had really wronged them. These scholars had not heard of Li Wangyu's works that had been handed down for generations. There was no other reason except for one word: poverty. That's right, it was because they were poor. These scholars were shy in their pockets. After coming to Chang'an, where would they find the copper coins to listen to the courtesans sing Li Wangyu's works? Because they were poor, they hardened their hearts and sent themselves to the Taiyuan Wang clan. They purposely fawned on them in order to advance in their careers. Because they were poor, these scholars who were not young in age were so arrogant after being accepted by the Taiyuan Wang clan. It was purely because they had been a loser for their whole life. Seeing the dawn of life in front of them, they were arrogant and dared to say anything. Wang Ziqiao opened his mouth but did not know what to say. If he were to introduce Li Wangyu's poetry talent to these scholars, he would not be able to say it and increase Li Wangyu's prestige for no reason. However, if he did not say it, he reckoned that these scholars that his family thought highly of would lose their face today. However, after thinking about it, it was not him, Wang Ziqiao, who would lose face. In addition, he was also dissatisfied with these scholars. Hence, he just kept his mouth shut and did not say anything. He would just treat it as watching a show. Wang Ziqiao did not say anything to remind these scholars. This made them mistakenly think that young Master Wang was silently allowing their provocation and hoped that they would use poems to educate these scholars. This made them even more proud. Chapter 204. The words of these scholars were heard by Li Wangyu and the two elders, but the three of them did not have any reaction at all. Only Li Wangyu could not help but wave his hand, as if he was driving away a fly that was flying around his ear. The two elders have praised me too much. I am really ashamed, but I do not have this poem for the time being. Li Wangyu came today to find Yuan Tiangang. The proper business had not been done yet, and he was too lazy to copy poems, so he tactfully declined. Seeing that Li Wangyu was not willing to compose a poem, the two elders were very regretful. However, the scholars beside Wang Ziqiao were interested. One of them purposely frowned, paced back and forth a few steps, and suddenly began to recite a poem. Thousands of dewdrops, where can they shine red? In the source of the warm wind, in the country of spring and water. This poem was naturally not made by that scholar on the spot. It was just that he had previously made a poem about peach blossoms, so he recited it at this moment, wanting to show off. This poem was not bad. Although it was far from being a masterpiece, it was still considered a masterpiece. A scholar from a poor family that could catch the eye of the Wang clan of Taiyuan naturally had some skills. When this poem was recited, even the two elders could not help but twist their beards and nod, feeling that this poem was not bad and was a masterpiece. However, it was just not bad. Compared to Li Wangyu's previous masterpieces, it was the difference between an abalone and a salted fish. Huh, brother, good poem. I also have one here, please listen to it. Immediately, another scholar did not want to be left behind. He also stood up and recited his poem with his hands behind his back. Flowers are empty in the dance floor, still red year after year. Tears stop at dawn, melancholy relies on the spring breeze. Good. This is called a poem. It is laughable that some farmers think that they can compose poems just because they can recite some limericks. The two of you are indeed talented, you will definitely pass the imperial examination this year. Well said, well said. You are also talented in poetry, but we are all relying on young Master Wang's support. After these few scholars recited their own works that they were proud of, they couldn't help but flatter each other. They didn't forget to flatter Wang Ziqiao while they were at it. Hearing them say the word spring examination, no one noticed that the two old men couldn't help but reveal a trace of ridicule. Li Wangyu and the others did not know that the two old men who were humiliated by this group of scholars were the two great scholars of the current imperial court. One was the Minister of Rites, Lu Quan. The other old man who knew Li Wangyu was the Chancellor of the Imperial College, one of the 18 scholars of King Qin's mansion, Kongingda, Kong Chongyuan. That day at Chu Jiangqi Poetry Gathering, it was Kongingda who announced the topic of the poem to the students. Li Wangyu had seen him from afar at that time. However, at that time, he had only seen them twice from afar. After that, Li Wangyu had gotten himself drunk and entered the Tsujiang Pond Pavilion in a muddle-headed state. He had no idea who he had met that day. Therefore, Li Wangyu did not recognize Kongingda just now. He only felt that Kongingda looked familiar. For this year's spring examination, the chief examiner of the Ministry of Rites was Lu Quan and the assistant examiner was the Chancellor of the Imperial College, Kongingda. In other words, the scholars that Wang clan of Taiyuan had prepared to announce had just spoken without thinking and insulted the two chief examiners. After listening to the poems of these scholars, Lu Quan and Kongingda felt that it was a pity. They then turned their gazes towards Li Wangyu. Ziyu, don't hide your incompetence. How about composing a poem for the two of us? This. Li Wangyu was slightly hesitant. Without waiting for him to decide whether he should plagiarize a poem or not, he heard the scholars start to clamor again. Compose a poem? A limerick? If this little brat knows how to compose a poem, I'll kneel down and kowtow to him as my master. Haha. Li Wangyu couldn't help but cast a sideways glance at the person who spoke. He said indifferently, "Acknowledge me as your master? You don't have that right." His words weren't considered nonsense. Now that Li Wangyu had two disciples, one was a lower 6th rank imperial censor and the other was a higher 4th rank assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. If this was spread out, it would scare this group of scholars to death. Needless to say, this middle-aged scholar's character was low and Li Wangyu didn't even take a liking to him. Even if this kind of person knelt down and begged to be taken in as a disciple, Li Wangyu wouldn't take a second look. Li Wangyu felt that what he said was the truth, but this group of scholars took it as words to humiliate them. All of them flew into a rage. If it wasn't for the fact that he was behind Li Wangyu and Niu Wu's tall and sturdy body, he would have thought of charging up to fight with his life. Humph, you are indeed eloquent. Insolent. Full of nonsense, you really don't know what you're talking about. Young Master Wang, which family does this young man come from? How can he be so frivolous? Li Wangyu snorted coldly, "You bunch of poor people, if you want to hear my poem, then prick up your ears and listen." He originally wanted to keep a low profile, but since there were people who wanted to give him face, Li Wangyu naturally didn't mind giving these few scholars a resounding slap. He paced around the peach garden and thought about which great poem he should copy. In the peach garden of Xiandu Temple, there was a small grass hut built. This was a resting place for the craftsmen who managed the peach garden. Outside the grass hut, there were a few farming tools for plowing the soil. Li Wangyu's eyes couldn't help but light up as he opened his mouth to recite. In the peach garden is the Peach Blossom Nunnery. Under the Peach Blossom Nunnery are the Peach Blossom Immortals. The Peach Blossom Immortals plant peach trees and pluck peach blossoms to exchange for wine money. What he recited was the great scholar Tang Bohu's Song of Peach Blossom Nunnery. However, he changed the beginning of the Peach Blossom Cove to Peach Blossom Garden, which was more suitable for the scene. These 4 lines of the poem were simple and didn't have any flowery words. When the few scholars heard this, they curled their lips and revealed a mocking expression. This was called a poem? In the Peach Blossom Garden, there was a Peach Blossom Nunnery, and in the Peach Blossom Nunnery, there was a Peach Blossom Immortal. The Peach Blossom Immortal planted many peach trees and plucked peach blossoms to exchange for wine money. To be so straightforward, he was indeed a farmer. How could he have any literary talent to speak of? These few scholars exchanged glances with one another and couldn't help but want to mock him. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda naturally wouldn't be as shallow as them. However, they felt that these 4 lines were using peach blossoms as a metaphor for a hermit, vividly portraying the image of a hermit who wandered under the forest, was free and easy, loved life and lived happily like an immortal. However, If there were only these 4 lines, it was a little too weak and couldn't be considered a great work. Just as the two of them were frowning, they heard Li Wangyu continue to recite. When sober, only sit in front of the flowers, when drunk, still sleep under the flowers. Half drunk and half awake, day after day, flowers wilt and bloom year after year. When these 4 lines of the poem were recited, the few scholars couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression, and the mocking expression on their faces disappeared. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda exchanged glances and felt that Li Wangyu's poem was not bad. No matter if he was sober or drunk, he didn't leave the peach blossoms. Day after day, year after year, even as time passed, the flowers bloomed and withered. His original intention didn't change. Wonderful. Without waiting for them to praise, they heard Li Wangyu continue to recite. I hope to die in the wine and flowers, and not bow in front of carriages and horses. The rich are interested in the dust of carriages and horses, the poor are fated. If wealth is compared to poverty, one is on the ground, one is in the sky. If poverty is compared to carriages and horses, he has to drive and I have nothing to do. These few lines of the poem caused the few scholars' expressions to turn ugly. They thought that Li Wangyu was mocking them. Money could buy enjoyment, but it couldn't buy a leisurely and poetic life. Even if they were poor, they wouldn't lose the joy of life and the richness of the spirit. And the few of them purposely sucked up to the Taiyuan Wang clan for glory and wealth. It was the complete opposite of the attitude in the poem. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda's eyes became brighter and brighter. They were right to come to the Xian Du temple today. To be able to hear such a poem, they had to drink a lot. It was a pity that they didn't have any wine on them. Chapter 205. Li Wangyu's Song of Peach Blossom Nunnery had been copied to this point. No matter if it was Kong Yingda, Lu Quan, Wang Ziqiao, and the other scholars, they all thought that it was finished. They had to admit that this poem was already many times better than the so-called proud works of those scholars. Comparing goods would be embarrassing, comparing people would be infuriating. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda were already prepared to clap their hands and cheer. Li Jia Xiaolang indeed did not disappoint them. Even though in the eyes of the two scholars, this poem seemed to be lacking a bit of charm and did not seem to have reached the level of a work that could be passed down for generations, but compared to the poems of those scholars that they had heard before, it was already rather stunning. They heard Li Wangyu's voice paused, took in a deep breath and continued to recite. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, I laugh at others for not being able to see through. Not seeing the tombs of the heroes of the 5 hills, no flowers, no wine, no hoe for the fields. When he recited the last 4 lines of the poem, the faces of everyone present changed. Wang Ziqiao gritted his teeth while the faces of those scholars turned pale and were very embarrassed. The tomb of the heroes of the 5 hills in this poem was referring to the aristocratic families. The meaning was that even though those aristocratic families were once glorious, now they could not see their tombs and were only used as fields for farming. From Wang Ziqiao's point of view, Li Wangyu was simply cursing them. How could these aristocratic families not be enraged? As for those scholars, their faces were filled with embarrassment. They had been bragging to each other for so long and in the end, they were slapped in the face by this weak young man. Even if they did not want to admit this Song of Peach Blossom Nunnery, they could only accept it in their hearts. It was because they realized the difference that these scholars were even more embarrassed and angry. Compared to this young man in front of them, they had lived for so many years in vain. How could they not be angry? As for Lu Quan and Kong Yingda, their faces were filled with astonishment. Originally, it was only a poem, but because of these last 4 lines, it had become a work that could be passed down for generations. It could not help but make these 2 scholars surprised. Kong Yingda chewed and savored the entire poem. He stroked his beard and praised, "This poem is real and easy, not restricted to the method, the concept is fresh and fresh, it is indeed a work of art. Ziyu, based on this poem alone, if you were to participate in the spring imperial examination, you would definitely come in first place. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. Li Zio, it's a pity that you're not participating in this year's spring quarter examination." Lu Quan had the same attitude. The praise of the two elders made Li Wangyu blush slightly. He had only plagiarized Tang Bohu's poem. Actually, he did not know how to compose poems. What's more, the poem he copied wasn't really suitable. Tang Bohu wrote this poem because of his deep insight into life and his transcendental open-mindedness. Tang Bohu, who was frustrated in his career, had made a wise choice in life. Although he was poor, he did not lose the joy of life. Tang Bohu's life was rich in spirit. But where was Li Wangyu's frustration and poverty at the moment? He had just been conferred the title of county man of the founding county of the Tang dynasty. He was already in the privileged class of the Tang dynasty. If he still recited Tang Bohu's poem, he would be suspected of being too pretentious. Therefore, the humble Li Wangyu only chuckled and didn't say anything. However, the praise of the two great scholars was particularly harsh in the ears of the scholars. Although they knew that this young man had crushed their poetry into dregs, they did not feel guilty at all. Instead, they became more and more arrogant because of their inferiority complex. In their eyes, no matter how good this young man's poem was, what could it do? Without the recommendation of an aristocratic family, it was impossible to pass the imperial examination. And they had been chosen by the Wang clan of Taiyuan. This year's spring quarter examination was just a formality. They were bound to become officials. With this mentality, when they heard Kong Yingda and Lu Quan's words, they were extremely unhappy and began to ridicule them. What a joke. You two old men, do you think the imperial examination is run by your family? The spring quarter examination is the imperial examination. How can this kind of young man enter it? First place in grade A? You're just a fool talking nonsense. Tian Shaolang is Tian Shaolang. Reciting a poem that was plagiarized from who knows where and thinking that he can pass the Grand Scholar exam. It's really funny. Brother, you're right. I don't know where this poem was plagiarized from. How can this kind of carefree attitude be something that a young man like him can do? It's ridiculous. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. I did plagiarize, but so what? Can you find Tang Bohu from a few hundred years in the future to confront me? However, Li Wangyu was not so thick-skinned to defend himself and say that this poem was written by himself. He did not intend to defend himself, but that did not mean that Kong Yingda and Lu Quan would not speak. To these two great scholars, Li Wangyu was definitely a young talent. How could he be humiliated by these scholars? Shut up. Have all your etiquette, justice, integrity, and sense of shame gone to the stomachs of dogs? Instead of reflecting on your own knowledge, you're slandering Li Jia Shaolang for plagiarism. This kind of legendary work, why don't you try to plagiarize it for me to see? Lu Quan said angrily. Although he was a great scholar, he was also one of the 6 ministries. When he was angry, it was even scary. Kong Yingda also shook his head. Common people look at their etiquette, noble people look at their actions. You haven't even been nominated yet and you're already so domineering. You're not worthy of being a scholar. You don't have to participate in this year's spring imperial examination. Even if you participate, you won't be accepted. The few scholars' faces changed slightly. They then spat out in disdain, "Pay, 2 old fools, who do you think you are?" Tian Shaolang also dares to speak so arrogantly. You're really a toad yawning. What big words. We will definitely pass this year's spring imperial examination. Is it something that 2 old fools like you can talk nonsense about? We are scholars who have obtained the recognition of Taiyuan Wang clan. Who do you think you are? At this moment, these scholars had long been overwhelmed by anger and started to speak without thinking. When Li Wangyu heard the 2 old men's words, a strange glow flashed across his eyes. The identities of these 2 old men didn't seem to be simple. Heh, the few scholars beside Wang Ziqiao are probably going to be in big trouble. Taiyuan Wang clan. Humph, how impressive. I would like to see how Taiyuan Wang clan will allow you to enter the spring imperial examination. Lu Quan took a glance at Wang Ziqiao who was behind the scholars and spoke with disdain. Wang Ziqiao became more clear-headed at this moment. He hurriedly separated the few scholars in front of him and went forward to greet Lu Quan and Kong Yingda. "Greetings, I am Taiyuan Wang Clan's Wang Ziqiao. May I know the names of the two old men?" Lu Quan glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and replied unhurriedly, "I am Lu Quan." "I am Kong Yingda." Lu Quan. Kong Yingda. Wang Ziqiao and the few scholars felt that these two names were very familiar. After pondering for a moment, everyone's faces instantly turned pale. Minister of Rites? Chancellor of the Imperial College? The Chief Examiner and Deputy Chief Examiner of this year's Spring Imperial Examination? Did we call these two old fools just now? The few scholars who were still speaking rudely earlier felt their legs go soft and fell onto the ground. Chapter 206. These scholars who were flushed with success earlier now had ashen faces and their bodies were trembling like sieves. They were scared to the extreme. Even if their minds were not clear, they knew that their official career was over. Even if they had the recommendation of Taiyuan Wang clan, it was simply wishful thinking to want to pass the imperial exam after offending the two main examiners of the spring imperial examination and the big shots of the imperial court. Originally, these scholars from poor families had a decent level of knowledge. Otherwise, they would not have been accepted by Taiyuan Wang clan. However, because of a mistake, they purposely curried favor with Wang Ziqiao and thought that they could become an official. However, they forgot their duty as a person. His reckless actions had destroyed his own future. He really regretted his actions in the first place. If they had another chance, these few scholars would rather not go to the examination paper and honestly rely on their own knowledge to go to the examination hall. Who knows, they might be able to pass the examination in one go and become an official. However, it was obviously too late to say anything now. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda, the two great scholars, now had an extremely bad impression of these scholars. No matter how good their knowledge was, they would never let them pass the imperial exam with such a bad character. If people with this kind of character were to become an official in the future, they would be cheating the people of the Tang dynasty. After Wang Ziqiao learned of Lu Quan and Kong Yingda's identity, he was also stunned. Following which, his face also became ugly. He turned around and looked at the scholars who were sitting on the ground. A look of disdain flashed through his triangular eyes. He was only glad that he did not say anything excessive just now and did not attract unnecessary enemies for his family. As for these scholars, without a doubt, Taiyuan Wang clan would definitely abandon them. Those who could not pass the imperial exam were trash. For Taiyuan Wang clan, they were useless. Wang Ziqiao bowed deeply to Lu Quan and Kong Yingda again. "Minister Lu, Chancellor Kong, my Taiyuan Wang clan has nothing to do with these people. I ask the two of you not to wrongly blame my Taiyuan Wang clan. My Taiyuan Wang clan is also ashamed to be associated with such despicable people. I ask the two of you to investigate clearly." How could Lu Quan and Kong Yingda be fooled by his words of disentanglement? Towards Wang Ziqiao's actions of abandoning those few scholars, the two of them felt disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. The aristocratic families were indeed cruel to the extreme. However, they did not want to offend the Taiyuan Wang clan too much, so they only nodded slightly. "Since it has nothing to do with the Taiyuan Wang clan, Xiao Lang, please do as you please." Wang Ziqiao glanced at Li Wangyu, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. After greeting Kong Yingda again with a smile, he waved his sleeves and led his troops away. As for those few scholars, he couldn't even be bothered to take another look at them, as if he really didn't know them. A few scholars stretched out their arms towards the back of Prince Qiao as he left. They wanted to shout something, but after opening their mouths, they finally shut their mouths dejectedly. Tears of remorse directly rolled down from the corners of their eyes. After Wang Ziqiao left, the few scholars also became like walking corpses, bowing towards Kong Yingda and Kong Yingda before walking out of the Daoist temple in a daze. Kong Yingda also couldn't be bothered with these few scholars, and smiled towards Li Wangyu. "Ziyu, you don't remember me?" At this moment, Li Wangyu finally recalled where he had seen this skinny old man before. It was at the Lake Chu poetry gathering that day. He hurriedly bowed with his hands clasped in front. "I greet Chancellor Kong, I greet Minister Lu." Chancellor Kong, please forgive me for my poor eyesight just now. I have seen you at the Lake Chu poetry gathering that day. Huh, I thought you couldn't remember. That day at the Lake Chu poetry gathering, Ziyu, you were famous for a period of time. Lake Chu poetry gathering, spring river scenery, and leaving the fortress are all works that have been handed down for generations. Also, that Dreamy Tianlao's farewell that you wrote after you were drunk really shocked me. Chancellor Kong, you flatter me. It was all my fault for being impetuous. I drank too much and messed things up when I was drunk. Speaking of this matter, Li Wangyou's face turned red. He drank too much and actually recited something in front of Pai Lupi. How can I bend my eyebrows and bend my waist to serve the rich and powerful, causing me to be unhappy? He was simply courting death. Because of this matter, Pai Lupi even pulled his ear and lectured him for half a day after he was conferred a noble title, causing him to regret it greatly. Now that this matter was brought up by Kong Yingda, Li Wangyou felt even more embarrassed. His embarrassed look made Lu Quan and Kong Yingda burst into laughter. They increasingly felt that Li Wangyou was to their liking. Zio, what I said just now was not a joke. Are you really not going to consider participating in this year's spring examination? Kong Yingda asked Li Wangyou seriously after he finished laughing. Li Wangyou was speechless. Why were these great scholars the same as Yu Shinan, wanting him to enter an official career? He didn't want to reject the good intentions of these two elders. He looked around and saw that there was no one else around, so he took out an item from his robe and handed it to them. Hee, Chancellor Kong, Minister Lu, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that with my current status, it's inconvenient for me to participate in this spring examination. Kong Yingda was stunned and reached out to take the item. What do you mean? Zio, why is it inconvenient for you to participate in the spring? This is a goldfish talisman. Lu Quan was also stunned when he heard this. He hurriedly reached out to take the goldfish talisman from Kong Yingda and examined it carefully. The goldfish talisman of the founding county's baron. Zio, where did you get this? Lu Quan cried out in surprise. What Li Wangyou gave them was the proof of his identity after he was conferred a noble title. In the Tang dynasty, the fish talisman was the proof of an official's identity. According to the new Tang dynasty, all internal and external officials of the 5th rank and above wore a fish talisman and a fish pouch with the words, noble and lowly, answer the summons. Princes are given gold, and commoners are given bronze. They are inscribed with their titles and names. During Wu Zetian's reign, the goldfish talisman was changed to a turtle talisman. This was also the origin of the phrase, golden turtle's son-in-law, referring to a noble son-in-law. Li Wangyou, the founding county's baron, was also given a fish talisman made of gold. It had his name and title written on it. This was the proof of his noble title. I was bestowed the title of county's baron by the saint a few days ago. Even if I wanted to participate in this spring examination, I wouldn't be able to. Li Wangyou replied smugly. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda couldn't help but feel their teeth ache. A 16-year-old youth had actually been conferred a noble title? If this matter were to spread, who knew how many people would be so shocked that their eyeballs would pop out? The two elders were even slightly jealous because even they hadn't been conferred a noble title yet. Although Kong Yingda was one of the 18 scholars of the King of Qin's estate and the Chancellor of the Imperial College, he had never been conferred a noble title in his entire life. Lu Quan was conferred the title of Duke Rui by Pai Lupi in his later years, but that was 12 years after Zhenguan's death. There were still 10 years before he would be conferred a noble title. County's baron, you. Kong Yingda didn't know what to say. Li Wangyou hurriedly bowed. Chancellor Kong, you should just call me Zio. I really don't deserve your honorific. Lu Quan returned the goldfish talisman to Li Wangyou and shook his head with a bitter smile. County's Li Wangyou was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 207. Li Wangyou reached out and took his goldfish talisman and put it back into his arms. When he was about to say something, he saw a little Taoist from Xuandu Temple hurrying over and finding Li Wangyou in the peach garden. Monk, Immortal Yuan is back. Immortal's son invites you. Li Wangyou was overjoyed. Finally, Yuan Tiangang came back. He quickly apologized to Kong Yingda and Lu Quan and followed the little Taoist to the elegant room. Halfway through, Li Wangyu suddenly remembered that he forgot to ask Kong Yingda and Lu Quan to keep it a secret for him. But after thinking about it, Li Wangyu decided to forget it. Today, he had seen how Prince Qiao treated those scholars as if they were his worn-out shoes. He had no interest in digging a hole for the Wang family of Taiyuan. The aristocratic families like the Wang clan of Taiyuan were too cold. Even if he dug a hole for them to jump in, he would just throw a few abandoned pieces to block the knife. It would not hurt their muscles and bones. It was meaningless. He had to hurry up and help Pai Lupi get rid of that divine punishment. Only in this way could he hit the aristocratic families. Even for justice, it could also let him vent his anger. In the elegant room of Xuandu Temple, Li Wangyu finally saw Yuan Tiangang, the legendary Taoist in the early Tang dynasty. The old Taoist was now in his 80s, but he looked ruddy and energetic. His body was not worse than Sun Simiao's. Li Wangyu could not help but be a little surprised. Yuan Tiangang looked so healthy. Why did his life run out after only 6 years? Sun Simiao lived for more than 140 years. Although Sun Simiao's medical skills were outstanding and he was proficient in health care, Yuan Tiangang seemed to be in good health. It was impossible to see that he only had 6 years left. Li Wangyu's mind was in a mess. He quickly stepped forward and saluted respectfully. Li Wangyu of Hu County greets immortal Yuan. Xiao Lang, you don't have to be so courteous. Yuan Tiangang's Sichuan accent made Li Wangyu feel a little familiar. After Sun Simiao introduced both parties to each other, both parties greeted each other and knelt down in the elegant room. The young Taoist brought in tea and snacks. Before Li Wangyu said his intention, he saw Yuan Tiangang staring at his face and looking at it carefully. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. Immortal Master Yuan, is there something on my face? Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and touched his face, thinking that he had touched something unclean. Yuan Tiangang shook his head and replied, nothing, it's just my habit to read people's faces. Oh. What about my facial features? Although Li Wangyu didn't believe in face reading, it was rare to see Yuan Tiangang, a famous historical figure, who was said to have read Wu Zetian's face. He was naturally curious about his own face. Regarding Li Wangyu's words, Yuan Tiangang was a little hesitant. After carefully looking at Li Wangyu's face for a long time, he replied uncertainly, I can't understand Xiao Lang's face. Immortal Yuan, what do you mean? Li Wangyu asked. Yuan Tiangang hesitated for a moment and replied, Xiao Lang can listen to my words, but don't take it seriously. I read Xiao Lang's face and found that he was born to be a jinx to his parents. In addition, his eyebrows are connected to his heart, and his luck is strange. He is often framed and criticized, and he is poor. Li Wangyu couldn't help but open his mouth. Yuan Tiangang was really powerful. Wasn't that the case? Now his parents were dead, and since he crossed over to the Tang dynasty, he had been framed and criticized by villains. Whether it was the Li clan in Huxian or the Wang clan in Taiyuan, it was the same. Before Li Wangyu could exclaim, Yuan Tiangang said, I read Xiao Lang's face and found that he doesn't have a long life and is prone to diseases. It seems that he will die young. Li Wangyu couldn't help being stunned. Doesn't have a long life? Was the previous owner of this body considered to have died prematurely because of a short lifespan? Is he talking about himself? Did I cross over to the Tang dynasty and finally get the title of nobility? My good life is in front of me. Will I not live long? When he was unhappy because of Yuan Tiangang's words, he heard the old Taoist continue to say, but after careful observation, I see that Xiao Lang's mountain roots are full, and his Taoism is long. This is clearly the sign of longevity. In the Fate Palace, the eyes are clear, Saturn is straight, and the forehead is like a river. It is the sign of great wealth. Yuan Tiangang shook his head. This is the first time I have seen someone with two kinds of fate in his face, and they are completely opposite. I really can't understand Xiao Lang's face. It's really weird. Li Wangyu was stunned for a long time and finally came to his senses. Is Yuan Tiangong's face really so good? Isn't the face of the previous owner of this body that jinxes his parents and makes him die young and poor? After his soul crossed over to the Tang dynasty, he replaced the unlucky Li Wangyu. Does this count as changing my fate against the heaven? Great wealth, this should be referring to me, right? Hey, now I have been granted the title of nobility, and my family's various industries are thriving. It seems that Yuan Tiangong's face is really right. He glanced at Yuan Tiangang with a little guilty conscience and secretly thought that the old Taoist wouldn't see through his soul crossing over to the Tang dynasty and taking over the nest of the magpie, would he? Yuan Tiangang just glanced at him with a little deep meaning, and then passed the matter and no longer mentioned it. Li Wangyu's back almost sweated. Yuan Tiangang is really a metaphysics master. He can see so much just by looking at my face. He quickly changed the topic. Immortal Yuan, how old are you this year? Boy, look at your ruddy face and white hair. You are really a Taoist master. I am 81 years old this year, and I don't have much life left. Immortal Yuan, what are you talking about? Your body is better than mine, and you are a Taoist. You must live a long life. Yuan Tiangang smiled and waved his hand. I have calculated it clearly. In another 6 years, my lifespan will be exhausted. His casual words caused Li Wangyu to have goosebumps all over his body. The hair on his arms was about to stand up. Can Yuan Tiangang really calculate these? It's really amazing. Is this metaphysics really so powerful? Li Wangyu didn't dare to discuss these with Yuan Tiangang anymore. He quickly said his intention, Immortal Yuan, the old immortal and I are here today to ask for your help. Xiao Lang, please. After Li Wangyu asked the little Taoist who served everyone in the elegant room to leave, he told the whole story of why he and Sun Simiao came to him. In the end, he cupped his hands and said to Yuan Tiangang seriously, this matter is related to the people of the Tang dynasty. Whether they can escape this disaster of locusts, I ask Immortal Yuan to help. After it is done, the sage will reward me. This is also a matter of great merit. Please don't refuse. After listening to Li Wangyu's words, Yuan Tiangang didn't speak for a long time, just bowing his head and thinking. Li Wangyu was a little anxious and asked, Immortal Yuan, do you have any concerns? You don't have to worry about those aristocratic families. The sage will make the decision for you. Yuan Tiangang waved his hand and said, Xiao Lang, I have nothing to worry about. I am naturally willing to preside over the ceremony of the great sacrifice of all heaven. But how can it be possible for the Taoist ancestor to show his spirit and personally say that it is not the wrath of heaven? I don't have this ability. It turned out to be this. Li Wangyu couldn't help laughing when he heard this. It depended on his ability. Chapter 208. The plan that Li Wangyu just told Yuan Tiangang was very simple. He asked Yuan Tiangang to hold a Luo Tian grand ritual in the name of praying in front of Pai Lupi and the ministers in Taiji Palace. In the Luo Tian grand ritual, the Tao ancestor would show himself and personally eliminate the disaster of locusts. The ritual was a grand ceremony of Taoism to worship the god of heaven. Luo Tian, or Daluotian, referred to the extremely high and mysterious realm above the three realms of heaven. The Luo Tian grand ritual was an extremely grand ceremony to worship the god of heaven. It enshrined 1,200 divine positions to protect the country and people, to prolong life and death, to eliminate disasters, and to pray for blessings and thanks. It was written in the cloud bookcase 7 lots, below it is the altar of blessing and happiness, with 1,200 divine positions. For the Luo Tian grand ritual, the ritual objects and rites are lowered to the middle altar, 1,200 divine positions, including the gods of heaven, the gods of earth, the gods of the 9 continents, the gods of 10 places, the heroes of ancestors, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Zhou, King Wen, Confucius, Sage, Lord Ming, Virtuous, Loyal, and Virtuous. Many emperors in the past dynasties invited Taoist priests to set up a ritual in the palace or in the famous mountains whenever there was a major event or disaster in the country. In the name of eliminating the plague of locusts, there was no problem to set up a ritual in Taiji Palace and hold the Luo Tian Grand Ritual. It would not make those aristocratic families suspicious. However, Li Wangyu wanted the Tao ancestor to show himself in the Luo Tian Grand Ritual and eliminate the disaster of heaven. Sun Simiao and Yuan Tiangang could only smile bitterly. Although they were all cultivators, who had heard that the Tao ancestor could really show himself. How could it be done? Although Taoism also had some tricks to fool the secular mortals, it was not much different from the monk that Li Wangyu saw on the cross street of Hu County that day. The monk fooled the Li clan and cheated 200 taels of gold with the chemical reactions that were common in the streets of later generations. In Taoism, there were many such tricks, and even more exquisite ones. But in Taiji Palace, in front of all the officials, and aristocratic families, it was simply a fantasy to use those methods to trick them. Even if Yuan Tiangang could deceive everyone's eyes, he couldn't figure out how to make the statue of Tao Zhu appear and break the divine punishment. If he really had such ability, why would he be a mere county magistrate in the Firewell County? Yuan Tiangang knew that some people could speak with ventriloquism. He didn't need to open his mouth. In the eyes of others, it seemed that others were talking. However, such a method could not fool the officials in public. Therefore, after listening to Li Wangyu's idea, even Yuan Tiangang could only shake his head again and again. Ma Zhou's original plan was to use the mighty figures of Taoism to hold the heavenly grand ritual and claim that the divine wrath was nonsense. However, after careful consideration, Li Wangyu felt that this was not enough to convince the aristocratic families. It was even more difficult for them to agree to the imperial court's order to exterminate the locusts. Therefore, Li Wangyu came up with this upgraded version of the plan. Sun Simiao was also frightened by Li Wangyu's imagination, so he repeatedly refused and introduced Yuan Tiangang to him. Yuan Tiangang also admitted that he was not an immortal. How could he make the Tao Zhu appear in the heavenly grand ritual and break the divine punishment? Hey, immortal Yuan, you don't need to worry about this. I will do it. Then you just need to do what I say. Really? Of course. Yuan Tiangang hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although he didn't believe that Li Wangyu could make the Tao Zhu appear. But since Li Wangyu patted his chest and promised, and this was Pai Lupi's idea, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Although Yuan Tiangang was proficient in metaphysics, he was not the old Taoist Sun Simiao who saw through the mortal world and was devoted to Taoism. Otherwise, as a Taoist, he would not be a county magistrate in the Firewell County of Shu Commandery. Yuan Tiangang still had enough awe for the secular imperial power. As for what Li Wangyu said, Pai Lupi had other rewards after the matter was done. He also had some expectations. Although Yuan Tiangang could even calculate his own lifespan, he still could not jump out of the mortal world. From this point of view, Yuan Tiangang was not as good as Sun Simiao. Seeing that Yuan Tiangang nodded, Li Wangyu immediately asked Miao Wu to call the little Taoist and asked him to invite the abbot. After the abbot arrived, Li Wangyu took out an imperial edict from his arms and read the edict of Pai Lupi to him. The imperial edict ordered the abbot of Xuandu Temple to gather the manpower and material resources of 58 Taoist temples in Chang and city to hold the heavenly grand ritual in Taiji Palace 3 days later. This imperial edict was sent by Pai Lupi to Li Wangyu yesterday. For this heavenly grand ritual, Pai Lupi ordered that Li Wangyu was responsible for directing these Taoist temples to set up the altar and build the ritual. The abbot of Xuandu Temple received the imperial edict in fear and trepidation and immediately ordered the little Taoist to immediately invite the abbots of the 58 Taoist temples in Chang and city to come to Xuandu Temple to discuss this matter. Li Wangyu also asked Yuan Tiangang to be the officiant of the heavenly grand ritual in front of the abbot of Xuandu Temple, and asked the abbot to obey all the instructions of Yuan Tiangang. In this regard, the abbot of Xuandu Temple naturally nodded and agreed. Li Wangyu finished the matter and was not ready to stay. Anyway, he did not know how to do the heavenly grand ritual of Taoism at all, so he left it all to these professionals to handle. Li Wangyu just intended to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Before leaving, Li Wangyu asked the abbot to find him a statue of Tao Zhu, which was useful to him. Tao Zhu was Lao Zi Li heir. Li Yuan, the ancestor of the Tang dynasty, had long revered Laozi, Li Er, as his ancestor. That was why Li Wangyu chose the Tao ancestor to show his divinity as the deity to break the heavenly wrath. The abbot of Xuandu Temple and Yuan Tiangang did not understand what Li Wangyu wanted to do, but they still followed his instructions and asked for a bronze statue from the main hall where Tao Zhu was worshipped and gave it to him. This statue of Tao Zhu was about 50 centimeters high. It was made of copper and gold, hollow cast, so it was not heavy. His plan to get rid of the heavenly wrath was going to fall on the statue of the Tao ancestor. Li Wangyu carefully looked at the gilded statue and felt it was suitable. He signaled Miao Wu to hold the statue and left. Sun Simiao and his disciple Lu Shenwei stayed in Xuandu Temple, ready to talk with their old friend Yuan Tiangang and help to prepare the heavenly grand ritual. In Xuandu Temple, everyone was busy preparing the heavenly grand ritual. Li Wangyu looked relaxed. He led Miao Wu out of the Taoist temple and prepared to go back to Zhou village. The abbot of Xuandu Temple politely sent Li Wangyu out of the Taoist temple. Although he did not know the real identity of Li Wangyu, he dared not neglect him since he could take out the imperial edict and was the person in charge of the heavenly grand ritual. Unexpectedly, just as Li Wangyu took Miao Wu out of Xuandu Temple, several black-clothed yamen runners surrounded them from both sides of the Taoist temple before they got on the horse. These black-clothed bailiffs held iron rulers and chains in their hands. When they saw Li Wangyu and Miao Wu come out of the Taoist temple, their eyes all lit up. Without saying a word, they rushed over and surrounded the two of them. "You are Li Wangyu from Hu County?" The leader of the group was a bailiff with a fierce face and a saber at his waist. He reeked of alcohol and staggered as he walked. He belched and shouted at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu and Miao Wu were stunned. What was going on? Chapter 209. Li Wangyu vaguely guessed it, but he still cupped his hands politely to the head of the yamen runners. "Officer, I am Li Wangyu from Hu County. What can I do for you?" The head of the yamen runners burped and went forward to grab Li Wangyu's neck. He also shouted, "It's you. Damn it, we are drinking happily. Are you looking for trouble for us? Stop. What do you want to do?" The abbot of the Taoist temple exclaimed. Before the head of the yamen runners could grab Li Wangyu, he was firmly held in the palm of a strong hand. The head of the yamen runners struggled a few times but could not break free. Miao Wu held the gilded bronze statue of Tao Zhu with one hand and the arm of the head of the yamen runners tightly with the other. "Officer, what do you mean by this?" Li Wangyu looked at the yamen runners around them and asked unhurriedly. Chongren Square was under the jurisdiction of the county yamen of Wanyan County in Chang'an. He had never dealt with Wanyan County, so he naturally did not know these yamen runners. The head of the yamen runners was obviously a little drunk. A mouthful of saliva with the smell of alcohol sprayed toward Li Wangyu and Miao Wu. "Boy, you committed a crime. Someone accused you of stealing other people's property. Cut the crap and go back to the county yamen with me." "Stealing property? Officer, are you drunk? Whose property did I steal?" The abbot of Xuandu Temple was also angry. He reprimanded, "Head of the yamen runners, are you crazy? Do you know where you are? How could Mr. Xiao Lang steal other people's property? What did you say, ox nose? You are the one who is crazy. Let me tell you, this is Wang." The head of the yamen runners suddenly realized that he had almost spilled the beans and quickly corrected himself. "It's none of your business. If you don't know what's good for you, I will put you in prison too," the head of the yamen runners said as he waved to the yamen runners around him, motioning them to go up and arrest them. This group of yamen runners was obviously the same as the head of the yamen runners. It seemed that they had been drinking just now. At this time, they walked a little unsteadily and spoke with a lisp. "How dare you? Impudent. You with the surname Tan, are you tired of living? I want to see who dares to make a move today. Even if the Lu Ming house were here, they would not dare to be so presumptuous." The abbot of the Xiandu Temple was about to go crazy from anger because of the bailiffs from Wanyan County. He did not expect that a small bailiff from Wanyan County would dare to come to the entrance of the Xiandu Temple to arrest people. This bailiff's surname was Tan. He was usually very respectful to the Xian-du temple. Today, this fellow might have drunk too much cat piss and actually dared to shout at him. The Xuandu temple was a royal Taoist temple. Those who could enter the Xuandu temple were all influential people in Chang'an. Not to mention this group of black-clothed bailiffs, even the county magistrate of Wanyan County, the Looming House, a sixth-grade official, would not dare to act recklessly in this Xian-du temple. As for this Tan Ban, he didn't even have the qualifications to meet him. In the eyes of the abbot of Xian-du temple, he was just an ant-like nobody. However, such a nobody dared to point at him and call him an ox nose. This made the abbot of Xian-du temple furious. If he really let this Tan Ban take Li Wangyu away from the entrance of the Xian-du temple, his face would be completely thrown to the ground. Moreover, how could a young man who could take out Pai Lupi's imperial edict be an ordinary person? He did not dare to watch Li Wangyu being taken away by this group of bailiffs. Ox nose, you don't F** king use the Ming house to scare me. The bailiff was not frightened by the words of the abbot of Xian-du temple. Instead, he waved his arms and shouted, Today, no one can do anything. Today, I have to take this little boy away. The bailiff was a wily old fox in the county government. If it was a normal day, he would not dare to speak like this. However, he drank 2 more cups today. As the saying goes, wine can make a person brave. Secondly, in Tan Ban's view, the person who asked him to do this today had a great background. Even if it was the Looming House, so what? The person who asked him to do this promised him that he would be promoted to an internal official. It should be known that even if he was the bailiff of the county government, he was just an official with no rank at all. There was a huge difference between the officials of the Tang dynasty and the officials of the Su dynasty. All the civil and military officials who were in the 9 ranks were called internal officials. Su and official were 2 separate concepts. Official referred to the officials who had no rank. Minor officials and officials without rank were also called external officials. However, Su was not an official. It was only a duty and was regarded as a lowly servant. Head Tan belonged to the Su family, which was the lowest ranking official in the government. Su officials had no political future and almost no hope of promotion in life. He was in his early 40s and had been a Su official in Chang'an City for half of his life. He dreamed of becoming an internal official. However, he had no money and no power. It was simply a dream to be promoted from a Su official to an internal official. Today, he was leading a group of bailiffs to drink and have fun in a wine shop. However, he was unexpectedly found by someone who asked him to guard the entrance of the Xuandu temple and wait to catch a young man. Tan Ban naturally did not dare to go to the entrance of the Xuandu temple to catch a person. Even if he was drunk, he knew how much weight he had. However, the person who came promised him that he would be promoted to an internal official. This could not help but make Tan Ban tempted. It should be known that the person who asked him to do this was a troop of the Taiyuan Wang clan. As a wily old fox in Chang'an City, Tan Ban naturally knew this troop of the Wang clan. Not only did he know this troop of the Wang clan, but he also knew that this person was the confidant of the Wang clan's legitimate son, Wang Ziqiao. That was to say, the person who really asked him to do this was Wang Ziqiao, the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wang clan. With the promise of the Taiyuan Wang clan, Tan Ban did not care about the Xuandu temple. He directly took his drunk bailiffs and blocked the entrance of the Xuandu temple, waiting for Li Wangyu to come out. In his eyes, it was simple to casually charge the young man, put him in the county jail, and teach him a lesson. Tan Ban seemed to have seen himself in an official's robe and could not help laughing. Brothers, let's go. Capture this thief who stole other people's property. He turned his head and saw the gilded Taoist ancestor statue in Niu Wu's hands. He immediately shouted, "See, this is the stolen goods." The abbot of the Xuandu temple was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Tan Ban was simply crazy. The group of drunk bailiffs saw that Niu Wu was still holding Tan Ban's arm tightly, so they simply pulled out their swords from their waists. It seemed that they were ready to fight at any time. Niu Wu saw that they actually pulled out their swords. He was afraid that they would hurt Li Wangyu, so he pushed Tan Ban hard and protected Li Wangyu behind him. He did not have a sword with him today, so he simply held the gilded Taoist ancestor statue and confronted this group of bailiffs. The abbot of the Xuandu temple also became nervous. Obviously, this group of bailiffs was drunk. If they accidentally hurt Li Wangyu, it would be a big problem. Stop, put down your swords. Put them down. The abbot of the Xuandu temple was so anxious that he rushed to the bailiffs and reached out to grab their swords. Chapter 210. Not far away from Xiandu temple, in an elegant room on the second floor of a restaurant, Wang Ziqiao was sitting by the window facing the street, leisurely drinking wine. Brother Ziqiao, why did you think of drinking with us today? Why did you choose this shabby restaurant? Let's go, let's drink at Peace Square. The door of the elegant room was pushed open from the outside, and Cui Daogu, Cui Hong, and Lu Xiang entered. Huh, I invited you to watch a good show. N? What good show? Lu Xiang asked in confusion. Wang Ziqiao proudly pointed outside the window, isn't that a good show? The few of them moved to the window and looked in the direction that Wang Ziqiao was pointing. They saw the scene of Li Wangyu and Niu Wu being surrounded by bailiffs. Huh, Brother Ziqiao, your hobby is really special. Just find someone to teach that Tian Shi Lang a lesson, but you had to personally watch it. Cui Daoga smiled, how did that kid end up in your hands? It was fine if he didn't mention this matter, but when he did, Wang Ziqiao was filled with anger. I was in a good mood today and wanted to find a few scholars to accompany me to Xiandu to enjoy the flowers. In the end, I didn't expect to bump into this Tian Shi Lang in Xiandu temple. Wang Ziqiao drank a cup of wine. Naturally, I couldn't let him go just like that, so I told my family to find 10,000 county bailiffs to teach this bastard a lesson. Cui Daoga clapped his hands. He really walked right into the trap. This kid is unlucky. Wang Ziqiao spat. Bah, I am even more unlucky. Today, I even met Lu Quan and Kongingda, those two old things in Xiandu temple. The few scholars that my family has high hopes for this year's spring examination offended those two old things. This young master could only harden his heart and give up on those pieces of trash. What a waste of this young master's efforts. His words caused Cui Daogu and the other two to look at each other and laugh. Brother Ziqiao, you are really unlucky today. But it's fine, we'll teach that kid a lesson and vent your anger for you. The bailiff who blocked Li Wangyu was naturally found by Wang Ziqiao's own troops. As for the recommendation he promised, it was just a matter of a word. With Wang Ziqiao's face, it would be easier for him to get a lower 9th grade official position than drinking water. He ordered his own troops to find the bailiffs to deal with Li Wangyu. He also didn't forget to ask people to inform those rich young masters of aristocratic families to come and watch the show. That day, he had been humiliated by Li Wangyu in Peace Square. He had also lost face in front of the few silk pants. Today, he had invited them to watch the show in order to regain his face. A few silk pants were sitting in the restaurant, laughing and joking. They were drinking wine while watching the commotion at the entrance of Xiandu temple. In front of the Xuandu temple, the abbot rushed up and wanted to take away the blades in the hands of the bailiffs. However, he was kicked to the side by a drunk bailiff and fell to the ground. The young Taoist from the Taoist temple hurriedly ran forward and helped the abbot up. He glared angrily at the group of lawless yamen runners. All of you, lock the two of them up. Take them back to the yamen. The drunk Tan bailiff waved the blade in his hand and shouted at the bailiffs under him. He felt very good now. It was as if he wasn't wearing a black official's uniform, but a green official's uniform. Lang Jun, what do we do now? Niu Wu was somewhat nervous. He looked at the bailiffs who were waving their blades and rattling their iron chains. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. He wasn't afraid of the bailiffs, but he was worried that his Lang Jun would be injured. Even if he could defeat a few bailiffs, it would be difficult for him to protect Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu knew that there was no reason to reason with these drunk people. Even if he took out the goldfish talisman now, these drunk bailiffs would probably not admit his identity. If he was cut by them like this, it would be a pity. Nyo-woo, put down the idol. Don't break it. I still have use for this idol. Let them lock it up and don't resist. Humph, I'd like to see how they will take it down after locking us up now. Nyo-woo nodded and gently put the idol aside. He didn't resist and let the bailiffs lock him up with iron chains. Seeing that the one-eyed strong man didn't resist, the bailiffs were relieved. This strong man was so burly. If he really made a scene, they were afraid that they would be beaten by him. Lock that boy up for me too. Take away the idol too. It's evidence. Tan Bailiff laughed proudly when he saw that the situation was under control. The abbot of Schwandu Temple was angry and glared at Tan Bailiff. He also saw that this fellow was now very drunk. He even dared to beat and scold him. It was useless to say anything now. It was better to wait for revenge later. Xiao Lang, I'll go with you to Wanyan County's Yamen. I also know Lu Ming House. I want to seek justice from him. I'm not done with them today. How dare a small bailiff be so arrogant? He was so angry that his face turned purple. He turned his head and told the little Taoist to go to Wanyan County's Yamen to find Lu Ming House. The farce at the gate of Schwandu Temple attracted many passers-by in Chongren Square. The crowd blocked the road in front of Schwandu Temple, and the scene was very chaotic. Make way, make way. What are you doing here? There was a shout from outside the crowd. Then several strong men pushed the crowd and squeezed in. Hey, are you from Wanyan County's Yamen? Why are you arresting people in front of Schwandu Temple? The person asked. Damn it, what I do has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way. Head Tan, who was feeling complacent, swayed his body and turned his head when he heard the question. He impatiently waved the knife in his hand and shouted, I'm handling a case. Stay away from me, or I'll arrest you too. Duty time, drunkenness, vulgar language. What kind of duty are you on? An old man separated the strong men in front of him and walked out from the crowd. Looking at Tan Bailiff, who reeked of alcohol, he frowned and reprimanded him. What kind of duty do I have? Do I need you to tell me? Bah! Get out of my way. Tan Bailiff waved the knife in his hand and shouted, Old man, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll arrest you too. Tan Bailiff now felt that he was about to reach the peak of his life. Under the stimulation of alcohol, he didn't care who the person was. With the Wang clan of Taiyuan behind him, who was he afraid of in Chong and City? Arrest me? The old man laughed when he heard the words. The abbot of Schwandu Temple recognized the person and was about to come forward to salute. The old man waved his hand to him and motioned him not to come over. Instead, he walked toward Tan Bailiff. Old man, get out of my way. Don't block the way. The thin old man walked in front of Tan Bailiff and suddenly reached out his right hand. He turned his wrist and grabbed Tan Bailiff's wrist. Then, with a twist, he grabbed the knife with his bare hand. Tan Bailiff's knife changed hands. You dare to grab my knife? Old man, you have guts. Tan Bailiff was shocked by the old man's sudden action for a while. Then, he shouted, You're rebelling. You're rebelling. Are you trying to rebel? Arrest this old man for me. Chapter 2:11. The old man's temper was also very fiery. After hearing Squad Leader Tan's shout, he slapped Squad Leader Tan in the face. With a crisp slap, Squad Leader Tan spun a few times on the spot. After being slapped, Tan Bantu sobered up a little. He covered his face with his hand in a daze, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. Without waiting for him to speak again, the old man had already stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. With a forceful clasp, Squad Leader Tan's hands were tied behind his back. He turned around and shouted, Capture all of them for me. When they're sober, I'll interrogate them. Yes. The group of brawny men who followed the old man were already rubbing their fists. After hearing the old man's order, they immediately rushed over. Like fierce tigers descending the mountain, they knocked over the group of bailiffs and tied them up with ropes. You. Who are you? Squad leader Tan finally felt that he had kicked an iron plate. He struggled and shouted. This series of unforeseen events not only stunned squad leader Tan and the group of bailiffs, but also stunned Li Wangyu and Miao Wu. Li Wangyu didn't expect such a turn of events. He estimated that he would suffer some physical pain. Only when he went to Wanyan County's Yamen, took out the goldfish talisman, and revealed his identity, could he vent his anger. However, he didn't expect that the old man who suddenly appeared would take care of the group of drunk bailiffs in a few moves. This made him feel slightly relieved. Wang Ziqiao, who was waiting in the restaurant to watch the show, was so angry that he fiercely smashed the wine cup in his hand on the floor. How could it be him? Damn it! Why is that Tian Shenu's luck so good that he was saved? Wang Ziqiao angrily roared. Cui Daogu also saw the scene of the old man showing off his power. He could only sigh and comfort him. Brother Ziqiao, your luck is really bad. You actually met him. Forget it. Just pretend that this didn't happen. Tell your subordinates to keep their mouths shut. We can't afford to offend that person. Humph. Wang Ziqiao coldly snorted and no longer looked at the scene outside the window. Today, he had gone looking for Li Wangyu without success. This made him very angry. Let's go. Let's go for a drink at Peace Square. After Wang Ziqiao left, Cui Daogu, Cui Hong, and Lu Xiang glanced at each other, yet their eyes revealed a wisp of a smile. Although the 5 clans and 7 watchful clans were of the same breath and branch, there were also open struggles and covert struggles between each other. Seeing the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wang clan being defeated again and again made the 3 of them secretly happy. Cui Daogu's group of 3 couldn't be bothered to continue watching the show, and they joked with each other for a while before following Wang Ziqiao to the Peace Square to drink wine. In front of the Xiandu temple, Tan Ban was tied up tightly by the strong man brought by the old man. After sobering up a little, he finally began to feel afraid and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Young Master Wang, save me." But at this time, Wang Ziqiao was already far away. How could he save him? Even if Wang Ziqiao didn't leave, with his character, he would probably treat him like trash and kick him to the side. Wang Ziqiao did not care about the life or death of this kind of official at all. When Li Wangyu heard Head Tan's shout, he confirmed his guess. Sure enough, it was that bastard Wang Ziqiao. I didn't look for you, but you actually tried to use such a despicable method to deal with me. Surnamed Wang, you just wait for me. Let's ride a donkey and read a songbook, just wait and see. Li Wangyu suppressed the anger in his heart and went forward to greet the old man. Li Wangyu of Hu County, thank you for your help. Oh. You are Li Wangyu of Hu County. Not bad, you can be considered a talent, but your body is too weak. The old man smiled and patted his shoulder. Li Wangyu was speechless. Why did all these old men seem to know him when he met them today? Was his reputation already so big in Chang'an City? May I ask for your surname? I am Li Jing. Li Jing. This name is so familiar. Li Wangyu's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed. Are you in front of Duke Wei? That's right, it is me. Li Wangyu's heartbeat quickened. The war god of the Tang dynasty, he just happened to meet him on the street? Li Jing, medicine master, was one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion, and he was conferred the title of Duke Wei. He was talented in both civil and military matters, and he was a general and a minister. He made great contributions to the Tang dynasty and was hailed as the war god of his generation. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed again. This was a real big shot, no wonder he could easily take care of Head Tan. His actions were even more decisive than Miao Wu's. The abbot of Xuandu Temple also hurriedly came forward to greet. He naturally knew Duke Li Jing. The reason why Wang Ziqiao left was because he recognized Duke Li Jing's identity, so he had no choice but to leave. Everyone exchanged a few words, and Li Wangyu pointed at the tied-up bailiffs and asked, Duke Wei, how do you think we should deal with these people? Send them to Wanyan County. I want to ask that Ming House Lu how he manages his officials. Duke Li Jing's face was filled with anger when he mentioned this matter. He was an upright person, and he hated these unscrupulous officials the most. He had already seen what happened just now clearly from outside the crowd. Obviously, these bailiffs wanted to frame Li Jia Xiaolang and frame him for stealing the idol from Xuandu Temple. It was ridiculous. Duke Li Jing didn't think much about it. He thought that these bailiffs were just drunk and wanted to blackmail Li Wangyu. He didn't know about the grudge between Li Wangyu and the Taiyuan Wang clan. Li Wangyu naturally didn't have any objections. He also wanted to teach these unscrupulous bailiffs a lesson, so that no Tom, Dick, or Harry would dare to reach out their claws to Li Wangyu in the future. Duke Li Jing's troops escorted the bailiffs to Wanyan County's Yamen, ready to punish them. Xianyang Lane, where Wanyan County's Yamen was located, was not far from Xuandu Temple. After leaving Chongren Lane and passing Peace Lane, they would arrive at Xianyang Lane. The structure of Wanyan County's Yamen was almost the same as Cheng'an County. When the group entered the Yamen's Yamen, the Wanyan County magistrate, who had been notified, came out to welcome them. The Wanyan County magistrate's name was Lu Deheng, and he was a collateral member of the Fanyang Lu family. However, he didn't know anything about what happened today. Wang Ziqiao didn't let anyone inform him. Hearing his subordinate report that the Minister of War, Duke Wei, Li Jing, had led his own troops and escorted the bailiffs of the county Yamen, Lu Deheng's heart skipped a beat. He knew that things were not going well. He didn't know what that damned head Tan had done, but if it could cause Duke Wei to personally escort them back to the Yamen, it couldn't be a small matter. Greetings, Duke Wei. Lu Ming House, these bailiffs are from your Wanyan County's Yamen, right? Duke Li Jing didn't give him any face and asked directly. Lu Deheng secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded carefully, that's right. How did these bastards make Duke Wei angry? I definitely won't let them off. Duke Li Jing snorted coldly. Humph, these bastards, they got drunk on duty and even framed others for stealing money. They deserve to die. As he spoke, he pointed at Li Wangyu, implying that he was the victim who had been framed by the bailiffs. Lu Deheng quickly looked up and saw a white-clothed youth. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he didn't offend any aristocratic family's young master or noble. He was just a commoner in white, so it wasn't a big deal. When he returned, he would give him some compensation and then reprimand the bailiffs. Note: Duke Li Jing was conferred the title of Duke Wei in Jingguan's second year, which was brought forward in the novel. Chapter 212. Lu Deheng glared at Head Tan. This old fox was causing trouble for him again. If it wasn't for his daughter, he wouldn't have let him off so easily today. Although Head Tan was older than Lu Deheng, he could be considered half of Lu Deheng's father-in-law. This was because he gave his youngest daughter to Lu Deheng as a concubine. Although a concubine wasn't considered a marriage in the Tang dynasty, Lu Deheng doted on little Miss Tan a lot, so he took care of Head Tan. Lu Deheng also knew that Head Tan wanted to become an internal official, but he was just the head of the bailiffs. He couldn't even be considered an external official, let alone an internal official. Therefore, he could only turn a blind eye to Head Tan's actions. As long as he didn't cause too much trouble, he would act as if he didn't see anything. Head Tan had worked in the county government for half his life, so he knew all the tricks in the county government. He had also used County Magistrate Lu's name to gain a lot of benefits. In Lu Deheng's view, today's matter was just Head Tan trying to blackmail someone and gain some benefits. He didn't expect to be so unlucky as to bump into Duke Wei and Li Jing. This wasn't the first time Head Tan and the others had done something like this, so Lu Deheng didn't take it seriously. At most, he would throw the bailiffs into jail in front of Li Jing and release them after Li Jing left. In any case, Duke Wei couldn't possibly stay in the county government and wait for him to deal with them on the spot. This kind of thing was nothing more than dragging it out. After dragging it out for a while, everything would calm down. There was no way a noble like Duke Wei would care about such a trivial matter all the time. As for the victim's family, he would just give them some money. How could he dare to say anything about it? After making up his mind, Lu Deheng cupped his hands towards Li Jing and smiled apologetically. At the same time, he signaled the bailiffs to take Head Tan and the others away. Duke Wei, it's all my fault for not being strict enough. It's my fault. I will definitely punish these bailiffs who neglected their duties and framed others. Li Jing did not feel that there was anything wrong with Lu Dehang's words. The reason why he had personally escorted these bailiffs to Wanyan County was to express his attitude. As for how to deal with them, it was naturally Lu Dehang's responsibility as the county magistrate. He would not exceed his authority. However, Li Wangyu understood the meaning behind County Magistrate Lu's words. Wasn't it obvious that he was going to raise it up high and put it down gently? What severe punishment? These empty words were meaningless. Seeing that the bailiffs were about to take Head Tan and the others away, Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped them. Wait. What? This Mr. Xiao Lang is not satisfied with the county's punishment. When Lu Dehang saw that Li Wangyu had stopped him, the smile on his face disappeared and he asked with dissatisfaction. Li Wangyu did not mind his expression at all. He asked directly, Ming House, what is the punishment for stealing other people's property in the law of the Tang dynasty? In the law of the Tang dynasty, the punishment for robbers was still very severe. The law of the Tang dynasty stipulates, if you steal and don't get money, you have to answer 50 times. 1 foot of cane is 60 times, 1 horse plus 1 class. If you steal 5 horses a year, 10 horses plus 1 class, 50 horses plus 1 class. Facing Li Wangyu's question, Lu Dehang did not answer. He only snorted, this county magistrate will make the decision for you. Step aside first. Even Li Jing could see that Lu Dehang was perfunctory in his answer. He said with dissatisfaction, Ming House Lu, why don't you answer Xiao Lang's question? This. Hearing Li Jing's words, Lu Dehang had no choice but to answer honestly, if you steal and don't get money, you have to answer 50 times. Hearing him recite the law of the Tang dynasty about robbers, Li Wangyu sneered and pointed at the gilded idol in Niao Wu's hands. The head of the class accused me of stealing this gilded idol. If it is true, how should I be punished? This idol was cast in copper and gilded in gold. Li Wangyu estimated that the price of this idol would not be lower than 100 strings of copper coins. Its value was obviously much higher than the value of 50 bolts of silk. According to the law of the Tang dynasty, if this idol was really stolen by Li Wangyu, according to the law, he would be exiled 3,000 miles away and serve 3 years of hard labor. This. Lu Dehang did not know how to answer. He vaguely guessed why Li Wangyu asked such a question. Sure enough, without waiting for him to answer, Li Wangyu pointed at the stone tablet at the west end of the county magistrate's tunnel. The words, false accusation plus 3 classes, were engraved on it. Ming House, according to the law of the Tang dynasty, false accusation plus 3 classes. Am I right? Since the head of the class accused me of stealing, shouldn't I be punished plus 3 classes? False accusation plus 3 classes meant that the punishment for falsely accusing others would be increased. As soon as Li Wangyu said this, Lu Dehang's face immediately became very ugly. The faces of the head of the class and the group of Yamen runners also turned ashen. Enough. This county magistrate will investigate this matter and give you an explanation. Lu Dehang did not want to talk to Li Wangyu anymore. What a good investigation. The facts are in front of us. What else does the Ming House need to investigate? Li Wangyu asked. Lu Dehang could not help but be annoyed. How could this white-clothed youth be so insensible? He flung his robe and said coldly, What? Do I need a young man like you to teach me how to judge a case? Li Jing did not say anything. He wanted to see how Li Wangyu, who was rumored to be extraordinarily intelligent and talented, would deal with this matter. Li Wangyu said, Ming House, the law of the Tang dynasty states that those who falsely accuse others should sit opposite. Since the head of the class framed me for stealing, he should naturally sit opposite and be punished. This county magistrate knows. This county magistrate just said that he will investigate and give you justice. Xiao Lang, don't push your luck and forget your identity. Lu Dehang intended to use his official power to suppress Li Wangyu, this insensible white-clothed youth, so that he could turn around and let go of the head of the class. But after he finished speaking, he saw Li Wangyu sneer. My identity? If the Ming house did not mention it, I would have almost forgotten. He reached out and took out the goldfish talisman from his bosom and threw it directly to Lu Deheng. My identity? Isn't this it? The Ming house will know when you see it. Lu Deheng caught the goldfish talisman and wanted to throw it to the ground without looking at it. Just as he was about to throw it, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the golden object in his palm. He thought that Li Wangyu threw a gold ingot to him to bribe him. How could he accept the gold ingot in front of Li Jing, not to mention that he wanted to protect the head of the class, his cheap father-in-law. Just as he was about to reprimand Li Wangyu, his eyes fell on the golden object in his hand and he could no longer pull them out. Gold. Goldfish talisman, you are the county magistrate of the founding county? What? Xiao Lang, you have been conferred a title. Before Lu Deheng could react, Li Jing heard his words and hurriedly rushed forward. He snatched the goldfish talisman from his hand and looked at it carefully. County magistrate of the founding county, conferred a title of county magistrate. Li Jing looked up at Li Wangyu in disbelief. Xiao Lang, you are only 16 years old this year, right? The sage actually conferred a title to you? His words scared the head of the class and the bailiffs, who were still standing on the side. Their legs went soft and they knelt down. Chapter 213. Li Wangyu could only smile and shrug his shoulders in response to Duke Wei's surprise. He didn't know how to answer. He was also surprised to be given a title by Pai Lupi. Who knew why the stingy Pai Lupi would give him a title just because he made a water wheel and a four-wheeled carriage? Pai Lupi was very cautious when it came to giving titles. He wouldn't give titles unless he made a great contribution. Just by looking at how even a great scholar like Kong Yingda couldn't get a title, one could tell how difficult it was to be given a title. The reason why Li Wangyu was confused about being given a title was because he underestimated the significance of the four-wheeled carriage to the Tang dynasty. The blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage was given to the Ministry of Works by Pai Lupi. After some improvements, it was confirmed that 4 horses could be used to transport 30 dan of goods at a time and travel 300 li a day. This result shocked Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the other ministers. For the vast Tang dynasty, the four-wheeled carriage was too important. Its importance was far beyond Li Wangyu's imagination. Now that the Ministry of Works had started to mass-produce the four-wheeled carriage, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the other ministers were sure that with enough four-wheeled carriages to transport food, the Tang dynasty would be able to expand its territory by a lot. Therefore, in Pai Lupi's view, the significance of Li Wangyu giving the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage was no less than expanding the territory. The title of founding county man wasn't enough to reward him for his contributions. However, Li Wangyu was too young. It wasn't necessarily a good thing to give him a higher title before he reached the age of adulthood. Out of love, Pai Lupi thought about it again and again before giving Li Wangyu the title of founding county man. However, in the eyes of those who didn't know, it was too shocking. Li Wangyu's name was removed from the Li clan of Hu County, and his name was also erased from the Zongjing Temple's Yellow Book. But in Pai Lupi's eyes, that was purely the fault of the Huxian Li clan. The Li clan of Huxian didn't recognize Li Wangyu, but Pai Lupi now regarded him as a treasure. If it weren't for the fact that Li Wangyu had yet to reach the age of 20, Pai Lupi would have ordered Li Wangyu to return to the imperial family as the head of the family. Even though there was no official decree and the imperial ancestral temple had not yet re-entered Li Wangyu's name into the clan's Yellow Book, just based on that day at the Li family, Pai Lupi's golden words had Li Wangyu call him uncle. It was enough to show Pai Lupi's attitude. Knowing that the young man in white in front of him was actually the man who founded the country, Lu Deheng felt unwell. He hurriedly and respectfully bowed to Li Wangyu. This official didn't know the identity of the man from Huxian. Just now, this official was too presumptuous, please don't take offense. Li Wangyu still couldn't get used to hearing his title. It was 2F** King unimpressive, okay? It was also an honorific title. Other people called him Duke of Wei, Duke of Lu. How domineering were they? Titles like Duke of Wei, Duke of Lu, how resounding were they? His title was Huxian. Could it be that when he was conferred the title of founding duke in the future, he would also be respectfully called Huxian Duke? Thinking of this possibility, Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver. It was too frightening. Li Wangyu wasn't too surprised by Lu Dehang's change from arrogance to respect. He only nodded calmly. Looming house, no need to be so courteous. It's fine as long as you can give me an explanation. After saying this, he looked at Head Tan and the others kneeling on the ground and trembling. Looming house, let's start the trial now. I still have some matters to attend to in a while and need to go to the palace to seek an audience with the sage. I don't have much time to waste. Li Wangyu's words completely destroyed Lu Dehang's thoughts of protecting Head Tan. He could only helplessly make an inviting gesture to Li Jing and Li Wangyu and prepare to go to the main hall of the county yamen to start the trial. In the Wanyan County Yamen, a group of yamen runners and scribes cast sympathetic glances at Head Tan and the others kneeling on the ground. It seemed that Head Tan was doomed to be unlucky. Who told him to be so blind as to frame a founding duke? Wasn't this King courting death? Just as the crowd was about to move to the hall of the county government, more than a dozen figures rushed in from outside the county government. They were yelling loudly, Lu Dehang, get your ass out here right now. How dare you send people to capture us brothers? I'll skin you alive. Don't talk nonsense with them. Kill your way in and save Zio. The yamen runners of the Wanyan County Yamen didn't have time to stop them and were beaten to a pulp by the crowd that rushed into the county yamen. This sudden scene almost made Lu Dehang burst into tears. What kind of sin did he commit today? Li Jing, Duke of Wei, personally came to escort the yamen runners who committed the crime, and the victim was actually a founding duke. This was enough to give him a headache. Now, the county yamen has been invaded. What are you trying to do? Did they really take bean buns and not dry food? Did they not take him, a 6th-grade county magistrate, as a cadre? Lu Dehang's anger rose in his heart. He opened his mouth and wanted to call the yamen runners to arrest these people. But when he saw the people who had rushed into the county yamen, the anger that had just surged in his heart was immediately extinguished by him. The words that came out of his mouth were also somewhat flattering and fawning. Young dukes, what are you doing? If you have any orders, I will do it. The people who rushed into the Wanyan County Yamen were Ching Chumo and the others. Bastards, you yamen runners of the Wanyan County actually dare to capture my brother. Hurry up. Ching Chumo didn't finish his words when he finally saw Li Wangyu on the side and shouted in surprise, Zio, are you okay? Did this group of bastards do anything to you? Li Wangyu was greatly moved. He quickly smiled and waved his hand, I'm fine. Thank you, brothers. Why are you here? Fang Yai smiled and said, today we went to Dingzhou village to drink with you. Your housekeeper said you went to Xiandu Temple. We went to Xiandu Temple to find you. When we arrived, we heard from the young Taoist that you were captured by the yamen runners of the Wanyan County. Didn't we immediately come to save you? Did Lu Dehang send people to capture you? Li Wangyu was speechless. The young Taoist from Xiandu Temple was not reliable. It was clearly him and Li Jing who had brought the group of yamen runners to the county yamen. How did it become him being captured by the yamen runners? Without waiting for him to explain, Lu Dehang's face was bitter as he cried out, young dukes, how could I dare to let the yamen runners capture a county man? Even if I had the courage, I wouldn't dare. It's really. He also didn't know how to explain the actions of Head Ban Tan and the others. Wait, what did you say? A county man? Who is a county man? Fang Yai suddenly interrupted him and asked. Ching Chumo and the others also looked at each other. How come there was another county man? In Chang'an City, they had never heard of this title of Baron of Founding County. Lu Dehang's face was full of surprise and he couldn't help but look at Li Wangyu. Before he could explain, Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, brothers, I am a county man. What? Ziyu, you were conferred a title? Brother, this is not a joke. When were you conferred a title? Why is there no news from the court? County? Aren't the important places in the capital not conferred titles? Where's the goldfish talisman? Quickly let me see. Ziyu, why did the sage confer you a title? The group of playboys immediately surrounded Li Wangyu, wanting to know what was going on. Chapter 214. Li Wangyu didn't know how to answer the questions from the foppish young masters. Suddenly, a heavy cough came from the side. Cough, you guys, are you going to pretend that you didn't see me? When the group of playboys heard the voice, they were so scared that they hurriedly bowed. Why was this big shot also in Wanyan County? Greetings, Duke Wei. Greetings, Minister Li. Li Jing walked up and seemed to be reprimanding them, but in fact, he intimately gave each of them a chestnut. You all didn't learn well. How dare you barge into Wanyan County? It seems that I have to talk to Jijia and Jingda about how they discipline their sons. Ching Chimo begged for mercy with a bitter face. Duke Wei, aren't we afraid that Zio will be bullied by Wanyan County? Hehe, please forgive us this time. Li Jing's status in the military of the Tang dynasty was far beyond that of famous generals like Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that half of the Tang dynasty was conquered by Li Jing. From this, one could see his status. It was also because his contributions were too great and his status was too high that in his later years, in order to not be suspected by Li Er, and because he was falsely accused of treason, Li Jing closed his door to show his innocence and protect himself to have a good end. The old Tang book recorded that Li Jing closed his door to prevent guests from entering. Even his relatives were not allowed to enter. Closing his door meant that he was completely isolated from the outside world. He didn't even receive his relatives to prove that he didn't have any rebellious thoughts. In later novels, it was said that in order to prove his innocence, Li Jing opened his door and allowed people to visit as they wished. This was the opposite. With the Li family's status as the founding duke, even if the door was opened, outsiders wouldn't be able to see anything, because the duke's mansion was too big. Qing Chimo and the other dandy young masters were all scared out of their wits when they saw Li Jing here. They dared to be unreasonable with Lu Deheng, but in front of Li Jing, they were all as obedient as kittens and didn't dare to get angry. Even Fang Yai and the others looked at Li Wangyu with resentment. Brother, why didn't you say that this big shot was here earlier? You don't even know how to inform your brothers. You're really not loyal enough. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. You guys directly attacked Wanyan County's yamen. How am I supposed to inform you guys? Li Jia Shaolang kicked each of their butts. Alright, no one dares to bully Li Jia Shaolang. You guys can scram now. Yes, we'll scram now. Qing Chimo and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly ran out. While they were running, they didn't forget to wink at Li Wangyu, signaling that they would wait for him outside the county yamen and that they would go drinking together later. Li Wangyu was both moved and speechless. This group of silk pants was really too cute. After the debauches left Wanyan County's yamen, Lu Deheng looked at the yamen runners who had been beaten black and blue by the debauches. He wanted to cry but had no tears. This matter had yet to be resolved, and he did not dare to find trouble with those silk pants because of this matter. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. Lu Deheng angrily glared at Headband Tan, who was kneeling on the ground. Right now, he had no intention of protecting him. Lu Deheng made an inviting gesture to Li Jia Shaolang and Li Wangyu. Then, he directly went to the county yamen's main hall to interrogate the case. Headband Tan and a group of yamen runners framed Li Wangyu. The evidence was conclusive and there was no way to deny it. Lu Deheng was also very straightforward. According to the third-class crime of false accusation, Headband Tan was sentenced to 80 beatings, 3,000 miles of exile, and 3 years of hard labor. The other yamen runners who were accomplices were also sentenced to 30 beatings and had to resign from the county yamen. Duke Wei, Li Wangyu, are you satisfied with this county's punishment? Lu Deheng asked Li Jia Shaolang and Li Wangyu flatteringly. Li Jia Shaolang did not comment. He just did not like the behavior of these yamen runners. Li Wangyu shook his head. Lu Ming House, I remember that the sentence for falsely accusing an official is even more severe than sitting on the bench. This. Li Wangyu's words made Lu Deheng feel a bit of a toothache. He knew that Li Wangyu was right. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, the punishment for falsely accusing an official of high rank would be even more severe. But no matter what, Head Ban Tan was his cheap father-in-law. Could it be that he could sentence Head Ban Tan to death by hanging? If that happened, his Miss Tan would definitely jump into a well. Without waiting for Lu Dehang to defend himself, Li Wangyu sighed again. But forget it. Who told me to be so kind-hearted? Let's just leave it at that. In response, Lu Dehang quickly cupped his hands and thanked Li Wangyu. Seeing that Li Wangyu wasn't going to pursue his crime of falsely accusing an official, Head Tan, who had just finished 80 battles and was lying in the county yaman's lobby with his buttocks dripping with blood, actually cupped his hands gratefully towards Li Wangyu to thank him for his magnanimity. Li Jia Shaolang also thought that Li Wangyu let Head Ban Tan go, so he nodded with satisfaction while twisting his beard. He thought that Li Jia Shaolang was really pure. In fact, the cynical man was not kind enough to let Head Ban Tan go. He wished that Lu Dehang could sentence this bastard to death and make an example of him so that no Tom, Dick, or Harry would dare to humiliate the Li family in the future. But Li Wangyu just remembered that it was the second year of Zhongguan era. There was a plague of locusts all over the world, and many people sold their children in exchange for food and clothing. In April, Pai Lupi would issue an edict to redeem the sold children with gold silk from Yufu and return them to their parents. Because of the long rain last year, this year there was a drought and a plague of locusts, so the whole world was pardoned. As the name implied, the whole world was pardoned for all criminals in the world. The mistakes they had made before would be forgiven and written off. In addition to treason and other serious crimes, even if Head Ban Tan was sentenced to death by hanging, he would be pardoned by Pai Lupi before the end of the year by the Ministry of Justice, even if he was sentenced to death by hanging. In this case, it was meaningless for him to force Lu Dehang to sentence him to death by hanging. It was better to give him a verbal favor. Seeing that Li Wangyu no longer pursued the matter, Lu Dehang ordered the Yamen runners to put Head Ban Tan in prison first, and then he would be exiled 3,000 miles away to serve his sentence in Lingnan. The farce was finally over. Li Wangyu and Li Jing were respectfully sent out of the county government by Lu Dehang. Li Jing encouraged Li Wangyu with a few words and left with his troops. After he left, the group of debauches immediately ran out and clustered around Li Wangyu. Qing Chumo had a fiendish look on his face. Ziyu, you were conferred a noble title by the saint, but you dared to hide such an important matter from your brothers. Tell us, what is your punishment? That's right. Ziyu, your actions have really hurt us. Tell us, how are you going to make it up to us? Fang Yai also cracked his knuckles as he threatened. Li Wangyu hurriedly made a circle with his hands clasped in front of him. Brothers, it's all my fault. In order to make it up to you, I'll be the host today, okay? Ha, that's right. Let's go, Peace Square or the Hu Wine Shop. Ziyu, you have the final say. F***ck, I knew these bastards wanted to drink wine. I despise them. While Li Wangyu and the group of debauches were riding to the wine shop, the news of him being conferred a noble title by Pai Lupi spread quickly in Chang, and from the Wanyan County government, causing a great commotion in Chang, and Chapter 215. After the playboys rushed into the Wanyan County Yamen, the 100 Horsemen Department immediately reported to Pai Lupi, who was in the Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi did not care too much about the playboys' mischief. Pai Lupi actually liked and appreciated Qing Chumo's group of playboys. At least compared to those playboys from aristocratic families, their natures were much better. Although they were a tyrant in Chang, and Pai Lupi often heard reports from the 100 Horsemen Department about the playboys' mischief, he had never heard that they bullied the market or kidnapped women. Therefore, in Pai Lupi's eyes, Qing Chumo and the others were just a group of playboys. But after learning that the head of the Wanyan County Yamen had dared to frame Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi directly became angry and slapped the case. Investigate for me. Who is the one behind this? I don't believe that a small head of the Yamen would be so bold. During the trial in the Yamen, Head Tan insisted that he had drunk too much wine and was confused for a moment, so he wanted to blackmail Li Wangyu. He did not say that it was the Taiyuan Wang clan who had ordered him to do so, mainly because he did not dare. Although Head Tan was only a small figure, he knew that he had been used by the Taiyuan Wang clan. In fact, he resented the Wang clan even more. The Taiyuan Wang clan was not a good person. He knew that he could not provoke the Daohu County man, but he still urged him to find trouble with the Daohu County man. He was really despicable and shameless. But no matter how much Head Tan resented the Taiyuan Wang clan, he did not dare to say that the Wang clan had bribed him to deal with Li Wangyu. He had offended Li Wangyu, and now he was sentenced to exile for 3,000 miles. But if he had offended the Wang clan of Taiyuan, he might not even be able to walk out of Chang'an alive. In fact, Head Tan had wronged Prince Chiao. He really didn't know that Li Wangyu had been knighted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such an inferior method to frame Li Wangyu. Although Head Tan didn't expose Wang Ziqiao, the 100 Horsemen Department still investigated the matter thoroughly. When Pai Lupi found out that it was the eldest son of the Taiyuan Wang clan, Wang Ziqiao, who was causing trouble behind his back, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. Sure enough, the 5 surnames and 7 looks did not put the royal family of Li Tang in their eyes at all. He even wanted to bully his nephew after giving him a hard time in the imperial court. Good, very good. Pai Lupi, who was also a cynical man, didn't flare up on the spot. Instead, he recorded a score for the Taiyuan Wang clan in his little black book. At this time, Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the others were still drinking and having fun in the brothel of Pingkong Square. But they heard the news from the county government of Wanyan County that Head Tan had been heavily convicted of the crime of false accusation. Guilty for 80 years, wandering for 3,000 miles, and being a prisoner for 3 years. In this regard, Wang Ziqiao didn't even lift his eyelids, as if Head Tan had nothing to do with him. But when he heard that Li Wangyu of Huxian had been knighted by the saint, he changed his face and didn't even know that the wine glass in his hand fell to the floor. What did you say? That bastard was knighted by the saint? Yes, he was knighted by the Ming House of Huxian. His goldfish Fu Nalu was very clear. Wang Ziqiao's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, "Why was he knighted? Why?" In a rage, Wang Ziqiao swept all the things on the table to the ground and angrily roared at the prostitutes who were scared out of their wits, get out of here." Cui Daogu and the others also looked at each other. No one expected that the young man in white from the Li family of Huxian, who had been removed from the royal family for a short month, would become one of the nobles of the Tang dynasty. In this way, the previous action of the Taiyuan Wang clan to break off the engagement became a big joke. Such a talent was actually forced by them to force the Li family to break off the engagement and offer nearly 200 taels of gold. This was simply a stupid action of picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. Naturally, they were too lazy to comfort the furious Wang Ziqiao. They were secretly thinking about how to get along with the Li family in the future. Not to mention how Wang Ziqiao was furious in the brothel and smashed the elegant room into a mess. The news that Li Wangyu of Huxian was knighted spread quickly in Chang'an city like a storm. In this regard, everyone was inexplicably shocked. There were those who were envious, those who were comforted, and those who were jealous. The officials and aristocratic families of Chang'an city all had different reactions to this. After receiving the news, some nobles and aristocratic families immediately sent people to Dingzhou village in Huxian to send a generous gift to the Li family as a sign of congratulation and good karma. While Li Wangyu was still being forced to drink by the wastrels, Dingzhou village had become very lively. An endless stream of people knocked on the door of the Li family, handed in their master's invitation, and then presented a generous gift. Even the Taiyuan Wang clan could only pinch their noses and send their servants to deliver a generous gift to the Li family. Including the Xingyang clan and the Fanyang Lu clan, the 5 clans and 7 families also sent people to the Li family as a sign of congratulation. This made the old housekeeper, Li Heng, extremely busy, and the smile on his face never stopped. With so many gifts, he roughly estimated the value. The huge debt owed by the family could be easily paid off, and they would be much richer. Su Chongqing was also stunned by the dazzling array of expensive gifts. Although she had seen a lot in her previous life, she had never seen such a grand occasion of gift-giving. As for what to do with these gifts, the beautiful boss was still a little undecided. She simply had Li Heng record them all and put them in the storeroom. When Li Wangyu returned, they would discuss what to do with them. In Dingzhou village, the Li family. While Su Changqing was still worrying about happiness, Li Wangyu was being forced to drink by a group of wastrels. He dared to swear that this group of bastards was doing it on purpose. Qing Chimo and the others were indeed deliberately forcing Li Wangyu to drink. First, they were happy for him, and second, they were a little jealous in their hearts. Although Qing Chimo and the others were respectfully called Little Duke by outsiders, in fact, if they wanted to inherit the title, they had to wait until their father died. Moreover, only the eldest son could inherit the title of their father. The others were not qualified. For example, Fang Yai had nothing to do with Fang Xuanling's title. It was only the elder brother, Fang Yizhi, who could inherit it. Among the three brothers of the Qing family, only Qing Chimo could inherit Qing Yaojin's title. Moreover, when inheriting a title, the title would be reduced by 1 level per generation. After 3 generations, the title would no longer be inherited. Therefore, now that Li Wangyu was conferred a title, even if it was the lowest rank, it made a group of wastrels secretly envious. Especially after Li Wangyu took out his goldfish talisman in an extremely pretentious and indifferent manner and passed it around for the wastrels to see, the wastrels were even more unhappy. Who told you to be pretentious and force him to drink? The wastrels were unhappy, and as a result, Li Wangyu was once again forced to drink until he blacked out. Chapter 216. The next day, Li Wangyu woke up with a splitting headache, only to find that he had been sent back to Dingzhou village by those rich playboys the day before. Su Changqing glared at him angrily and ordered Perrin to bring him some hangover soup. After Li Wangyu freshened up, he finally woke up from his hangover. Su Changqing then told him about the endless stream of people from aristocratic families, powerful officials, and high-ranking officials in Chang and city who had sent gifts yesterday. Li Wangyu looked at the thick list of gifts and name cards in his hand and was a little dumbfounded. There really were no secrets in Chang and city. He had just revealed his identity in Wanyan County, and in less than 2 hours, the whole Chang and city knew about it. But looking at the number of gifts Li Heng counted, he felt a little happy in his heart. Gifts worth a total of 5 million. A month ago, he was still worried about the huge debt of 2 million owed by his family. In the end, in just one afternoon, the gifts from the rich and powerful in Chang and city were worth 5 million. Sure enough, wine and meat stink behind the door, and bones freeze to death on the road. Li Wangyu muttered. Such a large sum of money, and it was just a congratulatory gift for a small county founding man. One could imagine how much wealth the rich and powerful families and officials had. What should we do with the money? Su Changqing asked. Li Wangyu thought for a moment and replied, keep it for now. If we can cooperate with Li Shim in this show, we'll send an edict to eliminate the locusts as soon as possible. If Guangzhong Road doesn't become a famine, we can use the money to set up a brewery or something. Don't you want to pay back the money first? Hey, it's still early anyway. We'll owe it first. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to pay back the money. After all, he was now knighted. How could Yang Quan ask him to pay back the money? Besides, he had agreed with Yang Quan that he would pay back the money in a year. Why should he pay back the money so early? Su Changqing rolled his beautiful eyes and said, you're bullying others. Yang Quan is an honest person. How can you call that bullying? We trust each other. Li Wangyu said angrily, besides, that Yang Quan is an honest person. Humph, he has set me up many times, but I don't see how honest he is. He's not at all comparable to his teacher, Yu Shernan. That's the real Ernest Sr. Are you going to return Yu Shernan's 1 million yuan? Su Changqing rolled his eyes. Yes, this must be returned. When I go back, tell Li Heng to prepare the gold for me. When I go to Chang and city, I will visit Yu Shernan. Su Changqing nodded. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, Wang Yu, why are the currencies of the Tang dynasty gold and copper coins? What about silver? Is there no silver in the Tang dynasty? She had not noticed this before, but when she looked at the gift list yesterday, she found that the gifts were all gold, jewels, silk and satin, but no one sent any money, which made her curious. Li Wangyu patted his forehead. He remembered that he had not told her about this before, so he explained it casually. It turned out that silver was not a legal currency in the Tang dynasty. Its main purpose was to make all kinds of jewelry, utensils, and pay taxes. In the Tang dynasty, the provinces and counties would convert the taxes into silver and send it to the capital. The status of silver in the Tang dynasty was similar to that in modern society. It was valuable, but could not be used as a currency. You couldn't take an ingot of silver to shop in modern times, could you? You would be driven out. Therefore, in the Tang dynasty, only copper coins were recognized as a currency. Gold, as a substitute for large payments, was naturally accepted and recognized. After Li Wangyu's explanation, Su Chongqing suddenly realized that he had been deceived by the unscrupulous TV scriptwriter of the future. The two of them discussed the financial arrangements of the family, and then Li Wangyu remembered that he had not done the business. He hurriedly called Niu Wu and asked him if he had brought back the statue of the Tao ancestor. Of course, Niu Wu would not forget to bring the statue, although he did not understand why his Lang Jun wanted it. After asking Niu Wu to bring the statue of the Tao ancestor, Li Wangyu took Su Chongqing and ran to the study in the backyard with the statue. After instructing that no one was to disturb them, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing stayed in the study mysteriously for the entire morning, which made Li Heng, Aphrodite, and Perrin very curious. It was not until noon that the door of the study in the backyard finally opened, and Li Wangyu came out with a sneaky smile on his face. After lunch, Li Wangyu hurried to Cheng and again with Niu Wu. He first went to the Xuandu temple to confirm the preparation of the heavenly grand ritual with Yuan Tiangang and the abbot of the Xuandu temple. After they discussed for a while, Li Wangyu confirmed that there was no problem with the heavenly grand ritual held in 2 days at the Taiji Palace, and then went to the Taiji Palace to see Pai Lupi. It was the first time Li Wangyu entered the Taiji Palace. He handed over his goldfish talisman and asked to see Pai Lupi. Not long after, he was welcomed into the palace by a chamberlain. In the suite du hall, Pai Lupi was sitting beside a few tables and looking at official documents. After the chamberlain informed him, Li Wangyu was invited into the hall. Li Wangyu, a county official, pays my respects to your majesty. Li Wangyu respectfully bowed to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi seemed to be in a good mood. He waved the chamberlain away, and then said to Li Wangyu with a smile, "Okay, I told you to call me uncle in private." Li Wangyu naturally took advantage of the situation and agreed without hesitation. "Zio, how is the preparation for the heavenly grand ritual?" "Uncle, I have invited immortal Yuan Tiangang to preside over the heavenly grand ritual. Don't worry, the aristocratic families will be shocked the day after tomorrow," Li Wangyu promised, patting his chest. Pai Lupi frowned. "What do you mean by shocked the day after?" Li Wangyu was speechless for a while. "Damn, I said something wrong again. How could the Tang dynasty have such a thing?" He was sweating like a waterfall and hurriedly explained, "It's shocking. Hey, I made a mistake." Pai Lupi didn't care whether he made a mistake or not. He just asked, "Is Yuan Tiangang the county magistrate of Firewell County in Shu County?" "Yes, uncle, have you heard of him?" Pai Lupi nodded slightly. "Yes, a minister in the imperial court recommended him to me, saying that he was an unprecedented genius in Shu County. I even wanted to summon him to Chang'an for an audience, but I didn't expect that he had already come to Chang'an. Hey, it's the old immortal Sun Si Miao who recommended him. Yuan Tiangang happened to come to Chang'an to report to the Ministry of Personnel. I found him and asked him to agree. Since it's the old immortal Sun's recommendation, it can't be wrong. But I'm still a little worried that those aristocratic families won't admit defeat easily," Pai Lupi said in a low voice. Li Wangyu said with a sneaky smile, "Uncle, you can rest assured. I dare to guarantee with my title that after the heavenly grand ritual is held the day after tomorrow, those aristocratic families will have nothing to say. No one will mention the plague of locusts as heaven's punishment anymore." Uncle, you can directly issue an imperial edict to kill the locusts. Oh. Do you have any backup plan? Tell me about it. Pai Lupi said with a smile. Li Wangyu shook his head repeatedly. The Buddhist said that it can't be said. It can't be said. If it's said, it won't work. Pai Lupi was so angry by his words that he reached out and hit him on the head. Bastard, you still want to ambush me? Tell me quickly. Otherwise, I'll beat your ass. Li Wangyu was speechless. So what if you're the emperor? You can beat people's ass at will? Well, okay, you're really great. I can't afford to offend you. Chapter 217. Li Wangyu had no choice but to tell Pai Lupi his revised plan. Pai Lupi was also stunned. Let the Tao ancestor show his power at the heavenly grand ritual? Break the divine punishment with his own mouth? Wasn't this nonsense? Pai Lupi stared and was about to get angry. Li Wangyu was full of nonsense. How could he do such a thing? Although Pai Lupi respected Laozi as his ancestor and claimed to be the emperor, he did not believe that his ancestor could show his power in front of civil and military officials at the heavenly grand ritual. Even the most devout Taoist believer would not believe Li Wangyu's words. He was simply playing with him, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, like a fool. Seeing that Pai Lupi was about to get angry, Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, Uncle, what I said is all true. I certainly have a way to let the Tao ancestor show his power. I dare to guarantee with my head that if the Tao ancestor can't show his power in the heavenly grand ritual, you can take my head and kick it like a ball. He blurted it out because he was in a hurry. The key was that he could not explain to Pai Lupi how he could make the Tao ancestor show his power, so he could only swear like this. Seeing that Li Wangyu was so sure, Pai Lupi was a little surprised. Zio, this is not a joke. Are you really sure? Uncle, I wouldn't dare to joke around with the people of the world. What method do you have to make the Tao ancestor show his power? Pai Lupi asked. Li Wangyu shook his head repeatedly. He could not say this even if he was beaten to death. Uncle, don't ask. It's really inconvenient for me to say. I can only promise you that the Tao ancestor will show his power in the heavenly grand ritual and break the divine punishment. Pai Lupi stood up and paced back and forth in the hall. After a moment of hesitation, he finally slapped Li Wangyu on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Good. Since you're so sure, Uncle will believe you this time. Huh, even a brat like you dares to make a bet. Do you think I would be afraid of those aristocratic families? The day after tomorrow, we will teach those bastards a lesson. Hee, that's for sure. Uncle is invincible, the sacred lord of the Tang dynasty. You're a man of culture and martial virtue. You'll last for thousands of years and unify the Jianghu. Li Wangyu flattered Pai Lupi as the sacred lord of the moon cult. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his words. Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't say such nonsense in the future. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. He seemed to have gone overboard with his boasting. Since Pai Lupi chose to believe in Li Wangyu, he did not continue to ask about his secret, which made Li Wangyu feel relieved. He was really afraid that Pai Lupi would insist on asking, and then he really wouldn't know how to explain it. After Pai Lupi asked him about the arrangement of the heavenly grand ritual, Li Wangyu was ready to leave. Uncle, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Pai Lupi looked at him with a faint smile. Zio, don't be in a hurry. It's your first time entering the palace. Did you forget something? Li Wangyu was puzzled. What did he forget? Did he have to give Pai Lupi a gift when he entered the Taiji palace? While he was at a loss, Pai Lupi pointed in the direction of the harem. Zio, as a junior of the Li family, shouldn't you pay respects to the empress after entering the palace? Don't forget, you young members of the imperial family are under the empress's jurisdiction. Li Wangyu sweated profusely. He had completely forgotten this. All of Pai Lupi's children, whether they were born by Empress Zhongsun or not, were taught and managed by Empress Zhongsun. For young members of the imperial family like Li Wangyu, before the ceremony, Empress Jongsun was nominally responsible for the education and management of them. However, Empress Jongsun didn't have time to teach so many young members of the imperial family. She couldn't even manage Pai Lupi's children, so this was only nominally. Li Wangyu hadn't recovered his status as a member of the imperial family, so how could he think of paying respects to Empress Jongsun? He smiled embarrassedly. Uncle, I've been expelled from the imperial family by the Li clan of Huxian. It's not proper for me to pay respects to the empress now. Get lost. Don't talk nonsense. It's the empress who wants to see you. In response to Li Wangyu's pretentiousness, Pai Lupi kicked him in the butt. Come, take Huxian to Lizhen Palace to see the empress. Li Wangyu was speechless. He rubbed his sore butt, bowed to Pai Lupi, and left with the palace servants. He felt a bit strange. Why did Empress Jongsun summon him? Was it because of the carriage business? Shouldn't he be talking to his beautiful superior? Nowadays, Su Chongqing was a frequent visitor to Taiji Palace. He often went in and out of the palace to teach Empress Jongsun and concubine Yang yoga. According to Su Chongqing, there were more and more concubines practicing yoga with Empress Jongsun in Taiji Palace. His beautiful superior looked like the #1 yoga instructor of the Tang dynasty. Lizhen Palace, where Empress Jongsun lived, was actually not part of the harem, but part of the East Palace. The current crown prince of the East Palace, Li Qingxian, was only 9 years old. Although he was the crown prince, he was still a brat and couldn't leave Empress Jongsun's care. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that Empress Jongsun set up her palace in the East Palace. In this way, it was much more convenient for Li Wangyu to go to Lizhen Palace to see Empress Jongsun. Although he hadn't reached the age of 20, he was still a man. If he went in and out of the harem, Pai Lupi would never allow it. 16 years old was a youth in the future, but in the Tang dynasty, it was the age to be a father. When Pai Lupi married Empress Jongsun, he was only 15 years old. Therefore, Li Wangyu naturally couldn't go to the forbidden area of the harem. However, Lizhen Palace was located in the East Palace, so it was an exception. Li Wangyu followed the chamberlain and turned left and right in Noda's Taiji Palace. After passing through several forbidden areas, he came to the Lizhen Palace of the East Palace. Reporting to Your Highness, Huxian male Li Wangyu requests an audience. Let him in. Empress Jongsun's voice came from the palace. After getting permission, Li Wangyu followed the chamberlain into Lizhen Palace. He saw a beautiful woman in her late 20s smiling at him. Li Wangyu knew that this was Empress Jongsun and hurriedly bowed to greet her. This subject, Huxian male Li Wangyu, greets Your Highness. Li Wangyu noticed that Empress Jongsun was pregnant and immediately realized that the baby in her belly was the next emperor of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty, Li Ji. Empress Jongsun had already given birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter for Pai Lupi. They were Crown Prince Li Qingxian, Prince Yu Li Tai, and Princess Royal Li Lizhi. In addition to Li Ji, who was still in her belly, Li Mingda, and Xinqing Princess, Empress Jongsun had given birth to a total of 3 sons and 4 daughters for Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu could only secretly criticize Pai Lupi's powerful ability to sow seeds. It was really too powerful. Alright, you already called Erlang uncle. Why are you still calling me Your Highness? In the future, Zio, you can also call me Aunt in private. Empress Jongsun smiled. Li Wangyu naturally nodded. Yes, Aunt, please accept this nephew's bow. This guy's skin was definitely thick enough. Before he transmigrated, he wasn't much younger than Pai Lupi and Empress Jongsun. Now, he called them uncle and aunt without a trace of embarrassment or awkwardness. Chapter 218. Empress Jongsun nodded with satisfaction. However, what she said almost made Li Wangyu stumble. Actually, it wasn't me who was looking for you. It was Changel who was looking for you. Changel wants to see her brother very much and wants you to play with her. Wangyu, are you willing? Li Wangyu was so shocked by Empress Jongsun's words that he could not close his mouth for a long time. Nanny? Princess Changel? Wasn't Princess Changel a little girl who had just turned 7 years old? Empress Jongsun summoned him to Li Main Hall just to play with a little girl who was in the first or second grade of primary school. You guys really don't treat bean buns as dry rations. Li Wangyu snorted coldly. Pulling a long face, he cupped his hands in salute to Empress Jongsun. Your Highness the Empress, although I am not talented. But he had a backbone. How dare you humiliate me like this? You want me to play with children? Don't even think about it. With a flick of his robe, he turned around and left. As he walked, he raised his head and laughed loudly. He recited loudly, looking up to the sky and laughing out of the door, "We are not ordinary people." Cough cough, this is just Li Wangyu's inner drama. In the real world, Li Wangyu revealed a flattering smile after hearing Empress Jongsun's words. Aunt, Changle wants to see me? That's great. I haven't seen Sister Changle yet. Empress Jongsun said with a smile in her eyes, is it too much to trouble a county man like you to play with Changle? No, Auntie, what are you talking about? It's my honor to play with you. Li Wangyu shamelessly betrayed himself, but his heart was bleeding. Fuck, he hated playing with children the most since he was young, especially those naughty children. He hated that he couldn't grab those naughty children and beat their butts. In his previous life, during the New Year, a relative came to his house and brought along a naughty child to play games on his computer. That brat had hidden him under several folders. After deleting all of his precious Japanese romance movies, he started to hate children even more. However, this devilish brat also depended on the person, right? The Princess Royal of the Tang dynasty wanted him to play with her. How could he say no? How could Empress Jongsun know that Li Wangyu had so many thoughts? Seeing that he was willing to play with Changle, she ordered a little palace maid serving beside her to lead Li Wangyu to the garden behind Lishen Palace to find Changle. Li Wangyu's eyes were filled with hot tears. He only hoped that Princess Changle was not the rumored devilish brat. After bowing deeply to Empress Jongsun, Li Wangyu could only helplessly follow the little palace maid to the garden. If Li Wangyu had eyes in the back of his head, he would be able to see the irrepressible smile on Empress Jongsun's face after he turned and left. Along the way, Li Wangyu noticed that the little palace maid who led the way raised her eyes to peek at him from time to time. Her face was flushed, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. What did that mean? Was he too handsome? Sure enough, being handsome was a sin. While Li Wangyu was still secretly rejoicing, he saw the little palace maid hesitate again and again. Seeing that there was no one around, she finally gathered her courage and whispered to Li Wangyu, "Huxin man, your poems are very good. I love your Tsuchi Chun Jiang Shaojing the most." Stunned, Li Wangyu halted his steps and looked at the little palace maid. What did she mean? His poems had even reached the Taiji Palace? This little palace maid was also one of his fans? Somewhat embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and said, "Hee, it's a clumsy work. It's not worth mentioning." "No, Huxin man, your poems are all works that have been passed down for generations. Even Her Imperial Highness the Empress said so." The little palace maid was very serious, looking at him with a burning gaze filled with worship. Her words made Li Wangyu feel embarrassed. He could only laugh dryly, not knowing how to respond. In the end, Li Wangyu still felt somewhat guilty. After all, those poems were all plagiarized. Being looked at with worship by this little girl, no matter how thick-skinned he was, he still felt somewhat embarrassed. He hurriedly changed the topic and began chatting with the little palace maid. With his eloquence, which had been nurtured by various internet jokes in his later life, he quickly amused the little palace maid into covering her mouth and giggling, nearly leading him astray. The two chatted as they walked. Just as they reached the garden behind the main hall, Li Wangyu heard the voice of a little girl. "Jing Shangyi, I know I was wrong. Please don't tell mother, okay? That won't do. Princess Changle, if you don't finish reciting Principles for Women today, I will definitely tell Empress Jongsun and have her punish you. Recite with me right now. Those who abstain from extravagance must come before frugality. A man's cultivation must be refined and extravagant. Abstain from extravagance, those who abstain from extravagance must come before frugality. The little girl's voice carried a sobbing tone as she recited with him. Li Wangyu raised his eyes and saw a young female official holding a ruler, forcing a tender little loli to recite a book in the garden. He understood that this little loli must be Princess Changle. Li Wangyu knew that the Principles for Women that the female official was reciting was written by Empress Zhongsun. It collected the gains and losses of women in ancient times and commented on them. However, forcing a 7-year-old girl to recite this plaything, Li Wangyu felt that it was truly too boring. Princess Changle, recite it for me. Abstain from extravagance, those who abstain from extravagance. How could the little loli recite it? Tears were already welling up in her eyes. Stretch out your hand. Seeing that Princess Changle was unable to recite, the female official's expression immediately became severe. She prepared to use the ruler to strike the little loli's palm as punishment. Feeling wronged, the little loli stretched out her small hand, so afraid that her eyes were tightly shut. Seeing that the female official was actually going to use the ruler to strike Princess Changle, Li Wangyu could not help but feel anxious. He hurriedly called out to stop her. Stop! His shout alarmed Princess Changle and the female official. Both of them raised their heads in astonishment. Seeing that it was Li Wangyu who had arrived, Princess Changle ignored the female official by her side and cried out in pleasant surprise. Lifting her skirt, she ran over. Big brother Wangyu, you really came. Wonderful. Mother really didn't lie to me. In the Tang dynasty, informal addresses were still very colloquial. When Princess Changle called Empress Zhongsun, she called her mother, not mother. Only in formal settings did she need to address her mother as Her Imperial Highness, the Empress, like outsiders. Princess Changle's face was chubby and adorable. This kind of cuteness was completely natural. Li Wangyu immediately had the impulse to dote on this little cutie. Hey! That curly-bearded man, Pai Lupi, was actually able to give birth to such an adorable and well-behaved daughter. This was simply unscientific. Li Wangyu inwardly ridiculed Pai Lupi's heaven-defying inheritance. Fearing that the little loli would fall, he promptly reached out to support her. He was somewhat astonished. How was it that Princess Changle was able to recognize him at a glance? How could he have known that Changle had already seen him at the waterside pavilion on the Crooked River? She had even constantly thought of him. Seeing Changle's chubby and adorable little face, Li Wangyu could not help but reach out and pinch her cheeks. Changle, I heard that you wanted to see your big brother? Changle giggled. Before she could open her mouth to speak, she heard an ear-piercing shriek from her side. Impudent! Release your filthy hands. To dare touch Princess Changle, how many heads do you have to chop off? Li Wangyu frowned and raised his head to look. It was that female official, glaring at him with a face full of anger. It was as if Li Wangyu had done something disgraceful. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to speak, the female official pointed at his nose and angrily rebuked him. Chapter 219. Who are you? You actually dare to barge into Nirvana Palace Hall and disturb the princess's studies. You even dare to take liberties with the princess. Someone come quickly. Arrest this madman. The female official's sharp, ear-piercing voice caused Changle to involuntarily frown and cover her ears with her hands. Li Wangyu was also enraged. Extending his hand, he shielded Changle behind him, reprimanding, "Shut up. You're disturbing Changle. You lecher, quickly release Princess Changle." Imperial bodyguards, where did all the imperial bodyguards go? Not only did the female official not restrain herself because of Li Wangyu's words, she instead raised her voice and shouted. Even the palace maid sent by Empress Zhongsun to guide Li Wangyu was unable to react to this unforeseen event. Seeing that the female official was about to continue shouting, the palace maid hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Jing Shangyi, this is... Before she could finish speaking, she saw the female official called Jing Shangyi raise her hand without any warning, slapping the palace maid across the face. Pa! With a crisp sound, the little palace maid's tender face immediately swelled up. This sudden slap stunned the palace maid. It was quite a while before she covered her face and began to weep. "Lowly servant, do you have the right to speak? You have no manners at all." This female official's arrogant and despotic attitude caused Li Wangyou's anger to soar. He reached out and pulled the palace maid over, carefully sizing up her slapped face. He saw that her small face was already swollen. Several bruised fingerprints were very conspicuous on her fair face. "Why did you hit her?" Li Wangyou glared at the female official. This woman was young and beautiful. How could her heart be so vicious? Before the palace maid could say anything, she had been hit for no reason at all. What an unruly lowly servant. She doesn't even know how to salute before replying. Hitting her is to teach her a lesson. "And you, who exactly are you?" the female official asked disdainfully. "You don't need to know who I am. Right now, apologize to her," Li Wangyou said as he pulled over the still crying palace maid. As if she had heard a funny joke, Jing Shani rocked back and forth with laughter. "Huh, you want me to apologize to this lowly servant? Are you crazy? He really didn't know his place. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Apologize." Zheng Shangyi spat disdainfully. "Bah, this damned lowly servant, you want me to apologize to her? Who do you think you are?" She had not heard Princess Changel call Li Wangyou older brother. Today, Li Wangyou had entered the palace wearing only white. As a result, Jing Shangyi naturally did not place Li Wangyou in her eyes. "Who I am is not important. Let me ask you, what right do you have to hit people?" Li Wangyou said, suppressing his anger. Zheng Shangyi arrogantly raised his neck and said, "I am a fifth-rank Shangyi. What does it have to do with you if I teach a lowly servant who doesn't know the rules a lesson? Who are you? How dare you barge into Li Main Hall and molest the princess? Are you tired of living?" Shang Yi was a female official in charge of etiquette and daily life. She was a fifth-rank female official. Female officials referred to high-ranking palace maids. They had a certain rank and received a salary. Their scope of work included managing low-ranking palace maids, training new palace maids, and taking care of princesses and princes. The so-called fifth-rank female officials were actually no more than high-ranking palace maids. Their rank could not be compared to that of the true officials of the imperial court. Although this female official was a fifth-rank official, Li Wangyou's position as the founding magistrate of the country was equivalent to a fifth-rank official. It appeared that her official rank was one level higher than Li Wangyou's. However, in reality, the two's positions could not be mentioned in the same breath. Li Wangyou inwardly sneered at her arrogance. A mere female official in the palace truly believed herself to be a high and mighty personage. So what if you are a female official? Do you think you can wantonly humiliate others? This lowly servant who doesn't know the rules. If I hit her, then I hit her. What can you do about it? Zheng Shangyi said disdainfully. Li Wangyou sneered. He was disinclined to continue speaking nonsense. Taking a step forward, he swung his arm and delivered a slap. "Pa!" After a crisp sound, Li Wangyou slapped the female official so hard that she fell to the ground. She covered her face with her hands and stared at Li Wangyou in disbelief. "Bah, I have never hit a woman. Today, I've broken the rule for you. As you said, don't you know how to salute before you reply?" Li Wangyou gave her a taste of her own medicine. He imitated the words of the female official and directly returned it. The reason why Li Wangyou was so angry was that the female official called Jing Shangyi was too hateful. Just now, when he saw that she wanted to punish Changel with a ferule, Li Wangyou was vaguely angry in his heart. Although it was the first time that Li Wangyou saw Changel, he had already fallen in love with this cute little princess. However, this female official was so cruel that she wanted to hit Changel with a ferule. This made Li Wangyou immediately feel protective of her. Not only that, this female official called Jing Shangyi beat the little palace maid who led him here for no reason. Moreover, she spoke rudely and called her a lowly maid. This kind of person was really hateful and deserved to be beaten. Li Wangyou was definitely not a pedantic person. Although it was disgraceful to beat a woman, it depended on the situation. For a vicious woman like Xing Shangyi, Li Wangyu would not feel guilty at all when he hit her. "How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? You're dead. You're dead." Xing Shangyi covered her face and looked at Li Wangyu with resentment. She squeezed out the words from the gaps of her teeth and said in a cold tone. Li Wangyu glanced at her as if looking at an idiot. He was too lazy to say anything. She was just a female official in the palace. She really thought of herself as a big shot. What he did not know was that Xing Shangyi, who had been hit by him, was a member of a branch family of the Jing clan of Xinjiang. She had been recommended to the palace to assume the position of female official. Because she was born in the Jing clan of Xinjiang, although she was from a branch family, she felt that her status was noble. As a result, she was accustomed to being arrogant and despotic towards ordinary palace maids and eunuchs. Just now, when the little palace maid had spoken to her, she had slapped her simply because she had not paid her respects. Xing Shangyi was young and beautiful. She had entered the palace not only to become a female official, but also to catch the eye of Pai Lupi. She wanted to sleep with him and be taken in as a concubine of his harem. Because she knew that Pai Lupi loved Princess Changle dearly, Xing Shangyi had specifically requested to be in charge of taking care of Princess Changle and teaching her etiquette and daily life. This was so that when Pai Lupi came to visit Princess Changle, she could appear before Pai Lupi and attract his attention. She believed that with her appearance, it would not be difficult for her to obtain Pai Lupi's affection. She had the Jing clan of Xinjiang as her backer. In the Taiji Palace, other than the concubines of the harem, she did not place ordinary palace maids and eunuchs in her eyes. She did not expect that today, she would receive a slap from Li Wangyu. This immediately drove Xing Shangyi crazy. Xing Shangyi raised her voice and screamed, "Guards! Someone has intruded into the palace with ill intentions." The conflict in the garden had attracted the attention of the eunuchs and the Eastern Palace guards as soon as Xing Shangyi had shouted. Following Xing Shangyi's shout, dozens of fully armed Eastern Palace Imperial Guards rushed over with weapons in their hands and surrounded the group of people. Chapter 220. When the Imperial Guards of the Eastern Palace arrived, they were just in time to see Li Wangyu slap Xing Shangyi's face. Seeing a female official of the palace being slapped, and a fifth-rank one at that, the Imperial Guards were all shocked. "Stop! Who are you?" The Imperial Guards all drew their weapons, pointing them at Li Wangyu as they shouted. Ignoring the pain on her face, the young palace maid who had been slapped hurriedly stood in front of Li Wangyu, preventing the Imperial Guards from using force. "Do not be rude. This is a man from Huxian. Her Imperial Highness the Empress has sent this man to accompany Princess Changle." Xing Shangyi stood up, glaring at Li Wangyu with hatred. "Nonsense," she sneered. "What man from Huxian? How come I have never heard of such a county baron within Chang'an? Quickly arrest him. This person has infiltrated the Eastern Palace. He must be up to no good. Also, this palace maid must be his accomplice." Li Wangyu glanced at her in disgust. Although this woman's appearance was not bad, her character was like a poisonous scorpion. She was truly disgusting. Even Princess Changle glared at Xing Shangyi in disdain. Afterwards, she turned to the Imperial Guards and shouted, "Do not attack. This is Brother Wangyu. He is not a bad person." Finished speaking, Princess Changle once again hid behind Li Wangyu. Hearing Princess Changle's words, the Imperial Guards were dumbfounded. Since when did Princess Changle have a brother Wangyu? The squad leader of the Imperial Guards did not dare to be negligent. Ignoring Xing Shangyi's clamor, he courteously cupped his fist towards Li Wangyu and asked, "May I ask if you have a goldfish talisman?" Li Wangyu nodded his head, taking out his own goldfish talisman and handing it over. After inspecting Li Wangyu's goldfish talisman, the squad leader respectfully returned it with both hands. "This one did not know that you were a man from Huxian. Please forgive this one for offending you." Li Wangyu waved his hand. "Those who do not know are not guilty. There is no need to be so courteous." What? Was he really a man from the Kaigwa County? How is this possible? Seeing Li Wangyu take out the goldfish talisman, Jing Shangyi couldn't believe his eyes. How could this young man in white be the founding father of the country? Li Wangyu pulled the little palace maid aside and said to Jing Shangyi, "Now you can apologize to her." His actions made the little palace maid look at Li Wangyu in a strange way. She did not expect that the dignified man who founded the country would actually force the clansmen of the Jing family of Xinjiang to apologize to her for a humble palace maid. Unconsciously, the little palace maid's cheeks turned red, and her heart raced. I. Jing Shangyi finally panicked. Li Wangyu stepped forward and looked straight into Jing Shangyi's eyes. Apologize. Jing Shangyi had never put these ordinary palace maids in her eyes. Now that she had to apologize to the little palace maid, it was worse than killing her. I will say it for the last time. Apologize to her. Li Wangyu stared at Jing Shangyi and said word by word. Jing Shangyi suddenly went crazy and shouted, "I am the clansman of the Jing family of Xinjiang, a 1,000-year-old family. When my Jing family was famous, this bitch's ancestors were still digging dung somewhere. Why should I apologize to this bitch?" Li Wangyu was amused by her words. The Jing family of Xinjiang, it was the Jing family of Xinjiang again. Was he and the Jing family of Xinjiang incompatible with each other? How could he meet these clansmen of the Jing family of Xinjiang wherever he went, and the way they acted was so despicable? The Jing family of Xinjiang, how impressive. Li Wangyu raised his eyebrows. It seems that the Jing family of Xinjiang has just apologized to me. Zheng Konghua offended me and he acted like this. Who do you think you are? What? The Jing family of Xinjiang apologizes to you? How is this possible? You are talking nonsense. Jing Shangyi could not believe his words. So what if this young man was the founder of the country? How could she let the Jing family of Xinjiang apologize to him? In Jing Shangyi's mind, the Jing family of Xinjiang was a 1,000-year-old family. So what if he was the founder of the country? Could he force the Jing family of Xinjiang to bow down? Li Wangyu stepped forward again and stared into Jing Shangyi's eyes. I will say it for the last time. Apologize. Jing Shangyi stepped back in panic and suddenly straightened her neck. You want me to apologize to this bitch? Don't even think about it. So what if you are the founder of the country? Do you dare to continue to commit murder in front of everyone in Taiji Palace? Her action made Li Wangyu a little dumbfounded. This female official was so straightforward that Li Wangyu could not continue to act up. The slap he gave Jing Shangyi just now was purely out of hatred. He wanted to force this female official to apologize to the little palace maid and let this matter drop. However, Jing Shangyi actually went against him, putting Li Wangyu in a difficult position. Continuing to violently assault Jing Shangyi was clearly out of the question. Firstly, he was unwilling to be rough with women. Just now, he was an exception because he was angry. Secondly, Jing Shangyi was, after all, a female official of the palace. As the founder of the country, if he were to assault a female official in the palace, his reputation would be tarnished. Who knew how those of the 5 clans would spread rumors about him behind his back? He was unwilling to be the bad guy. Li Wangyu coldly snorted and decided to ignore this venomous woman. After comforting the little palace maid, he turned his head to Princess Changle and said, Changle, Big Brother will accompany you to play. Okay. I have been waiting for Big Brother Wangyu to enter the palace to play with me. Let's go quickly. Princess Changle excitedly said. Li Wangyu smiled and rubbed Changle's small head. Just as the two were preparing to leave, Jing Shangyi blocked their path. You are not allowed to leave. Today, Princess Changle must finish reciting the principles of women before resting. Li Wangyu gnashed his teeth in anger at this woman who did not know what was good for her. In a low voice, he roared, Scram! Don't force my hand. I am Shangyi. Princess Changle is under my tutelage. Today, if Princess Changle does not finish reciting the principles of women, she is not allowed to go anywhere. Jing Shangyi seemed to see that Li Wangyu would not act again. Thus, she became even more aggressive, roaring loudly. Li Wangyu was so infuriated that he was speechless. How could there be such a shrew in the Taiji palace? Princess Changel puckered her lips, her face filled with displeasure. As for the imperial guards of the Eastern Palace, they were all stupefied. This Zheng Shanyi was truly valiant, not giving the slightest bit of face to the county official and Princess Changel. Although it appeared as if Zheng Shanyi was responsible for Princess Changel, in reality, she only wanted to use this opportunity to retaliate and cause trouble for Li Wangyu. How could Zheng Shanyi know how to teach Changel? She only knew how to teach like the teachers in private schools. She only knew how to have Princess Changel read and recite. If she could not recite, she would be punished with a ruler. Because Empress Zhongsun was usually very strict with her children, although the little Princess Changel was greatly doted on, she did not dare to disobey these female officials when it came to learning. Even if she was to be punished with a ruler, she could only stretch out her hand in grievance and allow these female officials to punish her. How could Li Wangyu bear to part with this tender and adorable Changel? Furthermore, he had Zheng Shanyi punish her with a ruler. He looked down even more on this simple and crude method of teaching. Scram! As for how to teach Princess Changel, I will explain it to the saint and Her Imperial Highness the Empress. There is no need for you to make a fuss here. Li Wangyu pushed aside Zheng Shanyi, preparing to pull Changel away. However, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter from outside the shrubbery. "Huh, Zio, since you have said so, we will agree." Chapter 221. Li Wangyu stiffly turned his neck, looking towards the source of the sound. He saw Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun walking out from behind the shrubbery with smiles on their faces. The majestic emperor and empress of the Tang dynasty were actually hiding on the side and listening to a thief's words. Can't you two be a bit more reasonable? Father. Mother. Princess Changel ran over to Pai Lupi's side in pleasant surprise. Pai Lupi smiled as he reached out and picked her up. The sudden appearance of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun frightened Zheng Shanyi, the young palace maid, and the imperial guards of the Eastern Palace into kneeling and paying their respects. Greetings to your Imperial Majesty. Greetings to your Imperial Highness the Empress. You may all rise. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand towards them. Zheng Shanyi inwardly let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to follow the others and stand up, he heard Pai Lupi say sinisterly, "Zheng Shanyi, we are not talking about you." Pai Lupi's words caused Zheng Shanyi's heart to thump. Frightened, he once again knelt down, not even daring to raise his head. Li Wangyu was disinclined to pay attention to the kneeling Zheng Shanyi. After paying respects to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun, he asked in confusion, "Uncle, what did you mean by your words just now? What do you mean by responding to me?" Responding to what? "Huh, Zio, didn't you just say that you were responsible for teaching Princess Changel?" "We agree." Li Wangyu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "When did I say such a thing? Pai Lupi, do you need to go see an otolaryngologist?" He faintly sensed that he had been tricked by Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. "Uncle, this little nephew was talking about how to teach Princess Changel. This little nephew will naturally explain to uncle and aunt." "I did not say that this little nephew is responsible for teaching Princess Changel." Pai Lupi glared. "Could it be that Zio is saying that we and Guanyi misunderstood?" Li Wangyu was at a loss for words. "Are you guys King shameless?" Empress Zhongsun looked at Zheng Shanyi, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Erlang, it's fine if Zio is unwilling. Let Zheng Shanyi continue to be in charge of teaching Changel." She then said to Zheng Shanyi, "You must remember not to relax your teaching of the little princess, do you understand? If you need to use a feral, then use a feral." This palace agrees. Changel was so scared by her mother's words that her face turned pale. She looked at Li Wangyu pitifully. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. "That's enough, you two. Do you think I'm stupid?" One was playing the good cop, while the other was playing the bad cop. Did they think that I was a fool? He did not understand what Pai Lupi was trying to do. Why did he suddenly want him to be in charge of teaching Changel? But he was blocked by the words of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. Did he really not care about Changle and let her be taught by the damn Jing Shangyi with a pharaoh? Although it was the first time that Li Wangyu saw Changle, he had already fallen in love with this cute little princess. How could he bear to let others beat her little hand with a ferule? Li Wangyu had no choice but to bow his head to the evil force. He replied in a muffled voice, "Uncle, Aunt, I'll just teach Changle." "Why do you have to scare her? Look at her pale face." Pai Lupi saw that he agreed and laughed. "That's great. Zio, you are full of wisdom and talent. Since you can teach Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, why can't you teach Changle?" Li Wangyu's eyes almost rolled to the back of his head. How could this be compared? Ma Zhou and Yan Liben were adults, but Changle was only 7 years old. In his heart, he absolutely did not want to be a nanny and take care of a child. No matter how noble, lovable, or adorable a princess was, she was still a child at this age. However, since things had already developed to this point, there was no point in saying more. Li Wangyu could only pinch his nose and accept the task of teaching Princess Changle. "Uncle, while I can teach Princess Changle, I cannot enter the palace every day to teach her." Li Wangyu still wanted to struggle. Pai Lupi waved his hand. "What does this matter? We will have the eunuch send Changle to Dingzhou village every day. Although Changle is a woman, she should understand the hardships of the common people." Li Wangyu was stunned speechless by Pai Lupi's words. He wished that he could slap himself. Who told him to have such a cheap mouth? Originally, if he had not said these words, he would have entered the palace from time to time to be the leader of the children. But now, Pai Lupi had directly sent Changle to Dingzhou village. "Uncle, Changle is of noble birth. How can she leave the palace at will and go to this nephew's home? If this were to spread, it would be detrimental to Changle's reputation." Li Wangyu was already on the verge of tears. "No matter. Let Changle acknowledge you as her master. If you accept Changle as your disciple, wouldn't that be enough?" Li Wangyu was completely speechless. Not only did he have to teach Changle, but he also had to accept her as his disciple. The heavens took pity on him. He himself was only 16 years old. Who had ever heard of a 16-year-old youth accepting a princess as his disciple? However, Li Wangyu did not dare to say these words. Otherwise, Pai Lupi would definitely use Ma Zhou and Yan Liben as an example. Forget it. If he accepted Changle as his disciple, then so be it. When one had too many lice, one would not itch. When one had too many debts, one would not worry. In any case, he had already accepted Ma Zhou and Yan Liben as his disciples. What would it matter if he added a little princess? Li Wangyu was now completely numb. He could only nod his head and agree to this matter. Pai Lupi suddenly said, "That's right. Zio, since you have accepted Changle as your disciple, why don't you accept Qingxian and Qingke as well?" Pai Lupi's words were spoken casually, but in Li Wangyu's ears, they were like rolling thunder. Uncle, what did you say?" "I think I just heard wrong." Li Wangyu's eyes bulged. His face was filled with disbelief. Pai Lupi actually wanted him to accept Li Qingxian and Li Tai as his disciples. What did he want to do? They were the imperial tutors. He was a 16-year-old founding father. If he dared to accept the crown prince and the king of Yu as his disciples, he was afraid that he would be spat to death by the great scholars of Chang'an. This was different from accepting Changle as his disciple. Although Changle was the eldest princess, she was still a woman. She was not valued by others. As for Li Qingxian and Li Tai, one was the crown prince, the other the king of Yu. Aside from great scholars like Yu Shinan, Kong Yingda, and Li Gang, who would dare accept them as disciples? It was not so easy to be the imperial tutor. How could someone who was not virtuous, learned, and talented do it? Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu. "I want you to accept Qingxian and Qingke as your disciples." "What, you don't want to?" Li Wangyu shook his head like a rattle drum. "Uncle, don't scare me. How can a young man like me be the imperial tutor? If I say you can, then you can." What are you being so long-winded for? I really can't. You really don't want to? Uncle, it's not that I don't want to, but it's really too much. Pai Lupi nodded. Fine, since you don't want to, then forget it. Li Wangyu had just felt joy in his heart when he heard Pai Lupi say unhurriedly, since you don't want to be Qingxian and Qingxue's teacher, then I will pretend I don't have a nephew like you. Huxian man, you can leave the palace. Hearing this, Li Wangyu was shocked. F***ck, this was a naked threat. Can't we still have fun together? Chapter 222. Faced with Pai Lupi's threat of falling out, Li Wangyu immediately cowered. There was nothing he could do. Anyone could only cower before Pai Lupi's threat. After all, he was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. If he angered Li Er, what if this guy really turned hostile and refused to acknowledge him? How could his small body withstand it? Li Wangyu had no choice but to lower his head to the dark forces again. What are you saying, uncle? It's my honor to be able to teach the crown prince and the king of you. It's my duty. Pai Lupi glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Forget it. I won't trouble you. You're only 16. You're so young. I'm making things too difficult for you to accept Qingxian and Qingke as your disciples. F***ck. This Pai Lupi is far too much. He actually dares to make things difficult for me. Li Wangyu looked at Li Er, whose nostrils were about to rise to the sky, and had the urge to go berserk. However, he clearly did not have the courage to do so. He still forced a smile. Uncle, how is this making things difficult? Although I'm only 16, I already have 2 disciples. It's my honor to be able to teach the crown prince and the king of you. I'm really not making things difficult for you? Li Wangyu ground his teeth so hard that they creaked. He squeezed out a smile. No, no. Why would uncle make things difficult for you? That's good. Since you strongly want to be the teacher of Qingxian, Qingke, and Changel, then I'll agree. Pai Lupi nodded his head in satisfaction, as if he was giving him a lot of face. Pai Lupi's shameless expression made Li Wangyu very much want to give him the middle finger. Shameless, he was far too shameless. He really was a disgrace to the Tang dynasty. He did not dare to say anything more. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. In order to avoid being molested by this extremely shameless emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu could only silently curse Pai Lupi's entire family in his heart to vent his dissatisfaction. Pai Lupi immediately had the chamberlain summon Li Qingxian and Li Tai. He was prepared to have his 3 children take Li Wangyu as their master today. Today, it was indeed Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun who set a trap for Li Wangyu. Their goal was to make Li Wangyu accept Li Qingxian and the others as disciples. There was a reason why he chose Li Wangyu over so many great Confucians in the imperial court. One of them was Li Wangyu's outstanding talent. Whether it was those poems or the famous epigraph of my shack that had been handed down for generations, his talent could all be seen. To be able to make someone like Ma Zhou accept him as his master, he naturally had the ability to teach Li Qingxian and the others. The second reason was Li Wangyu's identity. If Li Wangyu was not a member of the imperial family, no matter how talented he was, Pai Lupi would not have made such a choice. However, Li Wangyu was a member of the imperial family of Li Qingxian, so it was completely different. He was different from Prince Zhao Li Xiaogong, who would make Pai Lupi wary. Li Xiaogong's military achievements were almost on par with Pai Lupi's. Naturally, Pai Lupi would be wary of him and would not dare to put him in an important position. Thus, he sent him to manage the imperial clan temple. Li Wangyu would not threaten Pai Lupi and his successor's throne. Moreover, he was so talented, so Pai Lupi naturally viewed him in a new light. Most importantly, Pai Lupi did not tell anyone. Even Empress Zhongsun did not know his true thoughts. That was, Pai Lupi wanted to find someone for Li Qingxian who could restrain him in the future. Pai Lupi doted on his 3 children. Whether it was Li Qingxian, Li Tai, or Princess Changel, Pai Lupi doted on them to the extreme. However, although he doted on Li Qingxian, he faintly felt that his eldest son's personality was somewhat inappropriate. When Li Qingxian was only 6 years old, he was made the crown prince, the sole successor to the Tang dynasty. In order to nurture him, Pai Lupi carefully and patiently taught him, hoping that his beloved son would be able to inherit his imperial legacy. However, after Li Qingxian had only been crown prince for 3 years, Pai Lupi discovered that he had begun to not abide by the rules and lived extravagantly. This caused Pai Lupi to faintly worry that after his death, no one would be able to restrain Li Qingxian after he inherited the throne, causing the Tang dynasty to fall into decline. Since Li Wangyu was Li Qingxian's younger brother and later his teacher, his status was naturally noble. In the future, after Li Qingxian ascended the throne, if he were to become an incapable ruler, there would be someone to advise him. Pai Lupi was also far-sighted. He found a hoop curse for the 9-year-old Li Qingxian. Naturally, Li Wangyu did not know of Pai Lupi's imperial schemes. He only felt that it was too troublesome to be the king of children, so he had a bitter expression on his face. Just as he was feeling depressed, he saw Jing Shangyi, who was still lying in front of him. His mood became even worse. The cynical man pointed at Jing Shangyi and said to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, this female official beat up a palace maid for no reason. Her behavior is vile. Uncle, please uphold justice for the palace maid." Li Wangyu did not know that as soon as he followed the little palace maid out of Li Main Hall, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun followed him. The conflict between Jing Shangyi and Li Wangyu had already been seen by Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. This was also the reason why Pai Lupi let Jing Shangyi continue to kneel on the ground. When Pai Lupi saw that Jing Shangyi was going to beat Changle with a ferule, he was already furious. If Li Wangyu had not shouted quickly at that time, it was estimated that Pai Lupi would have rushed out himself. Empress Zhongsun was a strict mother, but Pai Lupi was a standard kind father. He could not bear to see his baby daughter being punished by Jing Shangyi with a ferule. As for Jing Shangyi, even if Li Wangyu did not say it, Pai Lupi, who was crazy about protecting his daughter, would not let her go. Jing Shangyi has behaved unscrupulously. She is dismissed from the position of Shangyi and sent to Yeting Palace. Pai Lupi directly opened his mouth and sentenced Jing Shangyi, who was kneeling on the ground, to capital punishment. Yeting Palace was part of Taiji Palace. Yeting Palace was where palace maids lived. At the same time, it was also responsible for imprisoning guilty concubines, princesses, and the wives and daughters of criminal officials who had been banished. In addition, some unfavored concubines also lived here. The predecessor of Yeting Palace was Yong Lane, in the Western Han Dynasty. After the death of Liu Bang, Empress Elvi imprisoned the most favored Madame Qi here and let her pound rice every day. Finally, she sent people to make her into human swine. Later, Emperor Wu of Han changed Yong Lane to Yeting Palace, which had been used until the Tang Dynasty. For female officials and palace maids who had made mistakes, Yeting Palace was a place where they could not see the light of day. Many wives and daughters of criminal officials would rather die than be sent to Yeting Palace. When Jing Shangyi heard Pai Lupi's words, she collapsed on the ground and wailed at Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. For the sake of Madame Zheng of Xinjiang, please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Huxian man, I was wrong. I apologize to her. Please ask your Majesty to forgive me." When Jing Shangyi did not mention Madame Zheng of Xinjiang, Pai Lupi was even more disgusted. These rich and powerful families of the Tang dynasty were still making things difficult for him in the imperial court. How could Pai Lupi not hate them? Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to Jing Shangyi. He did not say a word and looked on coldly. "Guards! Drag her away. Send her to Yeting Palace to work." Pai Lupi did not want to listen to her wailing and directly ordered the eunuchs behind him. Immediately, several eunuchs came forward and dragged the wailing Jing Shangyi like a dead dog. They sealed her mouth and dragged her away. When Jing Shangyi's wailing finally disappeared, Li Wangyu felt that the anger in his heart had dissipated a little. Chapter 223. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to catch his breath, he heard an attendant say, reporting to everyone, "His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of you have arrived." Everyone was how Pai Lupi's closest attendants addressed Pai Lupi, but the ministers did not address him this way. Li Wangyu felt that this form of address was a bit strange, because in the Tang dynasty, a daughter-in-law would also address her mother-in-law as everyone. With this connection, he could not help but laugh in his heart. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the two little brats behind the attendant. The two little boys, who were around 8 or 9 years old, were clearly the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, Li Qingxian, and the king of Yu, Li Tai. He was able to tell who was Li Qingxian and who was Li Tai at a glance, because Li Tai's body shape was simply too recognizable. Li Tai had been extremely intelligent since he was young, but according to historical records, Li Tai's waist and belly were large, which meant that he was just a little fatty. At this time, Li Wangyu was only 8 years old, but Li Wangyu estimated that this little fatty weighed no less than 50 kilograms, and his round body shape was comparable to Chou Kuan's. Li Qingxian had delicate features, red lips, and white teeth. Although he was a 9-year-old child, he could still be considered handsome. However, the arrogance on Li Qingxian's face that could not be wiped away made Li Wangyu feel very uncomfortable. Damn, when a little brat looks at people, his nose is almost pointing to the sky. This arrogant appearance made Li Wangyu have the urge to fiercely slap his butt. As the eldest son of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun, Li Qingxian was doted on since birth. He was born in Taiji Palace's Qingxian Hall, so he took the hall's name and was named Li Qingxian. Qingxian also had the meaning of inheriting the imperial business and leading the universe. As the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, Li Qingxian was naturally flattered by the attendants in the palace. In a short 3 years, his arrogance had already become a habit. Father, mother. When Li Qingxian and Li Tai saw their parents, their faces were filled with joy and they hurriedly went up to greet them. Pai Lupi smiled and waved at the two of them. Qingxian, Qingke, come over and greet your big brother Wangyu. Li Qingxian and Li Tai were both shocked. Where did this brother Wangyu come from? Was there anyone in this world who could be their brother? Pai Lupi laughed and said, "This is Li Wangyu, his courtesy name is Zio, born in Huxian Li clan. Speaking of which, he is your brother, so he is worthy of you calling him elder brother." The Li clan of Hu County? Subordinate brothers? Pai Lupi's words made Li Qingxian frown. Although he was young, he knew about the Huxian Li clan. Although the Huxian Li clan was a relative of the imperial family, it was only a small clan. How could this Li Wangyu be worthy of him, the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, calling him elder brother? Li Tai didn't say anything. He blinked his small eyes on his chubby face and simply listened to Pai Lupi's words. He bowed to Li Wangyu. Qingke greets brother Wangyu. Li Qingxian looked at Pai Lupi, hoping for an explanation from Pai Lupi. As the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, his pride didn't allow him to casually call someone elder brother. Pai Lupi acted as if he didn't see Li Qingxian's gaze and glared at him. Qingxian, why don't you bow to Zio? What? Father, did you make a mistake? You want me to bow to him? I am the crown prince. What is his status? Is he worthy of me bowing to him? Pai Lupi was angered by Li Qingxian's words. Qingxian, not only do you have to bow to Zio, but you also have to bow to him with Qingke and Changle. Zio is the teacher I found for the three of you. Do you understand? Bow to him as a teacher? Why is that? Just how old is he? Li Qingxian immediately cried out in surprise. Li Tai also looked surprised. Only Changle didn't seem to be unhappy at all. She covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Although Zio hasn't reached 20 yet, he is a rare talent. The poems I had the two of you memorize and the epigraph of my shack were all written by Zio. What, are you doubting my words? Pai Lupi was dissatisfied with his two sons' attitude and reprimanded them. Pai Lupi's words made Li Qingxian and Li Tai somewhat afraid. They hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi. We wouldn't dare. We know we were wrong. It's good that you know you were wrong. Hurry up and bow to Zio. This is also your mother's wish. Empress Zhongsun also nodded. That's right. Qingxian, Qingke, from now on, you have to listen to Zio's teachings. His words are father's and mother's words. Do you understand? Hearing Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangxuan's words, Li Qingxian and Li Tai looked at each other. Their gazes were filled with unwillingness. Li Tai's small eyes turned and he said to Pai Lupi, "Father, since you want us to make Brother Wang Yu our teacher, then let's go prepare the tea." Pai Lupi nodded. "Of course. I'll have the servants prepare it for you." "No, Father, let's go ourselves. Only this way can we show our sincerity." Pai Lupi didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this, so he nodded in agreement. "Okay, go quickly and come back quickly." Li Qingxian and Li Tai glanced at Li Wangyu, turned around, and ran. Li Wangyu had been watching coldly from the sidelines and hadn't said anything. He was observing Li Qingxian and Li Tai's behavior. It could be seen that Li Qingxian's pride and arrogance as the crown prince had already seeped into his bones, while Li Tai wasn't necessarily a good person. Li Tai's small eyes had been darting around. Pai Lupi and Li Tai hadn't noticed, but Li Wangyu had seen it very clearly. This little guy clearly didn't have good intentions. Personally preparing the tea for him to become his teacher? He was probably going to put something in his tea, right? "Humph, little brat, you're still too inexperienced to play this game with me." Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. He had completely seen through Li Tai's little trick. He had also been very naughty when he was young and had done things like putting laxatives in his teacher's cup more than once. Because of this, Li Wangyu's but had been fiercely beaten by his family many times. Li Wangyu didn't expose him and only chatted with Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangxun for a while. Not long after, Li Qingxian and Li Tai returned with 2 cups of tea. "Zio, I won't be preparing the 6 rites for you to become my disciple. However, I'll still have the 3 of them kneel in front of you to become your teacher." Pai Lupi didn't see through his 2 sons' intentions. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw them return. Li Qingxian and Li Tai looked at each other with a smug smile in their eyes. The 2 of them, along with Changle, walked up to Li Wangyu. They weren't in a hurry to kneel down and perform the ceremony of becoming Li Wangyu's disciple. Instead, they picked up their teacups and brought them to Li Wangyu. "Big brother Wangyu, please have some tea." Li Wangyu looked at them meaningfully and reached out to take the teacups, looking like he was about to drink. Under Li Qingxian and Li Tai's expectant gazes, Li Wangyu suddenly put down the teacup that had just reached his mouth. "Qingxian, Qingke, Changle, since the 3 of you are willing to take me as your teacher, then I have some words for you." Li Qingxian and Li Tai were greatly disappointed when they saw that Li Wangyu didn't drink the tea. "Big brother Wangyu, please drink the tea. We'll listen to whatever teachings you have." Li Tai still didn't give up and urged Li Wangyu to drink the tea. Li Wangyu looked at them with a smile and raised his teacup again, looking like he was about to drink. Chapter 224. While Li Qingxian and Li Tai were filled with anticipation, Li Wangyu had just brought the teacup to his mouth when he put it down again. "Let me first talk to you about my teachings. Qingxian, Qingke, Changlu, since you want to be my disciples, I will give you a sentence. Constantly strive for self-improvement and be virtuous. I hope you will remember this in your hearts." Li Wangyu shamelessly plagiarized Tsinghua University's motto again, but Li Qingxian and Li Tai were only hoping that Li Wangyu would quickly drink the tea. How could they pay attention to what he was saying? They just nodded repeatedly. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he picked up the teacup again and looked like he was going to drink. Li Qingxian and Li Tai both stared unblinkingly at the teacup in his hands. At this moment, they heard Pai Lupi suddenly say, "Ziyu, did these words come from the Book of Changes? A gentleman should be unyielding, not avoid danger, and constantly strive for self-improvement. A gentleman should increase virtue and be tolerant of all things. This is the way of a gentleman. Qingxian, Qingke, you have to remember your teacher's teachings." With Pai Lupi's response, Li Wangyu, who had just brought the teacup to his mouth, put it down again. He smiled at Pai Lupi and said, "Uncle is indeed knowledgeable, not at all inferior to those great scholars." These words indeed came from the Qian and Kuan trigrams in the Book of Changes. Being praised by Li Wangyu like this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but laugh loudly. On the other hand, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, the two little brats, had incomparably resentful gazes. Clearly, Li Wangyu was about to drink the tea, but after being interrupted by their imperial father, he put it down again. Li Wangyu snuck a glance at the two brats and laughed loudly in his heart. "You're still too inexperienced to fight with me." He picked up the teacup again and made a gesture of wanting to drink, making Li Qingxian and Li Tai's eyes pop out of their sockets. However, it was clear that Li Wangyu had once again disappointed the two brats. Li Wangyu actually put down the teacup in his hand and was about to hand it over to Pai Lupi. "Uncle, I think you should drink this apprenticeship tea first." As the saying goes, when parents love their children, they plan far ahead. When it came to teaching a child, the first thing was the Qi clan, and the second was the selection of a teacher. Qing Qian and Qing Ke being so smart and quick-witted was all thanks to uncle and aunt. As a result, this nephew believes that the first cup of tea for the apprenticeship should be for Qing Qian and Qing Ke to toast their parents as a sign of filial piety. What he meant was that when teaching children, family education was the first priority, followed by the teacher's education. Li Wangyu flattered Pai Lupi, but it scared Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Pai Lupi was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's words. He laughed heartily and patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. He reached out to take the teacup in his hand and tilted his head back to drink. In reality, Pai Lupi, as the emperor, had special servants to test for poison in his food. However, this tea was personally made by Crown Prince Li Qingxian and King Yu Li Tai for apprenticeship. Those servants didn't think of testing for poison. Seeing that Pai Lupi was about to drink the tea, Li Qingxian and Li Tai couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "Father, please wait. Father, you can't drink it." Pai Lupi froze when he heard this and turned his head to look at his two sons. He didn't understand what they were shouting about. "What are you two shouting about? Why can't I drink it?" Li Qingxian's back was soaked in cold sweat. He glared fiercely at Li Tai beside him, meaning to say, "Look at your rotten idea." Li Tai also glared back without backing down. "You also agreed." However, as Li Wangyu expected, Li Qingxian and Li Tai had added croton and morning glory into the two bowls of apprenticeship tea. When these two herbs were taken together, they were powerful laxatives that took effect very quickly. If Li Wangyu hadn't seen through the two brats' trick and really drank it, his stomach would have reacted in a short while. At that time, he would probably have to spend the entire day in the outhouse. Li Qingxian and Li Tai naturally didn't want to become Li Wangyu's disciple, but they couldn't go against Pai Lupi's words, so they came up with this wicked idea. They wanted Li Wangyu to make a fool of himself in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. Perhaps then the apprenticeship would be ruined. However, they didn't expect that Li Wangyu would divert the trouble and put the two brats in a difficult situation. Li Qingxian and Li Tai didn't think that the little teacher their father found for them would be so evil. Just by looking at the uncontrollable smile on Li Wangyu's face, the two of them knew that their thoughts had been seen through long ago. Too evil. This little teacher Li Wangyu was really too evil. The two of them, who felt that they had been set up by Li Wangyu, opened their mouths for a long time, not knowing how to reply to Pai Lupi's question. The two brats didn't dare to let Pai Lupi drink this bowl of tea that had been spiked no matter what. Even if Li Qingxian was the crown prince, if he really let Pai Lupi drink this tea, he would probably be beaten half to death by the furious Pai Lupi afterwards. They also didn't dare to tell Pai Lupi that the tea had been spiked with laxatives. That wouldn't be good either, and they definitely wouldn't be able to escape a beating. Just as Li Qingxian and Li Tai were flabbergasted and didn't know how to reply to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. Li Wangyu laughed and pointed at the tea bowl in Pai Lupi's hand. "Uncle, the two of them probably mean that the tea is already cold and they're afraid that your stomach won't feel well after drinking it. It's better to let the two of them go get 2 more cups." Right, that's exactly what the teacher said. How could Li Qingxian and Li Tai not know that Li Wangyu was giving them a way out? The two of them hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Pai Lupi seemed to have seen through something, but he didn't say anything. He casually poured the tea in the bowl into the flower bushes. "That's good. You two go quickly and pour new tea for your father and your teacher. Li Qingxian and Li Tai both let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They hurriedly nodded in agreement and turned around to prepare new tea. Seeing them run far away, Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu with a seeming smile. Zio, you really are a good teacher. Hee, uncle praises me too much. Qingxian and Qingke are just a bit mischievous. Don't take it seriously. I'm relieved to leave Qingxian, Qingke, and Changle to you. Pai Lupi then said seriously, the three of them grew up in the depths of the palace. The common people have a hard time and haven't heard of them. I am very worried. I will have the eunuch send Qingxian and the others to Dingzhou village every day. Zio, you have to put in more effort and teach the three of them well. Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi and also replied very seriously, don't worry, your majesty. I will do my best. Not long after, Li Qingxian and Li Tai once again returned with 2 cups of tea. This time, it was clear that they didn't dare to play any tricks. After Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu each drank their tea, Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Princess Changle respectfully knelt before Li Wangyu and performed the ritual of taking him as their teacher. Li Wangyu extended his hand to help Pai Lupi's 3 children up, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. He was a white-collar worker from the future, the pride of the entire village. How did he end up becoming the imperial tutor of the Tang dynasty? Chapter 225. After officially taking in Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie as his disciples, Li Wangyu's attitude had changed a little. Previously, he did not want to be the teacher of the emperor, as it would be troublesome and cause a lot of trouble. However, Pai Lupi's words had given him some other ideas. Although he knew the course of history, he knew that neither Crown Prince Li Qingxian nor Li Tai could become the successor to the throne of the Great Tang in the future. The true successor was still in Empress Jiangxuan's womb. What moved Li Wangyu was Pai Lupi's fatherly love for Li Qingxian and the other 2, as well as the tragic ending of this family in history. As the emperor, Pai Lupi's fatherly love for the children of Empress Jiangxun was indeed boundless. When Li Qingxian was sick, Pai Lupi gathered 3,000 monks and built the Shihua Monastery and Puguang Monastery. He even reduced the crimes of the prisoners to pray for his son. Even when Li Qingxian, Du He, and Ho Junji rebelled, Pai Lupi could not bear to kill his eldest son. He only demoted him to a commoner and moved him to Qianzhou. After Li Qingxian's death, Pai Lupi was so sad that he abandoned the dynasty. Li Tai was also Pai Lupi's favorite son. Normally, when a prince reached adulthood, he would be sent to his fief and could not stay in the capital for long. However, Li Tai was favored by Emperor Taizong, so he was given special permission to move his son into the Wuda Hall. It could be said that the reason why Li Tai fought with Li Qingxian for the throne was because Pai Lupi doted on him. It was because of Pai Lupi's endless doting that Li Tai had the misconception that as long as he pulled down his brother, Li Qingxian, he would be able to become the heir. In the end, Li Tai was demoted because of his plotting. Pai Lupi was heartbroken and deposed Li Tai, demoting him to the Donglai prefecture prince. It could be said that although Li Heir doted on his own son, his education of his children was a complete failure. He could be said to be a negative example. Pai Lupi had a total of 14 sons. Among them, the crown prince, Li Qingxian, attempted to rebel and was demoted to a commoner. His third son, Li Ku, the prince of Wu, was falsely accused of treason and was killed. His fourth son, Li Tai, the prince of Wei, moved to a secluded residence and died of depression. His fifth son, Li Yu, the prince of Qi, was sentenced to death for treason and was demoted to a commoner. His sixth son, Li Gui, the prince of Shu, was demoted and died in exile. His seventh son, Li Yun, the prince of Jiang, was accused of treason and committed suicide out of fear. Pai Lupi's sons could be said to have failed at educating them. Li Wangyu could only complain in his heart. Pai Lupi was such a failure as a father. Since he had inexplicably transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, although he did not expect to change history, he wanted to try changing Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Although Li Wangyu was two-faced, he was very clear about his likes and dislikes. Pai Lupi was not unkind to him. Naturally, he did not want to watch the tragedy of Pai Lupi and his son happen. If he could make Li Qingxian and Li Tai brothers live in harmony, it would be a good story. As for whether Li Qingxian could successfully become emperor in the future, if Li Wangyu could really change Li Qingxian, it would have nothing to do with Li Wangyu. Because he had thought this through, Li Wangyu did not have any resistance to accepting Li Qingxian and Li Tai as his disciples. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. After Li Qingxian and the others finished the ceremony, Pai Lupi waved his hand at the eunuch on the side. Immediately, the eunuch came forward with a golden ruler. Pai Lupi picked up the ruler and solemnly handed it to Li Wangyu. "Zio, we bestow upon you this imperial ruler. In the future, if Qingxian and the others neglect their studies and do not follow the rules, you can use this ruler to punish them. We will definitely not blame you." Li Wangyu hurriedly received the golden ruler with both hands. "Don't worry, uncle, I will definitely do my best to teach Qingxian and the others. I will definitely not disappoint uncle and auntie." With your guarantee, we are at ease." On the side, Li Qingxian and Li Tai's faces couldn't help but darken when they saw the imperial ruler. In the exchange just now, they could already tell that Li Wangyu was definitely not easy to deal with. Now that he had the ruler bestowed upon him by their father, wouldn't they be completely controlled by Li Wangyu in the future? Li Wangyu held the ruler in his hand and lightly patted his palm a few times. He gave the two of them a brilliant smile. But that smile made Li Qingxian and Li Tai both shiver uncontrollably. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Wangyu bid farewell to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun and returned to Dingzhou village. Time passed in a flash. 2 days later, before the sun had even risen, Li Wangyu was roused from his bed by the old housekeeper, Li Heng. Today was the Lunar Imperial Assembly, and also the day of the Grand Luotian ritual in Taiji Palace. The Lunar Imperial Assembly was the morning court on the 1st and 15th of every month. The participants were the relatives of the princes and dukes, the civil and military officials of the capital who were 9th rank and above, the local officials who had submitted memorials to the court, as well as the guests from Fan Kingdom. Because the morning court was around 7 to 8 o'clock, Li Wangyu yawned and led Niao Wu out of his house in Dingzhou village. It was still dark. Now that he was the county man who founded the country, he also needed to participate in the Lunar Imperial Assembly. Moreover, he had an important task today, so he naturally had to participate in the Grand Luotian ritual. When Li Wangyu arrived in Chang'an City, the drum of dusk had just sounded and the illustrious Virtue Gate had just opened. When he arrived outside Taiji Palace, the light of dawn was gradually descending, and the green spring scenery of Taiji Palace could be vaguely seen. Fully armed soldiers in full armor, yellow flags, and various ceremonial guards were all over the palace. The officials who were attending the court were lined up outside the palace gate, waiting for the gate to open. There were hundreds of people in the crowd, but Li Wangyu was a little dumbfounded. Where should he stand? This was his first time attending the court, so he didn't know how to stand as the county man who founded the country. Just as he was confused, he heard laughter behind him. "Ahaha, Zio, you also came to attend the court?" Li Wangyu was speechless, and hurriedly turned to greet Cheng Yaojin. "Nice to meet you, Uncle Cheng." The arrival of Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong made Li Wangyu heave a sigh of relief. At least there was someone he knew, and he could ask where he should stand. The officials attending the court were divided into civil officials, military officials, members of the imperial family, and envoys from various countries. Li Wangyu was at a loss, and he didn't know how to stand. He had not regained his status as a member of the imperial family, so he naturally couldn't stand on the side of the imperial family. However, he didn't know whether he, the county man who founded the country, was a civil official or a military general. Li Wangyu raised his doubts to Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong, but Cheng Yaojin laughed. "Ha ha ha, you can stand on the side of our military general. With me protecting you, no one will dare to bully you." Li Wangyu was speechless. This old hooligan, why did he make it sound like he was a gangster? Before he could speak, someone behind him said, "Cheng Jijia, don't spout nonsense. Zio will naturally stand on the civil official's side." Chapter 226. Li Wangyu hurriedly turned around and bowed to Yu Shernan. Duke, you're here. Yu Shinan smiled and nodded at Li Wangyu. Zio, this is your first time attending court. Hurry up and arrange your shift. He pointed at the area where the civil officials stood. Because there were hundreds of officials attending the lunar assembly, even the civil officials were divided into several groups in an orderly manner. The groups of 3rd rank and above officials, 4th rank and 5th rank civil officials, 4th rank and below officials, and 6th rank and below officials were arranged in several square formations according to their official ranks. Li Wangyu had been conferred the title of founding magistrate, which was equivalent to a 5th rank official. Naturally, he would stand among the 4th rank and 5th rank civil officials. Although Yu Shinan's rank was not as high as Qing Yaojin's, Qing Yaojin did not dare to refute his words. He even smiled and bowed to Yu Shinan. No matter how much Qing Yaojin messed around, he would not dare to mess around in front of Yu Shinan. "Huh, Duke, I'm just teasing this kid. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Jijia, you're already the father of several children. Why are you still so mischievous?" Yu Shinan scolded him like a child. However, Qing Yaojin could only listen to him. There was nothing he could do. Who asked this old man to be so old? Qing Yaojin was almost 40 years old, but compared to Yu Shinan, who was in his 70s, he was still a child. In the Tang dynasty, people married and had children in their teens. With a 30-year difference, Qing Yaojin could be considered Yu Shinan's grandson. Li Wangyu was very happy to see Qing Yaojin, this old hooligan, being humiliated. He could not help but smile. Qing Yaojin saw that Yu Shinan was laughing at him from the side and glared at him to scare him. Li Wangyu quickly went forward to support Yu Shinan. He pretended not to see Qing Yaojin's threatening gaze and helped Yu Shinan to the group of civil officials. 2 days ago, he had already paid a visit to Yu Shinan's residence to return the 1,000 strings of copper coins that he had borrowed. However, he couldn't return the money. Yu Shinan wouldn't accept it no matter what. He even said that the 1,000 strings of coins was a gift to congratulate Li Wangyu for his knighthood. Li Wangyu was helpless. Unable to persuade the old man, he could only thicken his skin and take back the 1,000 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu then informed Yu Shinan of the fact that he had accepted Crown Prince Li Qingqian, the Prince of Yu, and Princess Changel as his disciples. He was also afraid that if this matter were to spread, he would be scolded to death by those Confucian scholars. That was why he wanted to ask Yu Shinan to help him deal with those Confucian scholars. Li Wangyu was still a little nervous, worried that Yu Shinan would also think that he was young and frivolous. Unexpectedly, Yu Shinan didn't mind at all. Li Wangyu had become the imperial preceptor at such a young age. Instead, he praised him greatly. In Yu Shinan's view, although Li Wangyu was young, with the talent that he had displayed, he was fully qualified to be the crown prince's teacher. Yu Shinan also reassured Li Wangyu, saying that regardless of whether it was Kong Yingdao or Lu Quan, these old friends, they all praised him greatly. They definitely wouldn't be dissatisfied with Li Wangyu just because he was the crown prince's teacher. With Yu Shinan's assurance, Li Wangyu could finally relax. It could be said that a small worry had been lifted off his mind. Li Wangyu's respect for Yu Shinan, this old man who was both a teacher and a friend, grew even more. The morning bell tolled. Amidst the beating of the drums, the morning assembly began. Under the lead of the imperial censor, the officials lined up according to their ranks and walked towards the Taiji Palace. Dressed in court attire, the officials were respectful and solemn. As they walked up the white jade steps, the melodious sounds of swords and jade ornaments on their bodies could be heard. In the Tang dynasty, there was a poem that described the scene of a court assembly. The crowing of the rooster is purple, and the dawn of dawn is cold. Warblers are chirping in the emperor's land of spring. The golden clock opens tens of thousands of households. The jade steps command thousands of officials. The flowers welcome the swords and jade ornaments. The stars have just set. The willow flutters the banners, still wet. Unique guests at the Phoenix Pond. The song of spring is difficult. It was referring to the scene in front of Li Wangyu's eyes. The morning bell in the palace rang. The thousands of doors opened. Pai Lupi's ceremonial guards lined up on both sides of the jade steps. The hundreds of officials entered the imperial court. This was Li Wangyo's first time attending a court assembly. He followed the crowds every step. Before the officials entered the main hall, they first dissected their swords and took off their shoes. The imperial censor, the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of War, and the Honglu Temple all led the civil and military officials to their respective positions. Amidst the beating of the drum and bell, Pai Lupi sat in the imperial palanquin, carried by the chamberlains. He sat facing the south. A Fu Baolang placed Pai Lupi's imperial seal in front of him. One of the provincial attendants, who presided over the court assembly, walked to the front left of Pai Lupi. He took a deep breath and shouted with his dantian, "Bow." All the officials cupped their fists and bowed to Li Ershing. Li Wangyu, who was confused, bowed along with everyone else. "Bow again." "Well, I have to do it again." Li Wangyu was speechless. He continued to bow to Pai Lupi. After bowing twice, Li Wangyu just got up. He had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He blinked his eyes hard to make sure that he was not mistaken. He discovered that in the solemn and sacred hall, the officials had actually begun to dance like a bunch of demons. Damn, why does this scene look so familiar? It seems that Xing Chimo's group of debauches were also like this when they drank too much. This was the Lunar Palace, not a place for square dancing or disco dancing. Li Wangyu was speechless. What kind of F***king rule is this? Alright, let's dance together with the gray-haired and bearded official in front of us. Stretch your arms and kick your legs. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right. Twist your neck, twist your butt. Go to bed early and wake up early. Let's do some exercise. After a set of procedures, Li Wangyu felt that he was about to sweat. This court assembly was also a physical activity. He wondered how Yu Shernan's 70-year-old body could hold on. No wonder Yu Shernan wanted to resign. This was simply too difficult for an old man. Everyone took their seats. Li Wangyu also braced himself. He wanted to see how the battle between Pai Lupi and the aristocratic families would play out. As soon as the court assembly began, an envoy came out and presented a memorial to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I, the envoy of Luo Province, have a memorial. When Pai Lupi heard the words of the envoy of Luo Province, his face immediately darkened. However, he still said in a deep voice, "Present the memorial." The envoy of Luo Province was also known as the examiners. They were officials sent by the various provinces of the Tang dynasty to Chang'an. Their main purpose was to represent the provinces to participate in various ceremonial activities in the court. They were also responsible for the examinations of local officials. They were also responsible for bringing local tributes to the capital to participate in the imperial examinations. They were also responsible for conveying the will of the provinces. To put it bluntly, they were the directors of the offices in the capital, of the various provinces of the Tang dynasty. The envoy of Luo Province was not qualified to attend ordinary court assemblies. However, they were allowed to participate in major court assemblies such as the New Year's Day Assembly and the New Year's Day Assembly. The envoy of Luo Province was the envoy of Luo Province. Luo Province was within the sphere of influence of the Zheng family of Xinjiang. Li Wangyu was willing to bet his head that the envoy of Luo Province was here to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict in the name of the locust plague. Your Majesty, the locust plague in Luo Province has begun to spread. The locusts falling from the sky is a divine punishment. Your Majesty, please consider the common people and issue an edict in order to save the people. The words of the envoy of Luo Province had already been expected by everyone in the hall. However, after he spoke, the originally silent hall was once again filled with a buzz of discussion. Chapter 227. Li Wangyu inwardly curled his lips. These aristocratic families were truly sparing no effort in attacking Pai Lupi. The last person the aristocratic families had tossed out as a chess piece was an upper 8th rank imperial censor. Even now, he was still locked up in the censorate's prison. Although Pai Lupi did not order this imperial censor to be beaten to death in his rage, he still ordered Imperial Censor Wei Zheng to investigate. Wei Zheng was a straightforward official, and he was rather disdainful of the aristocratic family's use of natural disasters to attack Pai Lupi and use this as a pretext to gain political power. As a result, he directly threw that imperial censor into the censorate's prison to investigate whether or not this person had taken bribes and perverted the law. However, the aristocratic families clearly had enough bargaining chips. Even if they threw away a small chess piece, they still had other chess pieces to use. This Luo Province Assembly emissary who had once again brought up this matter at the Lunar Court Assembly was clearly a lackey of Xinjiang's Jing clan. He had once again used the locust plague as a heavenly punishment to fire cannons at Pai Lupi during the Imperial Court Assembly, causing everyone in the Imperial Court to discuss spiritedly. Pai Lupi's face was dark, and he did not say a word. He saw Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda jump out at the same time and grab the Luo Province Assembly emissary's collar. Damn thief, bullshit heavenly punishment. You Tian Shenas say it's heavenly punishment, so it's heavenly punishment? Scram for this elder. That's his mother. A trifling Imperial Court Assembly emissary is spouting nonsense to mislead the masses. He truly deserves a beating. Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were fierce generals who had slaughtered their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Together, they flipped out at the Luo Province Assembly emissary, scaring him so much that he almost wet his pants. Although he had the support of an aristocratic family, anyone who saw this kind of fierce founding duke flip out would still be afraid. Someone immediately stepped out to stop them. It was Xinjiang's Jing clan's Minister of Works, Jing Shanghua. Duke of Lu, Duke of Yi, quickly stop. Humiliating others like this at the Imperial Court Assembly, where is the propriety? Your Majesty, this official wants to impeach Duke of Lu and Duke of Yi for their lack of propriety. With Jing Shanghua's words, more than a dozen aristocratic family officials stepped out one after another, clamoring to impeach Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda. As for Qin Shubao and the other generals, how could they watch Qing Yaojin and the others suffer losses? They all stood up and refuted. The two sides began to bicker in the main hall. For a moment, the originally solemn court assembly became as lively as a market. It was Li Wangyou's first time attending court, and he watched the lively scene with great interest. The old hooligan Qing Yaojin's battle prowess was indeed formidable. His lousy mouth actually scolded those aristocratic family's ministers until they were battered and exhausted. This was an eye-opener for Li Wangyou. Qing Yaojin, impeach me? Do you want to see if my fist is big enough? Vulgar martial artist. The plague of locusts is the wrath of the heavens. This is the punishment of the heavens for not cultivating morality. Qing Yaojin, I'm going to fix your mother. You're such a scoundrel. I've killed so many people, why haven't I seen any divine punishment? High Duke Lu, aren't you afraid that the locust god will punish you for using such vulgar language? Qing Yaojin, the locust god is nothing. Can you beat the duck god? If you're not afraid of the duck god's wrath, why should I be afraid? Duck god? What duck god? Finally, someone was confused by Qing Yaojin's words. Where did this duck god come from? Qing Yaojin, wahahaha, you bunch of idiots. The locusts have their locust god, the ducks have their duck god. The ducks can feed on locusts, which means that the duck god is more powerful than the locust god. You farmhouse slaves must have eaten a lot of ducks every day, right? Aren't you afraid of the duck god's wrath? You. Where did this duck god come from? Who has heard of the existence of the duck god? Qing Yaojin sneered, then why don't you go and find the locust god for me to see? There are gods 3 feet above our heads, how can there be no duck god? His words made all the ministers speechless. What kind of logic was this? Li Wangyou was also speechless. He put his hand to his forehead and felt a headache coming on. This old scoundrel, Qing Yaojin, after hearing Li Wangyou talk about how the duck god was used to fool the farmers, he actually used Li Wangyou's excuse to shut the mouths of the aristocratic families. He was shameless enough. However, although the duck god was a little shameless, it was effective. At least the ministers of the aristocratic families could not think of a way to refute the old scoundrel's words. Seeing that the situation was not good, the head of the Jing family of Xingyang, Jing Yuanshou, could not help but stand up. He bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, the locusts are a natural disaster. How can we get rid of them? Moreover, killing too many of them will harm the harmony of the world. Only virtue can eliminate the natural disaster. Your Majesty, please reconsider and think for the sake of the people." Jing Yuanshou's words were extremely vicious. He did not mention that he was guilty, nor did he mention that the plague of locusts was caused by Pai Lupi. However, the meaning behind his words was that he blamed the cause of the plague of locusts on Pai Lupi. Asking Pai Lupi to eliminate the locusts with virtue was the same as saying that Pai Lupi was immoral. Seeing that Jing Yuanshou had stood up, the ministers who were arguing with Qing Yaojin immediately found a direction and stopped arguing with him. They all bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, please reconsider and think for the sake of the people. Your Majesty, please reconsider and think for the sake of the people." Under Jing Yuanshou's lead, nearly half of the hundreds of ministers who came to attend the Lunar Palace assembly stood up and said in unison to pressure Pai Lupi, who was sitting on the throne. There was no doubt that these ministers were from the aristocratic families headed by the 5 surnames and 7 nobles. Li Wangyu could not help but feel a little shocked. No wonder Pai Lupi did not dare to forcibly eliminate the locusts. Half of the ministers in the imperial court were from the aristocratic families. A slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. Pai Lupi's face became gloomier and gloomier in the face of the minister's pressure, but he did not speak. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. The ministers who came out to force the abdication also did not say a word. They stubbornly fought with Pai Lupi in a silent arena. The imperial court assembly hall, which was very noisy just now, immediately became silent. In the stalemate, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui came out and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, the plague of locusts is a natural disaster. I request that you hold the Luo Tian grand ritual to pray for the blessings of the people in the world and the Tang dynasty." Pai Lupi immediately nodded, "Yes." Yes means that the emperor has agreed to it. The attendant of the Minxia province immediately said, "Yes." This means that the imperial edict was to be read out. The ministers of the aristocratic families could only all be silent at this time. Hundreds of ministers bowed down. Hold the Luo Tian grand ritual to pray for the people. As soon as his voice fell, before the ministers in the hall could react, the eunuch began to read the edict loudly. Hold the Luo Tian grand ritual to pray for the people. As the eunuch in the palace read the edict loudly, Yuan Tiangang and other Taoists who had been waiting for a long time outside the Taiji palace immediately filed in. In the surprised eyes of the ministers, they began to build altars and prepare to worship the gods of heaven and earth. Li Wangyu directly rolled his eyes. Damn, Fang Xianling and Pai Lupi are not acting at all. You need to study Stanislavski's Self-Cultivation of Actors. Chapter 228. As soon as Fang Xianling asked for the heavenly grand ritual, Pai Lupi agreed immediately. Then Yuan Tiangang and others showed up. This was simply telling others that they had planned it long ago. They were so careless that their acting was so perfunctory. Li Wangyu despised them. However, this sudden turn of events greatly surprised Jing Yuanshou and the other aristocratic families. No one had expected Li Heir to make such a move during the court session when the officials were trying to force the emperor to abdicate. And they couldn't stop it. After all, Pai Lupi wanted to hold the heavenly grand ritual to eliminate the plague of locusts and pray to heaven for blessings. Who could say no to this? Pai Lupi didn't care about what Jing Yuanshou and others thought. He announced the suspension of the Lunar Imperial Court, walked down from the throne, and led the ministers out of the main hall. Jing Yuanshou and other ministers could only look at each other and follow him out of the main hall of Taiji Palace. In the eyes of Jing Yuanshou and others, Pai Lupi wanted to hold the heavenly grand ritual just to delay the time. They also made up their minds that they must take the opportunity of today's imperial court to force Pai Lupi to yield. When the heavenly grand ritual was completed, the imperial court would continue. At that time, they would see how Pai Lupi would deal with it. Outside the Taiji Palace was the square of Noda. There were drum towers and bell towers on both sides of the square. The heavenly grand ritual to pray for the plague of locusts was held in the square in front of the Taiji Palace. Yuan Tiangang wore a brand new purple Taoist robe embroidered with various auspicious patterns of Taoism with gold and silver threads. He walked in front of the Taoists with a solemn expression. The Taoist robes of the Tang and Song dynasties were not the yellow Taoist robes seen in later TV series. Instead, they were based on the illusion of purple qi from the east, when the Taoist ancestor came out of seclusion on an ox. Therefore, Taoism advocated purple Taoist robes. Behind Yuan Tiangang were the abbots of the 58 Taoist temples in Chang'an City. They were also wearing purple Taoist robes. Then there were hundreds of Taoists from the 58 Taoist temples. Some were holding God's tablets, some were holding banners, and some were holding various celestial weapons. They were singing ancient tunes. In fact, the formal heavenly grand ritual was very complicated. The whole ceremony would take several days. However, no matter if it was Pai Lupi or Li Wangyu, their ultimate goal was not to worship heaven itself. Therefore, today's heavenly grand ritual in front of the Taiji Palace was actually a simplified version of the ritual. The group of Taoists quickly set up the altar and enshrined 1,200 tablets of the gods. In the middle of the altar, there was a gilded bronze statue of the Tao ancestor. Li Jing stood among the officials and felt that the statue on the altar was exceptionally familiar. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like the statue that Li Wangyu's troops were hugging outside the Xuandu temple that day. However, he didn't think too much about it. He thought that it was possible that Li Wangyu had brought the statue home to worship for a few days. This wasn't strange. As the officiator of today's heavenly grand ritual, Yuan Tiangang was also the deacon of the altar. He performed gang steps, made gestures, and chanted spells. Under the chanting of a group of Taoists, he burned incense, opened the altar, invited water, raised the banner, announced the results, and emptied filth. In Li Wangyu's opinion, a series of rituals were done professionally. Well, for Li Wangyu, a good young man who was born in New China and grew up under the red flag, he didn't believe in any religion at all. Yuan Tiangang's dazzling operation, in his opinion, was an old liar with professional attainment. However, in the eyes of Pai Lupi and other officials, Yuan Tiangang was Jing Feichen, Yan Xuanda, Hui Sanjia, and Li Jing Feichen. He was like an immortal. The simplified version of the heavenly grand ritual soon came to the step of inviting the sage. Yuan Tiangang, who was performing gang steps and making gestures and chanting spells, couldn't help but peek in the direction of the officials to see where Li Wangyu was. At this time, Pai Lupi also began to turn his head to look for Li Wangyu's figure, because Li Wangyu had promised him before that the Tao ancestor would show his divinity in the heavenly grand ritual and personally break the saying that the plague of locusts was the punishment of heaven. Now the inviting the sage ceremony began. Pai Lupi and Yuan Tiangang, who presided over the grand ritual, were both nervous. They didn't know how the Tao ancestor would show his divinity. However, Pai Lupi frequently looked back, but he didn't see Li Wangyu's figure among hundreds of officials behind him. Pai Lupi was anxious. He reached out and beckoned the servant beside him. He whispered a few words and asked them to find Li Wangyu, the man from Hu County. If this bastard played a trick on him, Pai Lupi would be furious. Pai Lupi's behavior made Feng Xianling and others, who didn't know the inside story, a little puzzled. His Majesty kept looking back. What was he looking for? Jing Yuanshou and other masters of aristocratic families looked on coldly and sneered in their hearts. They thought that Pai Lupi was too naive. Even if he made such a heavenly grand ritual, what could he do? This group of old foxes more or less guessed the intention of Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling at this time. They just wanted to use the heavenly grand ritual to break the saying that the plague of locusts was the punishment of heaven. The deacon who presided over the ritual was a minister of aristocratic families. Some people recognized him as a famous Taoist priest in the land of Shu, named Yuan Tiangang. It was said that he was an unprecedented genius in divination. So what? Jing Yuanshou and Jing Shanghua, as well as the masters of the Fanyang Lu family, the Taiyuan Wang clan, the Qinghe Chui family, and the Boling Chui family, looked at each other silently and coldly. Even if the heavenly grand ritual was over and the deacon, Yuan Tiangang, claimed that the plague of locusts was not the punishment of heaven, they would not take half a step back. Jing Yuanshou and the others did not believe that Li Er would be able to turn the tables because of the heavenly grand ritual, even though there were hundreds of courtiers present. Ma Zhou, who proposed this plan, was also in the hall at this time. He had now joined the censorate as an imperial censor. Naturally, he needed to attend the lunar imperial censor today. Just now, he also saw his junior teacher, but it was not convenient for him to go forward and greet him. Ma Zhou was the one who proposed the heavenly grand ritual. He had been paying attention to the reactions of those aristocratic families. When he noticed Jing Yuanshou and others sneering, Ma Zhou's heart couldn't help but thump. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. He seemed to have underestimated the determination of these aristocratic families to fight Pai Lupi to the death. Originally, he thought that with Pai Lupi's imperial prestige and the addition of the heavenly grand ritual, the famous Taoist Gao Jun claiming that the plague of locusts was not the punishment of heaven should be enough to make these aristocratic families give in. But now it seemed that it was wishful thinking. Ma Zhou couldn't help but feel anxious. He gave the idea to Pai Lupi. Was it really useless for Mo Fei? He also began to look for Li Wangyu in the crowd frequently. He wanted to ask his junior teacher how to deal with the next attack of the aristocratic families. However, Li Wangyu seemed to have disappeared from the crowd. Neither Ma Zhou nor the eunuch sent by Pai Lupi found Li Wangyu in the crowd of officials. The heavenly grand ritual was still in progress. Because he didn't know what Li Wangyu was going to do, Yuan Tiangang worshipped, burned incense, announced the form, and recited the incantation uneasily. He only knew that yesterday, Li Wangyu came to the Xuandu temple and returned the borrowed statue of Tao Zhu. Li Wangyu also told Yuan Tiangang to enshrine the statue in the center of the altar, saying that it was the key to the Tao Zhu's divine manifestation. Yuan Tiangang naturally obeyed and enshrined the statue of Tao Zhu on the altar. Now he kept peeping at the statue, wanting to know what Li Wangyu was up to. Just as Li Er, Yuan Tiangang, Ma Zhou, and the others were feeling uneasy, and Jing Yuanshou and the others were watching coldly from the side, an unusually clear but strange voice came from the gilded bronze statue of the Tao ancestor on the altar. Chapter 229. Beep, the Bluetooth speaker is connected. The sudden strange sound came into the ears of all the people present very clearly. What was that sound? What Bluetooth? What speaker? Who was talking? Why couldn't they understand the meaning of these words? Everyone looked at each other and began to look for where the sound came from. Yuan Tiangang looked as if he had seen a ghost, and even the chanting in his mouth stopped. He looked unbelievably at the statue of Tao Zhu in the center of the altar. He was the closest to the statue, so he was very sure that the strange sound just now came from the statue of Tao Zhu. Before he could react, everyone heard the sound again. A song that no one had ever heard before began to reverberate through the Taiji Palace. It sounded like heavenly music. The music was neither a flute nor a guqin. Even Pai Lupi, who was familiar with all kinds of instruments of the Tang dynasty, could not tell what kind of instrument it was. Everyone turned their eyes to the altar, and the sound like the fairy music came from the altar. Pai Lupi's face changed greatly, and he suddenly stepped toward the altar. A group of civil officials and generals behind him were stunned, and then they all followed him. At this time, there was no censor correcting the etiquette. All the officials were shocked by the inexplicable music. When they walked to the altar, Pai Lupi and the officials behind him were stunned, just like Yuan Tiangang. The music was clearly from the statue of Tao Zhu in the center of the 1,200 god positions on the altar. What is this sound? A minister murmured. Yuan Tiangang suddenly shouted excitedly, "Fairy music, this must be fairy music. Tao Zhu is showing his holiness. Tao Zhu is showing his holiness." His shout confused Li Er and the group of civil and military officials. Could it be that the heavenly grand ritual had really invited the Taoist ancestor? But if that wasn't the case, then why would there be such heavenly music coming out from the altar without any reason and without any cover? Pai Lupi was also beginning to be confused. Could this be the Tao ancestor's divine manifestation that Li Wangyu swore? But this was too inconceivable. Was it really the Tao ancestor showing his divinity, or was it Li Wangyu, that little brat, who was playing tricks? If this was Li Wangyu's doing, how did he do it with such godly means? In the crowd, Jing Yuanshou and the others also looked as if they had seen a ghost. He did not care about being disrespectful in front of the emperor, and directly pushed aside the ministers in front of him and ran up to the spiritual altar to confirm what was going on. However, after reaching the altar, Jing Yuanshou became even more confused. On this unobstructed altar, there was indeed a sound that sounded like immortal music. Moreover, the source of the sound was the Tao ancestor statue that was enshrined in the center of the altar. Just as everyone was inexplicably surprised, the immortal music gradually disappeared. However, they heard a voice coming from the gilded copper statue of the Tao ancestor again. It was an unusually ethereal human voice. The Tao can be said, but it is not the Tao. The name can be named, but it is not the name. The ethereal human voice was reciting the Tao ancestors, Tao Te Ching. The sudden appearance of the human voice made everyone present shudder. Pai Lupi even felt the hair on his arms stand up. All of this was too strange. Why are you not kneeling? Just as everyone was at a loss, they heard the ethereal voice coming from the Tao ancestor statue again. Pai Lupi composed himself, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said, Who are you? I am Taishang Lao Jun. I was born without beginning and without cause. I am the ancestor of all Taos, the ancestor of vitality, the ancestor of chaos, the parent of heaven and earth, and the master of yin and yang. When Pai Lupi heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His knees went soft, and he knelt down. Emperor Ancestor, please accept my worship. At this moment, Pai Lupi had no choice but to believe it. Not only him, but also the hundreds of civil and military officials behind him, Yuan Tiangang, and the other Taoists, all knelt down and bowed to the Tao ancestor statue on the altar. There was only one thought in everyone's mind: the Tao ancestor is showing his power. There was no other explanation except for the Tao ancestor showing his power. Even if there were some ministers who did not believe in Taoism but Buddhism, there was no doubt in their hearts at this time. Even Jing Yuanshou and the other aristocratic families all knelt down with trembling bodies. The Tao ancestor is really showing his power. In Pai Lupi's heart, there was a faint suspicion that this might be a trick made by Li Wangyu. However, as the Tao ancestor statue spoke again, all his doubts were dispelled. The ethereal voice came out again, Li Shimen, you are the emperor of the Tang dynasty. You are ordered by heaven. Get up. Pai Lupi was very excited. The Tao ancestor is really talking to me. The Tao ancestor is really showing his power. Although he did not know why the Tao ancestor would show his power, he did not forget the purpose of holding this heavenly grand ritual, so he quickly asked. Emperor Ancestor, may I ask if the plague of locusts today is because of Shimon's immorality? Is the plague of locusts sent by heaven as punishment? What is morality? Taoism is the nature of all things in heaven and earth. It is omnipotent and omnipotent. It gives birth to heaven and earth, operates the sun and the moon, and grows all things, but it never shows off or relies on itself. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. How can heaven send a plague of locusts to punish people because of what you, the emperor, have done? Hearing this, Pai Lupi could not help straightening his back and looking back at the ministers kneeling behind him. With the Tao ancestor showing his power and endorsing him, he would like to see which bastard would dare to say that the locusts were the wrath of heaven and that it was caused by his immorality. Emperor Ancestor, may I ask if the plague of locusts in the world can be destroyed? Yes. The plague of locusts is the enemy of heaven and earth. Destroying it will bring great merit. Hearing this, Pai Lupi's eyes almost narrowed. Since the Tao ancestor said so, there was no more obstacle to destroying the locusts. He only felt refreshed and proud. Li Shimen, you must remember to take the people of the world as your responsibility. The sage is to govern the country, correct the law, and correct the punishment. He will save the chaos of the world and get rid of the calamity of the world. He will make the strong not bully the weak, and the masses not oppress the few. The elderly will be satisfied, the young will be raised, the borders will not be invaded, the ministers will go on blind dates, the father and son will protect each other, and there will be no danger of death. This is also the greatest merit. Yes, Shimon will remember the emperor ancestor's decree. That's good. I'm leaving. The Tao ancestor's ethereal voice came out. After the last sentence, another burst of heavenly music came out, and then there was no more sound. On the altar, under the sunlight, the Tao ancestor's gilded bronze statue seemed to be plated with a layer of golden light, emitting a dazzling light. Farewell, Emperor Ancestor. Under the leadership of Pai Lupi, everyone once again kowtowed 3 times and 9 times, kowtowing to the Tao ancestor statue on the altar. Yuan Tiangang also came back to his senses at this time, and quickly led a group of Taoists to recite the Tao Te Ching. Although Zheng Yuanshou and others followed the crowd to kowtow 3 times and 9 times to the Tao ancestor at this time, all of their faces were gray, and their hearts were like being cut by a knife. The Tao ancestor actually showed his divinity, and personally dispelled the locust's plague as the wrath of heaven. It was heaven's punishment for Pai Lupi for not cultivating personal morality. It could be said that Pai Lupi was almost erected by the Tao ancestor to protect his body. In the future, no one in the world would dare to use the change of the Xuanwu Gate to attack Pai Lupi. At this time, Zheng Yuanshou and other aristocratic families had begun to wonder if the world really had nothing to do with them, the 1,000-year-old families. When everyone was kowtowing to the Tao ancestor, no one noticed that Li Wangyu, who had disappeared before, crept out from a secluded place in the main hall. Chapter 230. There was no doubt that the Tao ancestor's show was just a trick made by Li Wangyu. That day when she traveled through the Tang dynasty with her beautiful boss, her mobile phone was in Li Wangyu's carry-on bag that was dropped in the bathtub. And in the small mezzanine bag of her bag, there was a mini Bluetooth speaker that Su Changqing used to listen to music. That day when she and Li Wangyu checked the items in the bag, they almost ignored it. But even if Su Changqing found the Bluetooth speaker in the bag later, she didn't care too much. After all, there was no electricity in the Tang dynasty. Her mobile phone was turned off for a long time and couldn't be used, let alone this Bluetooth speaker. However, when Li Wangyu was thinking about how to make the Taoist ancestor show his divinity in the heavenly grand ritual, he suddenly thought of Su Changqing's mobile phone and Bluetooth speaker. These 2 electronic products, which were commonly seen in the later generations, were excellent props in the Tang Empire for pretending to be mysterious. So he asked the abbot of Xuandu Temple for a hollow statue of the Tao ancestor. Together with Su Changqing, he fixed the mini Bluetooth speaker in the statue. The sound of the mini Bluetooth speaker was not low. Plus, the speaker was fixed in the hollow copper statue, so it played the role of a sound amplifier. This was the same principle as when Li Wangyu listened to songs with his mobile phone in the future. Sometimes he thought the volume of the mobile phone was too low, so he put the mobile phone in a glass cup to play the effect of a loudspeaker. After Li Wangyu's experiment, the wireless connection distance of the Bluetooth speaker was about 10 meters, which gave him enough room to operate. When the heavenly grand ritual was going on, Li Wangyu slipped to a secluded place in the Taiji Palace and connected the Bluetooth speaker with the beautiful boss's mobile phone while everyone's attention was attracted by Yuan Tiangang, who was performing dipper steps and reciting spells on the altar. Yuan Tiangang and others heard the beep, the Bluetooth speaker is connected. There was no doubt that it was the sound after the mobile phone was connected to the Bluetooth speaker. To Pai Lupi and the others, the music that sounded like heavenly music was actually the music that their beautiful boss had downloaded on her phone. If a friend from the future transmigrated to this Taiji Palace, they would definitely realize that this was the theme song of the movie Big Fish Begonia. As for the Tao ancestor showing his divinity and talking to Pai Lupi, it was even simpler. Li Wangyu used the voice-changing software in his phone to make his voice ethereal, just like the voice of a celestial character in a TV series. To put it bluntly, the so-called Taoist ancestor's show of divinity was nothing more than Li Wangyu playing a wonderful magic show in front of the emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty by using the high-tech electronic products of later generations. This was not worth mentioning in the future, and it could not even fool elementary school students. However, 1,300 years ago, it was a real miracle, an undeniable Tao ancestor showing his divinity. With Su Changqing's mobile phone and mini Bluetooth speaker, Li Wangyu showed off fiercely in the Tang dynasty, and his level was quite high. He pretended to show his divinity, and even Pai Lupi, the emperor, knelt down. It was very exciting. However, it was obvious that Li Wangyu could only rot in his stomach for such an exciting thing. Even if Pai Lupi interrogated him later, he could only insist that it was the Tao ancestor showing his divinity, and that he did not do anything behind the scenes. Otherwise, Pai Lupi would have skinned him alive. What made him even more regretful was that Su Changqing's mobile phone was completely out of power after such a toss. The beautiful boss's mobile phone did not have much battery left. Even if it had been turned off for more than a month, the battery in the mobile phone was still running out. Plus the battery of the mobile phone that he and Su Changqing consumed when they were at home and did experiments, there was only about 20% battery left in the mobile phone. After he fooled the emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty, the battery of the mobile phone finally ran out and was turned off, which made Li Wangyu very sad. After putting away the phone that had no battery, Li Wangyu slipped back to the group of ministers in the shock brought by the Tao ancestor showing his divinity, and also made a surprised expression. Outside the Taiji Palace, Yuan Tiangang became more and more excited. He worked harder on a series of ceremonies, such as summoning, following the stars, submitting the report, dropping the banner, and sending the sage. Due to the unexpected Tao ancestor showing his divinity, the heavenly grand ritual, which was originally a simplified version, would be extended to 49 days in the Taiji Palace under the decree of Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi did not waste any more time. He turned around and walked into the main hall of the Taiji Palace. He returned to the throne, and the court meeting continued. After the civil officials and military generals took their seats again, the atmosphere in the main hall was completely different. The envoy of Luo Zhou, who had previously proposed to let Pai Lupi write an edict of self-condemnation to save the people, was now kneeling in his position, trembling like a sieve. Before Pai Lupi could speak, Fang Xianling came out again and asked Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, the envoy of Luo Zhou misled the public and slandered the sage. I ask you to remove the envoy of Luo Zhou from his official position and arrest him to serve as a warning to others." "Yes. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Majesty, please spare my life." The envoy of Luo Zhou finally screamed and turned his eyes to Jing Yuanshou for help. In this regard, Jing Yuanshou could only turn his head and pretend that he did not see the envoy's eyes for help. Now, who would attack Pai Lupi with the excuse that the plague of locusts was the punishment of heaven? Wasn't that seeking death? At this time, Jing Yuanshou could not even protect himself, so how could he care about the envoy? As Pai Lupi's voice fell, the imperial guards immediately stepped forward and dragged the envoy of Luo Zhou, who had already collapsed on the ground, out of the main hall. Pai Lupi looked at the envoy of Luo Zhou being dragged away and felt even more delighted. This group of bastards from aristocratic families had previously used the plague of locusts as an excuse to make trouble for him. This had already made Pai Lupi very sullen. If it were not for the great influence of the aristocratic families, Pai Lupi would have already killed them to vent his anger. Today, Dao Zhu actually showed his divinity in front of the civil and military officials. This had completely relieved Pai Lupi of his worries. In the imperial court, there were no more restrictions. Pai Lupi could not help but smile. "Minister Zheng, do you have anything else to say?" The black-bellied Pai Lupi could now be said to be elated, sweeping away the bad luck of being forced to abdicate by hundreds of aristocratic family officials. He looked at Jing Yuanshou and was prepared to ridicule the head of the Jing family of Xingyang. However, Jing Yuanshou no longer had the intention to arm wrestle with Pai Lupi. Today's imperial court had completely exceeded their expectations. It could be said that they had suffered a crushing defeat. In the face of Pai Lupi's aggressive questioning, Jing Yuanshou obediently knelt down and said, "Your Majesty is wise. I have misunderstood Your Majesty's painstaking efforts. I hope Your Majesty can forgive me." Humph. Li Er let out a cold snort from his nostrils. Jing Yuanshou's lowering of his head and admitting defeat was within his expectations. Pai Lupi then looked at the heads of the other aristocratic families. Before Pai Lupi could speak again, the heads of the Chui clan of Qinghe, the Chui clan of Bowling, and the Lu clan of Fanyang all knelt down and said, "Your Majesty is wise." Pai Lupi, who had obtained great satisfaction, raised his head and laughed heartily. Noda's Taiji palace was filled with Pai Lupi's proud laughter. Pai Lupi's sharp gaze swept across the imperial court. Those aristocratic family officials all lowered their heads and avoided the emperor's gaze. When his gaze fell on Li Wangyu, the smile on Pai Lupi's face froze for a moment. Chapter 231. Looking at Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel suspicious. What was going on with the Tao ancestor showing his divinity just now? Was it Li Wangyu's trick? After all, Li Wangyu had promised him that the Tao ancestor would show his divinity in the heavenly grand ritual. Pai Lupi had naturally heard of the little tricks of Taoism. Originally, he thought that Li Wangyu was just colluding with Yuan Tiangang to make some tricks to confuse the officials. But in Pai Lupi's view, the scene just now was the real Tao ancestor showing his divinity. There was no doubt about that. This set off waves in Pai Lupi's heart. Did Li Wangyu have such an immortal method? Could he really ask the Tao ancestor to show his divinity? Facing Pai Lupi's suspicious eyes, Li Wangyu also smiled bitterly in his heart. He had already expected that Pai Lupi would inevitably make various conjectures and want to know the truth of the matter. However, he couldn't tell the truth about this matter. Li Wangyu could only force himself to be calm and show a bright smile to Pai Lupi, who was staring at him. Fortunately, in the main hall, in the presence of civil and military officials, Pai Lupi couldn't catch Li Wangyu and interrogate him even if he was anxious. He could only withdraw his gaze from Li Wangyu. He coughed softly and said, "Come on, give me a banquet." Give a banquet? Pai Lupi's words made all the officials stunned. Why would the court give everyone a banquet for no reason? Was it to congratulate the Tao ancestor showing his divinity just now? The officials were confused. Only Li Wangyu couldn't help but show a sneaky smile. With Pai Lupi's order, the palace maids who had been prepared for a long time came in from outside the hall. Each of them held a food box in their hands and began to distribute food to the officials in the hall. It was very simple, just a plate and a pair of chopsticks. However, the food on the plate turned the originally solemn hall into a wet market once again. The officials discussed animatedly, and it was very lively. What is this? They look like locusts. How can this be eaten? Your Majesty, how can this worm be eaten? In the Taiji palace of Noda, only Li Wangyu, Fang Xianling, Qing Yaojin, and the others were smiling as they looked at the food in front of them. Pai Lupi ordered people to deliver plates of fried locusts to the officials in the name of a banquet. In front of Pai Lupi's throne, there was also a plate of fried locusts. Pai Lupi opened his mouth under the gaze of all the officials in the hall. The people live by the grain, and you eat it. I would rather eat you to save the people. After saying that, Pai Lupi stretched out his chopsticks and picked up a locust that was fried until it was yellow and fragrant. He opened his mouth and was about to eat it. Your Majesty, you can't eat it. Your Majesty, you can't eat it. How can you eat locusts? Your Majesty, if you eat locusts, you might get sick. You can't eat it. Pai Lupi ignored the official's dissuasion and directly put the locusts into his mouth and started chewing. Seeing that Li Er had actually eaten the locusts, the officials in the hall once again let out a cry of surprise. Li Wangyu was speechless. Why did they make such a fuss when Pai Lupi ate fried locusts? In history, Pai Lupi ate locusts raw. That was disgusting. Pai Lupi swallowed the locusts in his mouth and looked at the officials again. Everyone, why don't you eat? These words made the officials in the hall look at each other. Did they really have to eat such disgusting locusts? Fang Xianling, Zhang Sunwuji, Qing Yaojin, and the others naturally reached out their chopsticks without hesitation and put the fried locusts into their mouths under the horrified gazes of their colleagues. Seeing this, the courageous officials in the hall could only pluck up their courage and reach out to pick up the locusts in front of them. They closed their eyes and put the locusts into their mouths. Suppressing the disgust in their hearts, they chewed hard. However, what surprised everyone was that the fried locusts were extraordinarily delicious. After the courageous officials opened their eyes, they looked at the plate of fried locusts in front of them in disbelief and reached out their chopsticks again. Under the pressure of Li Er and the lead of these bold officials, the main hall of Taiji Palace was soon filled with the sound of people chewing on fried locusts. "Everyone? How's the taste?" Pai Lupi asked with a smile. At this time, many of the officials had already fallen in love with the fried locusts and were eating happily. "Your Majesty, the locusts are delicious after being fried. They taste like prawns and are crispy and delicious." So although the locusts are a natural disaster, they can also be eaten to alleviate hunger and save thousands of people. "Your Majesty is wise." Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction and gestured to the provincial guards. The provincial guards immediately stepped forward and walked to the front left of Pai Lupi and said loudly, "Control is in order." In the hall, the officials held their breaths and all bowed down. In today's imperial court, demons cannot win against virtue. In ancient times, locusts avoided the border. If they can avoid virtue, how can they not be virtuous? Today, you sit and watch the seedlings being eaten. How can you bear to not save them? How can you be at ease because of hunger? Instruct the censorate to immediately exterminate the locusts. Those who resist will be beheaded. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Originally, there were many officials who objected to exterminating the locusts. They said that a natural disaster was not something that could be resisted by humans. There were even local officials who refused to exterminate the locusts. They said that exterminating the locusts would bring more harm. In addition, the aristocratic families used this as an opportunity to add fuel to the fire. They wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Pai Lupi's prestige. As a result, exterminating the locusts could not be carried out. Now that the Taoist ancestor had shown his divinity, he announced that exterminating the locusts was a great merit. In this way, exterminating the locusts was logical and there were no more obstacles. In the Tang dynasty, in the 3rd month of Zhenguan, the entire country exterminated the locusts. It was a few months earlier than the original time of exterminating the locusts in history. The imperial court's strength and determination to carry it out was also greater. A disaster of exterminating the locusts disappeared without a trace. After the imperial court meeting, the news of the Taoist ancestor showing his divinity at the Taiji Palace quickly spread in Cheng and city. Because at that time, there were no less than 1,000 people in the Taiji Palace who had witnessed this miracle with their own eyes, everyone had to believe it. Many officials even recorded the conversation between Pai Lupi and the sage, as well as the matter of Pai Lupi and the officials eating fried locusts in the main hall of the Taiji Palace. They printed it into books and spread it widely. In the Tang dynasty, which had a strong atmosphere of religious belief, this matter immediately spread to the entire Tang dynasty with Cheng and city as the center. For a time, the Taoist temples that were originally prosperous in the Tang dynasty became even more prosperous. The people of the Tang dynasty went to the Taoist temples in groups to burn incense and kowtow to the Taoist ancestor, asking for the Taoist ancestor's blessing. Under the strong push of Pai Lupi, the Tang dynasty began to exterminate the locusts. Exterminating the locusts was not complicated. At night, a fire would be lit, and the locusts would fly to the fire and be burned to death. Then, a pit would be dug to bury the locusts. In addition, with the help of manpower and other methods, exterminating the locusts was not too difficult. The landlords and villagers who were originally worshipping the locust god immediately changed their minds when they heard from the officials and scholars that the Taoist ancestor had shown his divinity at the Taiji Palace in Cheng and city and personally passed down a verbal order saying that the locust plague was the enemy of heaven and earth. Exterminating the locusts would be a great merit. In this year, the locusts were not a disaster. However, Li Wangyu was not happy at this time. He was racking his brains, thinking of how to fool Pai Lupi. Chapter 232. In the Yin and Yang Hall of Tai Chi Palace, Li Wangyu was restless. From time to time, he would raise his eyes to look at Pai Lupi, who was sitting at the side and reviewing memorials. As soon as the court meeting ended, Li Wangyu wanted to blend into the hundreds of officials and slip away. However, before he reached the entrance of Tai Chi Palace, he was stopped by the palace eunuchs, who were summoned by Pai Lupi. He knew very well why Pai Lupi summoned him. This was also the reason why he wanted to slip away. Feeling uneasy, he followed the eunuchs into the yin and yang hall. However, he saw Pai Lupi sitting behind a few tables and reviewing memorials, completely ignoring him. Li Wangyu complained in his heart, "Isn't this King's psychological warfare?" He had seen a lot of movies and TV shows in his previous life. The police often did this during trials. They put psychological pressure on the suspect to make the suspect reveal flaws. Pai Lupi used this method to interrogate him. He had underestimated Li Wangyu's psychological endurance. Back then, he was able to change his mathematics score from 9 to 99 to lie to his parents without batting an eyelid. Although he had been severely beaten after being seen through, it was not because he had revealed flaws. It was because the bastard neighbor's child next door, his classmate, had exposed him. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu was nervous, he did not show any flaws on the surface. He was calm and composed, quietly watching Pai Lupi show off. In the yin and yang hall, it was quiet for a moment. Neither of them made a sound. Even the eunuchs who were waiting on the side lowered their breathing. After a full 30 minutes, Pai Lupi put down the pen in his hand and rubbed his slightly sore wrist. He raised his head and looked at Li Wangyu with a faint smile. He waved his hand and motioned for all the servants in the hall to leave. Then, he stared at Li Wangyu and said, "Zio, tell me, why did the emperor ancestor suddenly appear during the heavenly grand ritual today?" Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was not flustered at all. Just now, Pai Lupi had purposely left him to the side, and his mind had wandered off. In the end, he came up with a reasonable excuse. "Uncle, actually, as early as 3 days ago, the Taoist ancestor told me in my dream that he would show his divinity in today's heavenly grand ritual and open the eyes of His Majesty." Pai Lupi was stunned. "What? The imperial ancestor gave you a dream?" Li Wangyu nodded seriously and said, "That's right. That's why I'm so sure that the Tao ancestor will show his power during the heavenly grand ritual." His words made Pai Lupi a little confused. Was that really the case? Seeing that Pai Lupi didn't speak for a long time, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Although the excuse of giving him a dream was very bad, it was very effective. Even if Pai Lupi was suspicious, could he find Laozi and confront him? Who could say that Laozi didn't give him a dream? Anyway, Li Wangyu insisted that the Tao ancestor gave him a dream as an excuse. Even if Pai Lupi had doubts in his heart, there was nothing he could do. In the end, Pai Lupi could only accept Li Wangyu's explanation and reluctantly believe that the Tao ancestor gave Li Wangyu a dream. Although there were many doubts, such as why the Tao ancestor gave Li Wangyu a dream and why Li Wangyu believed the words of the Tao ancestor in the dream, these were not important. At least Pai Lupi was sure that Li Wangyu was not malicious, and what he did was in line with the interests of Pai Lupi. Naturally, Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue to delve into this matter. After the lunar pilgrimage in the Taiji Palace ended, the gilded copper statue of the Tao ancestor was directly enshrined in the Taiji Palace by Pai Lupi. He burned incense and prayed day and night. After the heavenly grand ritual, Pai Lupi gave rewards to the 58 Taoist temples in Chang'an, including the abbot of Xuandu Temple. Yuan Tiangang was left in Chang'an by Pai Lupi 4 years earlier and became the think tank of Emperor Taizong of Tang. As for Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi did not give him any more rewards. The main reason was that he was too young and had just been granted the title of county founding man. It would be too excessive to give him another title. In this regard, Li Wangyu complained in his heart. The stingy Pai Lupi did not give him a title, but he could give him some gold. Li Wangyu did not mind having more money in his family. Now his Li family was just out of poverty. Not to mention those aristocratic families, even ordinary businessmen were much richer than him. Even if Li Wangyu was granted a title, he had no interest in entering the imperial court. Now he was only interested in making money. After the threat of the locust plague was eliminated, Li Wangyu began to think about his plan to make money. The winemaking workshop was a must. This would be an important industry for his Li family in the future. Glass was also a very profitable industry. Unfortunately, Li Wangyu did not know how to make glass. Glass seemed to be made of silicon and sand. But he was a second-tier college student who majored in electronic business. He really did not understand. In fact, it was not only Li Wangyu who did not understand. Su Chongqing, a top student at the University of Pennsylvania, also did not understand. In the future, the division of labor was too detailed. If one did not specialize in that industry, how many people knew how to make glass? It did not matter if they did not know how to make glass. If they could make high alcohol content wine and then purify the alcohol, it seemed like they could make perfume. This was also a very profitable industry. In any era, women's money was the easiest to earn. Soap could also be made. Li Wangyu still had the basic knowledge of chemistry. Li Wangyu had already learned how to make soap from the old people in the village. Li Wangyu had read many transmigration novels. Most of the protagonists did this. He also planned to follow suit. With a four-wheeled carriage business, winemaking, perfume, and soap industries, his Li family would be rich. After thinking about what to do in the future to get rich, Li Wangyu was in a good mood. On this day, Li Wangyu planned to have Niu Wu go to Chang'an City and ask him to help Fatty Cho Kuan find food for him. He planned to buy grain and wine from Cho Kuan. However, he saw the old housekeeper Li Heng come in from the outer courtyard with a smile. Lang Jun, Minister Feng of the Ministry of Works, is here to visit. Li Wangyu was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He could not help but reveal a look of surprise. He remembered that when he was knighted, Pai Lupi personally promised to build him a manor for free. In the Tang dynasty, there were 6 ministries: officials, rights, soldiers, punishments, and works. Each ministry had 4 divisions under it. Under the Ministry of Works, there were 4 divisions: Ministry of Works, Ministry of Land, Ministry of Works, and Ministry of Water. The Ministry of Works Minister, Assistant Minister, and Minister Assistant Minister were in charge of city labor. They were the assistants of the Minister of Works and the Minister of Works. This Minister Feng from the Ministry of Works was probably here to build a residence for him. Li Wangyu hurriedly told Li Heng to invite Minister Feng to the central room. He would be there soon. After Li Heng went to greet Minister Feng, Li Wangyu turned around and took out a scroll of blueprints from the study. These were the blueprints that he and his beautiful boss had come up with after Pai Lupi agreed to let him design the manor. Li Wangyu unfolded the blueprints and looked at them with satisfaction. Then he rolled up the blueprints and walked to the central room in the outer courtyard. Big house. I'm coming. Chapter 233. In the central room of the Li family, Dr. Feng from the Ministry of Works had been in a daze for a long time. His eyes were absent-minded as he stared at the blueprint on the table in front of him. Li Wangyu was only a white-collar worker in the future. He had managed to get a mortgage and buy a house with great difficulty. However, before he could hand over the house, his soul had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu was very excited to be able to own a mansion that was almost impossible to own in the future. After Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior discussed how to build their new house, he used his sketching skills and went through several drafts. Finally, he drew a sketch that satisfied both of them. However, when he took out the sketch of the county magistrate's mansion and showed it to Dr. Feng, this rank 6 official from the Ministry of Works was shocked. "County magistrate, are you sure you want to build your mansion like this?" Dr. Feng finally regained his senses and asked with difficulty. Li Wangyu nodded and said, "Yes." "Is there a problem?" "I don't really understand. This shouldn't be against the rules, right?" Dr. Feng from the Ministry of Works was in his 50s. He had worked in the Ministry of Works for more than 10 years. He could be considered a top-notch construction engineer in the Tang dynasty. However, when he saw Li Wangyu's sketch of the building, he was also dumbfounded. This was because he didn't know whether this building was against the rules or not. The Tang dynasty had strict regulations regarding the mansions of officials and nobles. The width of the main hall of a county magistrate's mansion could not exceed 5 rooms. The depth of the main hall could not exceed 9 shelves. The width of the main hall was the space, and the depth of the main hall was the shelf. The space between 2 adjacent purlins was a shelf. The width of 5 rooms referred to the 6 pillars in the main hall. There would be 5 spaces in the middle, and the width of the main hall could not exceed 5 rooms. The depth of the main hall could not exceed 9 shelves. However, these data and requirements were based on the traditional architectural and garden design requirements of China. However, the sketch Li Wangyu showed him was an architectural style that Dr. Feng had never seen before. Of course, in this era, other than Li Wangyu and Su Changqing, no one else could draw such an architectural blueprint. Li Wangyu's sketch of the mansion was actually a large and luxurious manor, not a traditional Chinese building. To the Li Wangyu of the future, the manor was just a dream. He reckoned that even if he worked hard for the rest of his life, got promoted, got a raise, married a rich and beautiful woman, and reached the pinnacle of life, he might not have the chance to own a luxurious manor that could only be seen on TV. But now, his soul had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, and he had been granted a title of nobility for no apparent reason. Pai Lupi had even generously offered to give him a county mansion, so he immediately thought of his dream of a manor. His beautiful superior naturally wouldn't reject his idea. Even if Su Changqing's family conditions were good, owning a manor was still out of his reach. Therefore, the two of them hit it off and joined hands to design an architectural blueprint that would create a new world in the Tang dynasty. Dr. Feng had never seen an architectural blueprint like this before, so he couldn't help but lose his composure. In Li Wangyu and Su Changqing's design, Noda's manor was based on the designs of many of the world's top manors. In this aspect, his beautiful superior, who was a sea turtle, had the right to speak. When she was studying in America, she often traveled to Europe and America during winter and summer vacations, so she had a deep impression of those top manors. For example, the garden in front of the manor's main building was a miniature version of the Palace of Versailles. All kinds of roads, trees, ponds, pavilions, and flower beds formed a symmetrical geometric pattern that was very magnificent. Li Wangyu even designed a Noda lake in the manor, which made Dr. Feng click his tongue. The manor didn't only have Western garden designs, but Li Wangyu and Su Changqing also incorporated Eastern garden designs. Jiangnanzhu Garden and Humble Administrator's Garden were representative garden designs, and all kinds of pavilions and waterside pavilions were also copied by Li Wangyu. The main building of Noda's manor was a small 3-story castle. In order to design the castle, Li Wangyu didn't forget to find Aphrodite and discuss it with her for a long time. Aphrodite was the most excited person in the family when Li Wangyu wanted to build a small castle. She never thought that she would see a castle in the style of her hometown in the Tang dynasty, thousands of miles away. Aphrodite looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of love. She misunderstood that Li Wangyu had built the castle especially for her. How could a man who could build a castle for his woman not make Aphrodite's heart beat faster? If not for her beautiful superior staring at her from the side, Aphrodite would probably have jumped into Li Wangyu's arms and offered herself to him. Dr. Feng swallowed with difficulty and asked, Huxian Nan, how can this manor be built like this? Why not? Li Wangyu asked in confusion. It's against the rules. Dr. Feng began to explain to Li Wangyu what the composition of feng shui was, what the front hall and back bedroom were, what the 3 entrances home were, what the hierarchy was, and what the differences between men and women were. In short, the architecture of the Tang dynasty wasn't as messy as Li Wangyu's sketches. What kind of manor would lead to Noda's garden, and the shape of the garden was so strange. As for the master and the servants living in the castle, it was even less in line with the residential culture of the Tang dynasty. Dr. Feng could only shake his head at Li Wangyu's strange idea. It was really too messy. Li Wangyu didn't care so much. No matter what Dr. Feng said, he insisted that his manor should be built like this. Dr. Feng, if this manor doesn't violate the rules, I still want to build it like this. In response, Dr. Feng could only shake his head. Forget it, this was the manor of the Huxian man. Before he came, he had already received instructions from Pai Lupi from the palace that the Huxian man's manor didn't need to be too concerned about whether it violated the rules or not. If necessary, it could be built according to the standards of a duke's manor. This could be considered the Pai Lupi's hidden compensation to Li Wangyu. In any case, Li Wangyu's manor was far away in Dingzhou village, not Chang'an city. Even if it violated the rules, it wouldn't be conspicuous. Dr. Feng was prepared to leave this hot potato to his superior to worry about. He didn't plan to express his opinion. As long as Pai Lupi and the Minister of Works agreed to build according to Li Wangyu's sketches, then everything would be fine. Dr. Feng of the Ministry of Works took Li Wangyu's sketch of the mansion and left, returning to Chang'an. Even the Minister of Works was dumbfounded when he saw the sketches for the Huxian man's manor. In the end, he simply pushed it to Pai Lupi and asked Pai Lupi to decide on his own. When Pai Lupi saw Li Wangyu's sketches for the manor, he was also thunderstruck. However, he was quite open-minded. If Li Wangyu wanted to build it this way, then so be it. 100 years later, the world-famous Li clan's manor in Huxian was ready to break ground with Pai Lupi's approval. When Li Wangyu heard that Pai Lupi had actually agreed to build a manor for himself, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. However, his good mood didn't last for long. Following the arrival of the brats, Li Wangyu once again had the urge to go berserk. As expected, no matter which dynasty the brats were from, they weren't good people. Especially when one of these two brats was called Li Qingxian and the other Li Tai, it was even more so. Chapter 234. After Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Li Tai had acknowledged Li Wangyu as their master, Pai Lupi did not rush to have the eunuch send them to Dingzhou village to study with Li Wangyu because Li Wangyu was busy preparing the heavenly grand ritual. Now that the matter had been settled, Pai Lupi finally remembered to have his 3 sons and daughters go to Dingzhou village to study with Li Wangyu and learn about the hardships of the common people. Although Li Qingxian and Li Tai had been forced to kneel and pay their respects to Li Wangyu and acknowledge him as their master, how could the two of them be willing to truly regard Li Wangyu as their master? What qualifications did an insignificant founding county official, only 16 years old, have to become the crown prince's master? They did not know what kind of bewitching potion Li Changshou had fed their imperial father, forcing the two of them to acknowledge him as their master. Of the 3, only the youngest, Changle, did not reject this matter. However, it was clear that she could not influence her 2 elder brothers. On the road from Taiji Palace to Dingzhou village, Li Qingxian and Li Tai were huddled together, discussing something in hushed tones. Princess Changle wanted to stop her 2 elder brothers, but at this moment, how could Li Qingxian and Li Tai listen to the little loli's words? They directly cast her to the side. Li Lizzie angrily glared at Li Qingxian and Li Tai, but she was helpless. The little loli's lips were so pouty that one could hang an oil bottle from them. When Pai Lupi escorted Li Qingxian and the others to Dingzhou village, he naturally did not bring out the full crown prince's ceremonial entourage. Only a few palace guards accompanied him, as well as a few eunuchs from the eastern palace. Li Wangyu had naturally received advance notice from Pai Lupi, but he did not take it too seriously. Regardless of whether it was Li Wangyu or Su Chongqing, their reverence for imperial authority was limited. There was no need to count on the 2 of them to have any reverence for 3 brats. Therefore, Li Wangyu did not instruct the old steward, Li Heng, to clean the streets and use yellow soil to pave the way. He also did not open the main door to welcome the arrival of the crown prince and the others. When Li Qingxian's car stopped in front of the Li family in Dingzhou village, not a single person from the Li family came out to greet them. Before Li Qingxian and the others could say anything, the eunuchs of the Eastern Palace flew into a rage. These eunuchs of the Eastern Palace felt that they were the people around the future emperor of the Tang dynasty, so they were very proud. Even though he knew that Li Wangyu was the crown prince and the others' teacher, he didn't take it seriously. Li Qingxian naturally had a teacher to teach him in the Eastern Palace. However, Li Qingxian's teachers were also very respectful to the crown prince due to their fear of imperial power. They didn't have the dignity of a teacher at all. This gave the eunuchs by Li Qingxian's side the misconception that the so-called emperor's teacher was nothing more than this. Now that the crown prince had condescended to visit the Li family in Dingzhou village, not a single person came out to welcome him. Therefore, without waiting for Li Qingxian's orders, they ran up to the door and smashed it down. "Open the door. Is everyone dead?" Tian Shilang, you have no manners at all. Who do you think you are? Hurry up and open the door. The door of the Li family's old residence was not very sturdy to begin with, so it was almost torn down by the eunuchs. The door was on the verge of collapse. Li Heng, who had no idea what was going on, was shocked when he heard the door being smashed. He hurriedly opened the door to check. Who are you? Why are you smashing the door? This is the residence of the county magistrate of Huxian. Don't be impudent. Li Heng was so angry that his beard was sticking up. He pointed at the plaque on the door and roared at the eunuchs who were smashing the door. The plaque on the door of the Li family had already been replaced with the words, County Magistrate of Huxian. This was the old man's pride. How could he tolerate others looking down on him? However, Li Heng's words only caused the eunuchs to sneer. Bulsh *T County Magistrate of Huxian. Does a mere county magistrate who founded the country think he's something? Hurry up and tell the county magistrate of Huxian to come out. We've seen plenty of princes and dukes in Chang'an. How dare a mere county magistrate who founded the country bring it up? It really is Tian Shilang. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. That bastardly Wang Yu actually dares to not come out to welcome him. Is he trying to rebel? Do you believe that we'll tear down your Bulsh *T County Magistrate of Huxian for neglecting His Highness the Crown Prince like this? The old steward, Li Heng, was shocked when he heard their words. His Highness the Crown Prince had come to the Li family? He didn't know what was going on, so he hurriedly sent a servant girl to inform his Langjun. The eunuchs wanted to push Li Heng aside and rush into the residence. However, Li Heng wasn't willing to let them pass. He didn't care about his old age and reached out to stop them. Old man, get out of my way. Be careful that we don't beat you to death, Tian Shilang. Why bother with him? Rush in and find Li Wangyu to talk to him. Li Wangyu was in the back courtyard, but he had already heard the commotion from the outer courtyard. He couldn't help but frown. He was afraid that his old steward, Li Heng, would be at a disadvantage, so he hurriedly rushed out of the back courtyard. Stop! Li Wangyu had just arrived in the front courtyard when he saw Li Qingxian's eunuchs pushing Li Heng. He couldn't help but shout angrily, Li Qingxian, Li Tai, come out. Li Qingxian and Li Tai, who had been hiding behind the Imperial Guard to watch the commotion, could only walk out from behind the Imperial Guard when they saw Li Wangyu come out. They casually cupped their hands towards Li Wangyu as a form of greeting. Although the eunuchs' actions weren't ordered by Li Qingxian or Li Tai, they had tacitly approved of it. They wanted to give Li Wangyu, this junior division commander, a show of strength. Li Qingxian, Li Tai, is this the gift for becoming a disciple? Li Wangyu asked coldly. Before Li Qingxian and Li Tai could say anything, the eunuchs, eager to protect their masters and show off, jumped out again. Shut up. Do you think you have the right to call out the names of His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of you? How unruly. Don't you know the difference between superior and inferior? Why aren't you bowing when you see His Highness the Crown Prince? How dare you? How dare you act so impudently in front of His Highness the Crown Prince? Li Wangyu ignored the clamoring of the Eastern Palace eunuchs. He only looked coldly at Li Qingxian and Li Tai, waiting for them to give him an explanation. Heh, big brother Wangyu, these servants don't know any better. Don't mind them, I'll teach them a lesson later. Li Qingxian smiled unconcernedly and played dumb. Although he was only 9 years old, he was used to being flattered by others. Why would he care about the actions of the eunuchs beside him? Call me division commander. Li Wangyu stared at him and said. Li Qingxian's mouth twitched, but he could only reply, yes, division commander. Li Wangyu asked, let me ask you, are these eunuchs from your Eastern Palace? Li Qingxian was still smiling mischievously as he replied, yes, they're just a few ignorant servants. I'll be sure to strictly control them later. Although the little fatty Li Tai didn't say anything on the side, he had a mocking smile on his face. He wanted to see how Li Wangyu would get off the stage. Li Wangyu nodded and suddenly took out an item from his sleeve. He shouted at Li Qingxian and Li Tai, you two, give me your hands. The item in his hand was the golden ferrule that Pai Lupi had bestowed upon him that day. The two brats, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw Li Wangyu take out the ferrule. The mocking smile on their faces had long since disappeared and was replaced by an expression of disbelief. Could it be that this Li Wangyu really dared to punish the two of them? Was he crazy? Chapter 235. In Li Qingxian and Li Tai's minds, although their father had given Li Wangyu the golden ruler, it was only a gift for him to become a disciple. Could it be that this little Huxian man really dared to punish the two of them? Even in the palace, although Empress Zhongsun was strict with her children, no one dared to actually punish the two of them. Unlike Chang'e, Li Qingxian was the crown prince and Li Tai was the king of Yu. Their statuses were different. The palace maids dared to use the ruler to punish Chang'e and Pai Lupi's other children, but no one dared to touch the two of them. As for Li Qingxian and Li Tai's original teachers, they were also afraid of the imperial power and abided by the rules of a ruler. Why would they use the ruler to punish them? It could be said that from birth until now, no one dared to touch a single hair on Li Qingxian and Li Tai's heads. When they saw their father give Li Wangyu the golden ruler, the two brats were still a bit afraid. However, the eunuchs beside them comforted them, saying that Huxian man, Li Wangyu, definitely did not have the guts to punish them. The two brats thought about it and felt that it was true. They were the most beloved sons of the Tang dynasty's crown prince and Pai Lupi. How could Li Wangyu, a mere founding county man, dare to touch them? It was because of this thought that they tacitly allowed the Eastern Palace eunuchs to provoke Li Wangyu. They wanted to give Li Wangyu a show of strength. Who would have thought that Li Wangyu would not play by the rules? He directly took out the golden ruler and prepared to punish them. This made Li Qingxian and Li Tai dumbfounded. On the other hand, the eunuchs of the Eastern Palace were all furious when they saw Li Wangyu take out the ruler. The eunuchs stood in front of Li Qingxian to protect him. Huxian man, what are you doing? This is His Highness the Crown Prince. Unscrupulous. Simply unscrupulous. You, a mere founding county man, actually want to punish His Highness the Crown Prince. Do you still have any respect for saints? Huxian man, do you want to offend your superiors? Protect the Crown Prince. Don't let this madman hurt the Crown Prince and His Highness. Guards. Guards. Protect the Crown Prince. The Eastern Palace Chamberlain jumped up and down, trying his best to show that he was loyal to his master. However, the palace guards who had followed him to Dingzhou village were dumbfounded. Should they stop Huxian Nan, or should they pull away the eunuchs? They couldn't be blamed for their hesitation. Before they set off, the imperial guards had already received a warning from Pai Lupi. After going to Dingzhou village, they were only responsible for the safety of the three princes and princesses. They were not allowed to interfere with anything else and allowed Huxian Xianji to make the decision. But now, Huxian man wanted to beat the crown prince and the king of Yu. Should they protect the crown prince and the others, or should they let Huxian man make the decision? The imperial guards in the palace all looked at the imperial guard leader doubtfully, waiting for his decision. The leader of the guards gritted his teeth and silently shook his head at his subordinates, indicating that he would not interfere in this matter. Li Wangyu paid no attention to the clamoring of the Eastern Palace chamberlains, only coldly staring at Li Qingxian and Li Tai. What? You two have the courage to indulge your servants, but don't have the courage to bear the consequences? To the side, Princess Chang'e hurriedly ran forward. After curtsying to Li Wangyu, she acted coquettishly and cutely towards Li Wangyu. Brother Wangyu, please forgive Brother Crown Prince and Brother Qingke. They won't be like this in the future, okay? Li Wangyu's originally frosty expression was immediately melted by the little Loli's pleading. That damned Pai Lupi. How did he give birth to such an adorable little Loli? Smiling, he dotingly stroked Princess Chang'e's small head. Okay. Since Chang'e has pleaded for leniency on their behalf, then the 10 lashes each will be changed to 3 lashes each as punishment for their lack of respect for their elders. Okay? How could Princess Chang'e, a 7-year-old little Loli, be a match for Li Wangyu? She believed that Li Wangyu had truly pleaded for leniency on behalf of her 2 elder brothers, reducing the punishment of each being struck by the ferrule 7 times. On the other hand, Li Qingxian and Li Tai were on the verge of tears. This scoundrel of a junior commander was bullying them again. Both sides were going to beat them, yet he was still trying to swindle a favorable impression from their younger sister. Truly a scoundrel. However, Li Qingxian and Li Tai did not dare to disobey. After all, Li Wangyu was currently holding the golden ferrule bestowed by their imperial father. On that day, the two had clearly heard Pai Lupi's words. If Li Wangyu were to use this ferrule to punish them, Pai Lupi would definitely not blame them. In a sense, this ferrule bestowed by Pai Lupi to Li Wangyu represented the authority of Pai Lupi. How could the two brats have imagined that Li Wangyu would be so forceful? They had only tacitly allowed the eunuchs to do as they pleased, yet the punishment was now in their hands. At this moment, the two were in a dilemma. They could only use silence to resist Li Wangyu. As for the eunuchs, they were unwilling to let the matter go. They stood in front of Li Qingxian and Li Tai, cursing incessantly. Out of the way! Li Wangyu coldly shouted at the group of eunuchs. These eunuchs were currently immersed in resisting the evil demon and protecting the crown prince. How could they possibly listen to Li Wangyu's words? Li Wangyu could not be bothered to pay them any attention. He only raised his eyes to look at the group of imperial guards. Everyone, these eunuchs are all people of the palace. If they continue to cause trouble, then please return. I will explain to the saint that I am unable to instruct the crown prince and his imperial highness, the prince of you. Finished speaking, he took Princess Changle's small hand and returned to his residence without looking back. After he entered, the main doors of the Lai hut behind him slammed shut. Seeing Li Wangyu not give them any face, whether it was the imperial guards, Li Qingxian or Li Tai, they were all dumbfounded. This county man had shut them out of the main doors just like this. He even wanted to drive them back to Chang'an. The eunuchs were still unaware. Seeing Li Wangyu return to his residence, they began to urge Li Qingxian and Li Tai on. Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yu, this county man is truly repulsive. Let us return to the palace. That's right, Your Imperial Highness, let us return and ask the saint to uphold justice for us. We must punish this arrogant and despotic county man with a crime of great disrespect and have him demoted and stripped of his noble title. This kind of vile character is truly arrogant. Your Imperial Highness, let us return to the Eastern Palace. Her Imperial Highness, the Empress, will definitely uphold justice for you. At this moment, Li Qingxian and Li Tai were not listening to the clamor of the eunuchs. They only smiled bitterly and looked at each other. Although the two little fellows were young, they were not as shallow as the eunuchs. If they returned to Chang'an like this, they were certain that they would be severely punished by their imperial father. Their imperial mother would also not protect them. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun valued filial piety the most. Respecting one's teachers was also a part of filial piety in China. If Li Wangyu were to complain to their imperial father, saying that the two brothers did not respect their elders, it was likely that the punishment they would receive would be even more severe. Although Li Qingxian was the crown prince, he was still very respectful towards his teacher. The two of them were just angry that Li Wangyu was so young and not much older than them, yet he wanted to be their teacher. However, even as the crown prince, Li Qingxian did not dare to return to Chang'an with his tail between his legs. With no other choice, Li Qingxian and Li Tai could only push aside the eunuchs in front of them. They stepped forward and lightly knocked on the main doors of Lai hut. Chapter 236. The old housekeeper Li Heng opened the door once more. Now that he knew that the two children in front of him were the crown prince and King Yu of the Tang dynasty, the old man was quite frightened. However, he still mustered up his courage and asked Li Qingxian and Li Tai according to his Lingjuan's instructions, Your Highness, King Yu, are you willing to accept your punishment? Li Qingxian and Li Tai looked at each other and nodded helplessly, indicating that they would accept Li Wangyu's punishment. Seeing that the crown prince had agreed, the Eastern Palace eunuchs began to beat their chests and stomp their feet as if their parents had died. They cried bitterly and scolded Li Wangyu for offending the crown prince's actions. When Li Wangyu walked out of the door and saw this scene, he almost laughed out of anger. These eunuchs were all good actors with superb acting skills. Unfortunately, their brains weren't good, and their EQ and IQ were low. He only needed to look at the group of palace guards who did not move at all and were only quietly watching from the side. He knew that they must have received Li Er's order in advance to act like this. Why didn't the Eastern Palace eunuchs, the Crown Prince's people, receive Pai Lupi's orders? Li Wangyu was willing to bet his head that these eunuchs were thrown to him by Pai Lupi to make an example out of them. Since Pai Lupi could sense that Crown Prince Li Qingxian was behaving oddly, he naturally thought that it was the Eastern Palace eunuch's fault. This was indeed the case. As the Emperor and Empress of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun spent far less time with Crown Prince Li Qingxian than the Eastern Palace eunuchs. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a large part of the responsibility for Li Qingxian's future tragedy lay with the Eastern Palace eunuchs who had accompanied Li Qingxian since he was a child. Anyone who had been flattered and fawned on from a young age would inevitably develop an oddball personality. After Li Wangyu figured out what Pai Lupi was thinking, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. This damned bearded man actually wanted him to be the bad guy and help him teach the Crown Prince's close servant a lesson. However, even though he despised Pai Lupi for using someone else to do his dirty work, he did not object to being the bad guy. Judging from the actions of the Eastern Palace eunuchs, it was already a good thing that Li Qingxian had not gone astray. Since he had agreed to become the teacher of Li Qingxian and the others, he naturally wanted to change everything. In order to correct Li Qingxian's and Li Tai's personalities, other than his guidance as a teacher, Li Qingxian's personal attendants were also very important. A good cultural environment was very important to a child's growth and life. Li Wangyu looked at the silent palace guards and said loudly, "Take these servants away and flog them 30 times each. Then, chase them back to the Taiji Palace and hand them over to the saint." The leader of the guards hesitated, then raised his eyes to look at the Crown Prince. Even though Pai Lupi had told them to listen to Li Wangyu, these Eastern Palace eunuchs were the Crown Prince's people. He was somewhat undecided as to whether or not to listen to this county man's words. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Li Qingxian couldn't help but clench his small fists. His eyes were filled with anger as he glared at Li Wangyu. No. They are people of the Eastern Palace. Before Li Qingxian could finish speaking, he saw Li Wangyu flash the golden ruler that the emperor had bestowed upon him, blocking his words. Li Wangyu's expression did not change. He looked at Li Qingxian and said, "They are your personal attendants. Logically speaking, I should not be the one to punish them. However, these people took advantage of the situation to do evil and flatter you. As personal attendants of the Crown Prince, they instigated the Crown Prince to be disrespectful and unreasonable. As your teacher, I naturally have the duty to teach these impudent eunuchs a lesson so that they will not tarnish the Crown Prince's reputation in the future." He then used his palm to lightly tap the golden ruler twice in a threatening manner. "Qingxian, do you have any objections to your teacher's words?" Even if Li Qingxian had objections, he was scared away by the ruler in his hand. He shook his head repeatedly. "Teacher is right. Qingxian has no objections." "It's good that you have no objections." Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. He then looked at the leader of the guards. "Why aren't you moving? Do you really want me to ask for the saint's decree?" The leader of the guards saw that even the Crown Prince had given in. Naturally, he wouldn't oppose Li Wangyu. He immediately waved his hand at his guards, indicating for them to come forward and hold down the Eastern Palace eunuchs. When they were pressed to the ground by the ferocious guards, the Eastern Palace eunuchs finally dared to feel fear. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please save me. How can I let Tian Shilang humiliate you so wantonly? County man, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. Crown Prince, save me." Hearing these eunuchs, who were usually obedient to him, cry and beg for mercy, Li Qingxian's eyes couldn't help but redden. Although he was the Crown Prince, he was only 9 years old. In the future, he would only be a little brat in the 3rd grade. Many of these Eastern Palace eunuchs were his playmates. After interacting with them day and night, Li Qingxian also had feelings for them. He was like a little brat whose beloved toy had been broken. He looked at Li Wangyu with anger in his eyes. Li Wangyu ignored Li Qingxian's anger. He just stared at the palace guards as they pressed the Eastern Palace eunuchs to the ground and began to beat them with planks. 30 planks, and under the circumstances where the guards didn't hold back, it was enough to beat the Eastern Palace eunuchs until their butts split open. The Eastern Palace eunuchs, who had been incomparably arrogant earlier, now realized that they had kicked an iron plate. However, it was too late for regrets. They were beaten until tears and snot flowed out of their eyes and noses. Some of the weaker ones directly fainted. Not long after, the 30 planks were finished. Li Wangyu pointed at the eunuchs on the ground who didn't even have the strength to cry and said seriously to Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Qingxian, Qingke, this is the first lesson I'm giving you. Remember, if you're in a high position and are unfilial, you won't be the only unlucky ones. You'll also harm the people around you and the people of the Tang dynasty. He then said to Li Qingxian and Li Tai, now it's your turn. Stretch out your hands. Seeing that Li Wangyu was still going to punish them, Li Qingxian and Li Tai didn't care about the eunuchs anymore. They pouted and stretched out their small hands, feeling wronged. Li Wangyu didn't hold back with the two of them. He raised the golden ruler in his hand and slammed it down a few times. Although he didn't use too much strength, it still hit the two kids until tears immediately welled up in their eyes. It was only by doing their best not to cry out loud. After teaching Li Qingxian and Li Tai a lesson, Li Wangyu led the two of them into the residence. Let's go. I've prepared some new toys for you. Although Li Wangyu didn't have a family and children in the future, nor did he become a teacher, even if he hadn't eaten pork, he would have seen pigs run. Giving a sweet date after a slap. When he was young, he was often taught a lesson by his grandfather like this. Li Wangyu was going to follow suit and use this method to teach Li Qingxian and the others a lesson. After the slap, it was time to give a sweet date. Chapter 237. Ever since that day in Taiji Palace, when Li Qingxian and the others had taken him as their master, Li Wangyu had been thinking about how he should be the king of the children. For this reason, he had discussed many methods with his beautiful superior. As for how to educate the naughty children, the two had a common understanding. First, they would use play to attract Li Qingxian and Li Tai, and then slowly teach them. As for Princess Changle, there was no need to worry. The adorable little princess was not only clever, but also sensible. Li Wangyu planned to have his beautiful superior and Aphrodite accompany Changle to play, while he would concentrate on teaching Li Qingxian and Li Tai. As for how to attract Li Qingxian and Li Tai's interest, Li Wangyu was not worried at all. When it came to playing, Li Wangyu could boldly say that there was not a single person in the Tang dynasty who could fight. Although Li Wangyu was unable to create the mobile phones and computer games that the naughty children of the future loved to play, when he was young, where would he have had these to play with? Li Wangyu's childhood was abnormally lacking in material things, but his mental life was extremely happy. His memories were still fresh in his mind. Eagle catching chicks, hopscotch, ice skating, cross-legged cockfighting, goat jumping, and even mud. These were all things that his group of little friends could play for an entire day. Rolling iron rings, spinning tops, and other toys were their favorite. Li Wangyu planned to bring all of these to the Tang dynasty. First, he would attract the interest of the two most noble naughty children of the Tang dynasty. From Li Wangyu's point of view, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, as well as Pai Lupi's other sons, had been locked up in the palace for too long and lacked contact with their peers. Spending every day with those feminine attendants, it would be strange if they did not feel awkward. He planned to first attract the interest of Li Qingxian and Aphrodite, and then slowly have these two naughty children play with the naughty and mischievous children of Dingzhou village. This would allow them to understand the hardships of the common people, and also allow these two spoiled brats in the palace to reawaken their childlike nature. For this reason, Li Wangyu took great pains to find Carpenter Lu and his family from the village. They busied themselves for 2 to 3 days and made many new things in the open space of the outer courtyard. After Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie entered the Lai Hot, they were immediately attracted by the things in front of them. In the open space in the front yard, there were wooden slides, swings, merry-go-round, and all kinds of climbing frames. Even though Li Qingxian and Li Tai still hated Li Wangyu in their hearts, they couldn't take their eyes off the rides and kept staring at them. Li Wangyu paid no attention to them. Leading the little lowly, Princess Changle, he led her to the front of the amusement facilities, explaining to her one by one how to play. The two brats, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, whose faces were filled with unwillingness, were immediately attracted by these novel rides. Regardless of whether it was the wooden slide or the wooden horse that required the manpower of the palace's imperial guards to move, they were all extremely excited. Previously, when they had been punished by Li Wangyu and had their eunuchs beaten and driven away, they had long since thrown their dissatisfaction and anger to the back of their minds. To the side, Li Wangyu smiled as he looked at the three little fellows, cheering and jumping up and down. At this moment, the imperial guards were so busy that their foreheads were covered in sweat, frantically protecting the extremely excited crown prince, His Imperial Highness the Prince of Yu, and the eldest princess. With a snap of his fingers, it was settled. Dealing with these brats was too simple. All he needed to do was find something that they were interested in and guide them. Although Li Qingxian and Li Tai had previously appeared unwilling, Li Wangyu dared to bet that even if he drove them away, it would be useless. When the three little fellows were covered in sweat from playing, their beautiful superior led the servant girls out, delivering iced drinks to each of the little fellows. Of course, this was made by using saltpeter to make ice. Originally, Li Wangyu had thought about whether he should go to Chang'an City to open a cold drink shop. He believed that the business would definitely be very good. In just over a month, he had changed from a second generation of the rich to the founding father of the Tang dynasty. His family also had a four-wheeled carriage business, which was a profitable business. Naturally, he would not open a small cold drink shop in Chang'an City. However, the iced drinks made Li Qingxian and Li Tai cry out in joy. Even their attitude towards their beautiful superior was excessive. They even called her master's wife. Li Wangyu was speechless. However, the beautiful superior rolled her beautiful eyes at Li Wangyu and actually acquiesced to this address. Su Chongqing liked the little lowly Changle even more. After delivering the iced drinks to the three little fellows, he took the cute little lowly to the backyard to play. For the entire morning, Li Wangyu played with Li Qingxian and Li Tai, making the two little brats extremely excited. How could they have imagined that someone would have so many fun things to play with? Compared to those palace eunuchs, this was much more interesting. After having a delicious lunch at the Li family at noon, the three little fellows were extremely satisfied to learn from Li Wangyu. This was not because the imperial cuisine in the palace tasted bad, but because Li Wangyu was too shameless. He actually used unhealthy fried food to attract Li Qingxian and Li Qingxian. Even in the future, the brats who were used to eating all kinds of delicacies had no resistance to KFC and McDonald's, not to mention the three little brats from 1300 years ago. Fried chicken steaks, fried chicken burgers, and iced drinks, that's right, burgers. In order to please Afro, Li Wangyu had already figured out how to make bread. Speaking of which, making bread was not complicated and Afro knew a little about it. Su Chongqing was also a baking enthusiast in the future. The only thing lacking in the Tang dynasty was an electric oven, but this was not important. They could just find the masons in the village to build an oven. After a few experiments, the bread was successfully baked. When Afro took the first bite of the steaming bread, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, making her beautiful superior feel sorry for her. But when Afro took the initiative to give Li Wangyu a kiss, her beautiful superior was so angry that she wanted to draw her knife and chase after this adulterous couple. Li Wangyu only felt that it was a pity that potatoes and tomatoes had not yet been spread to the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, they could be used to make French fries and ketchup. Even so, the eyes of Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie lit up when they ate a delicious meal that they had never eaten before. In particular, the little fatty Li Tai actually finished off 3 burgers in one go, which almost scared Li Wangyu out of his wits. He was afraid that this fellow would choke to death and he would not be able to explain it to Pai Lupi. Relying on fun and good food, Li Wangyu finally made Li Qingxian and Li Tai not reject him anymore. After lunch, Li Wangyu coaxed the 3 energetic children, who still wanted to play on the rides, to take an afternoon nap. They were still primary school students. They could only study properly if they played well, ate well, and rested well. After the three children got up energetically, Li Wangyu led them to his study, which he had already converted into a small classroom. Since Pai Lupi had taught his own children to him, Li Wangyu could not just bring them along to play. Li Wangyu planned to teach Li Qingxian and the others some different knowledge.